Story 1. My boots crunched on gravel, the sound unnervingly loud in the deepening twilight of the Appalachian hollow. We were miles off the trail, hopelessly lost and ravenous. The aroma, promising warmth and sustenance, led us to a weathered diner, nestled against the dark, looming mountains. The neon sign, flickering erratically, proclaimed it the Devil's Diner, a name I uneasily dismissed as local color. "Are you sure about this place?" Maya whispered, her hand gripping my arm. Her voice held a tremor that mirrored my own apprehension. "We need food, Maya," Mark declared, his voice booming with a false confidence I knew he didn't feel. "And a place to regroup. It's better than sleeping in the woods." He was right, logically, but a cold prickle of unease ran down my spine. The windows of the diner were dark, obscuring the interior. The only light emanated from that flickering sign, and a dim, yellowish glow spilling from beneath a heavy, wooden door. We cautiously approached, the gravel crunching beneath our feet. Fred, ever the optimist, pushed open the door, a bell jingling discordantly above our heads. The interior was dimly lit, the air thick with the same cloying sweetness from outside, now mingled with the greasy smell of frying meat. A handful of patrons sat in booths, their faces obscured by shadow. An unsettling silence hung in the air, broken only by the sizzle of something cooking on the griddle. A woman emerged from behind the counter, her smile wide and fixed. Her eyes, however, held a disturbing gleam. "Welcome," she said, her voice smooth as honey. Come in, come in. You must be weary travelers." She gestured us towards an empty booth. The vinyl seats were cracked and worn, sticky to the touch. As we settled in, I noticed the unsettling stillness of the other patrons. They seemed almost frozen, their gazes fixed on empty plates. The woman placed menus in front of us. The pages were yellowed and brittle, the script handwritten in an unsettling, spidery scrawl. The offerings were bizarre, dishes like Mountain Medley and Backwoods Special. "What are the specials tonight?" Mark asked, attempting a light tone. The woman's smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed just a little too sharp. "No, we always have something special," she purred. "Fresh, local ingredients. Guaranteed to satisfy." Fred ordered the Mountain Medley, seemingly oblivious to the growing sense of dread that permeated the booth. Meyer and I opted for coffee. Our appetites suddenly vanished. Mark, however, ordered the Backwoods Special, his bravado seemingly unshaken. As we waited, I observed the family running the diner. A hulking man, presumably the woman's husband, stood by the griddle, flipping something that resembled thick steaks. His movements were jerky and unnatural. A young girl, perhaps their daughter, bussed tables, her eyes darting nervously around the room. There was something disturbingly animalistic about all of them, a subtle shift in their features, a flicker in their eyes that made my skin crawl. Our coffee arrived. It was thick and bitter, with an underlying metallic taste that made me gag. I took a small sip and then set the cup down. Maya didn't even touch hers. Across from us, one of the patrons suddenly stood, revealing the source of the greasy, sizzling sound. He was holding a plate piled high with what looked like strips of raw meat, glistening and red. He took a bite, and a shiver of pure revulsion ran through me. The meat wasn't cooked. It was moving. I looked at the other patrons and realized they, too, were consuming the same raw flesh. Their movements were jerky, animalistic, their eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. The sickening sweet smell, I now realized, was the scent of blood. "We need to leave," I whispered, my voice trembling. "What's wrong?" Mark asked, oblivious. His plate, piled high with the Backwoods Special, had just arrived. It looked disturbingly similar to what the other patrons were eating. "Don't eat that," I pleaded, my hand gripping his arm. "Just don't," He frowned, pushing my hand away. "What are you talking about?" "I'm starving." He took a bite. His eyes widened, and a strange guttural sound escaped his throat. He looked at me, his expression vacant, his eyes now gleaming with the same terrifying hunger I'd seen in the other patrons. Terror seized me. I grabbed Maya's hand and pulled her from the booth. "Run!" I screamed. We bolted for the door, the bell jingling frantically as we burst into the night. The hulking man stepped out from behind the counter, his movements no longer jerky, but swift and predatory. His face shifted, the skin stretching and contorting, revealing a muzzle filled with sharp teeth. The woman and the girl followed, their transformations equally horrifying. They weren't human. They were something else. Something monstrous. We ran, stumbling through the darkness, the howls of the Skinwalkers echoing through the trees. We didn't look back. We ran until we collapsed, breathless and terrified on the edge of the woods. The diner, with its flickering sign and its promise of warmth, was swallowed by the shadows of the mountains. The smell of wood smoke and blood clung to the air, a horrifying reminder of our near escape from the Devil's Diner. We had survived, but the image of Mark, his eyes gleaming with unnatural hunger, would forever haunt my nightmares. Story 2. The crumpled map, stained with coffee and desperation, crinkled in my trembling hand. Deep in the dense, suffocating green of the Appalachian wilderness, I stood alone. The air, heavy and humid, clung to me like a shroud. A digital detox, I told my family. A chance to reconnect with nature. A lie. I was chasing a ghost story, a dark web legend, a supposed portal to another dimension hidden somewhere in these ancient hills. The Whispering Woods, they called it. I found the abandoned campsite nestled beside a stagnant, black pool of water. A fire pit choked with cold ashes sat in the center. Crude symbols, unlike anything I'd ever seen, were carved deep into the bark of surrounding trees. The lingering scent of something burnt, something acrid and unnatural, filled the air. My gut churned. This wasn't the idyllic escape I'd envisioned. This was something else entirely, something sinister. The first whispers started as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in bruised purples and sickly greens. At first, I dismissed them as the rustling of leaves, the trickling of the nearby stream. But they grew, intensified, coalesced into distinct voices, muttering just beyond the edge of my vision. Unintelligible words, carried on the humid breeze, seemed to burrow into my mind, scratching at my sanity. Then came the eyes. Glimmering, animalistic eyes, peering at me from the shadows. Followed by the shapes, humanoid but distorted, flitting between the trees. Their movements were unnerving, quick and jerky, like marionettes controlled by an unseen puppeteer. Panic set in. The map, my key to this madness, now seemed worthless. The portal wasn't marked, not explicitly. The ritual, the symbols, they held the key. But how could I decipher them, with these creatures closing in, the whispers tearing at the fabric of my mind? I retreated to the campsite, heart hammering against my ribs. The symbols, etched into the trees, seemed to shift and writhe in the firelight of my hastily built pyre. Circles within circles, intersecting lines, bizarre glyphs. My academic background in anthropology offered a glimmer of hope. These symbols, crude as they were, resembled cave paintings, ancient petroglyphs depicting rituals, sacrifices. Sacrifices to what? The whispering intensified, becoming a chorus of guttural chants, pressing in on me from all sides. One of the creatures emerged from the woods. Tall, gaunt, its skin a sickly grayish-green, its limbs elongated and spindly. Its eyes, devoid of pupils, glowed with an inner light. It raised a clawed hand, pointing towards the black pool. A chilling realization dawned. The pool, the stagnant heart of this cursed place, was not a pool at all. It was the portal. And the ritual, the sacrifice, it wasn't to open the portal. It was to close it. But what to sacrifice? The creature edged closer, its movements now slow, deliberate, almost hypnotic. My hand instinctively went to my backpack, clutching the only thing of value I carried. A small wooden carving, a gift from my grandfather. A symbol of my connection to my family, to my life beyond this nightmare. An ethical dilemma tore at me. Sacrifice a meaningless trinket or something deeply personal. Gamble with a lie or risk everything. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. The creature extended its clawed hand again, closer this time. Time was running out. With a trembling hand, I hurled the carving into the black pool. The whispers abruptly ceased. The creatures froze, their glowing eyes fixed on the rippling surface of the water. The air grew heavy, charged with an otherworldly energy. Then, the pool began to shrink, contracting inwards, the darkness within deepening, swirling like a vortex. The symbols on the trees glowed momentarily, then faded, the carvings smoothing over as if they'd never been there. The creature let out a piercing shriek, a sound of pure rage and despair, and lunged towards me. But it was too late. The pool imploded, vanishing with a soft pop, leaving only scorched earth where it had been. The creatures, their purpose seemingly gone, melted back into the shadows, their glowing eyes disappearing into the deepening night. I stood there, alone in the sudden, eerie silence of the woods. The whispers were gone. The creatures were gone. The portal was closed. But the sacrifice, the loss, it remained. A constant, gnawing reminder of the price of my obsession. The woods, now silent and still, felt heavier than ever. I turned and stumbled through the undergrowth, leaving the whispering woods behind, forever scarred by my journey into the darkness. I was free, but a part of me, a vital piece of myself, remained trapped in that otherworldly dimension, a sacrifice to the silence. Story 3. We should have kept driving, I guess. We should have listened to Charlotte, who swore she saw something shift in the dense thicket, something tall and spindly, something not quite right. But the lure of hot coffee and a warm meal after hours on those twisting mountain roads, it was too strong to ignore. The Whispering Pines diner materialized from the gloom like a beacon, its neon sign buzzing a sickly green against the encroaching twilight. The pines, yes, they were everywhere, crowding the diner, their needles a constant susurrus against the weathered wood siding. They seemed to lean in, to watch us with unseen eyes as we stepped out of Scott's beat-up Corolla. The whispering, it never stopped. Inside, the diner was cozy if a little too quiet. A fire crackled in the hearth, casting flickering shadows across the checkered floor. The air smelled of pine needles, strangely sweet, almost cloying. Only one other table was occupied, by two gaunt figures hunched over steaming mugs, their faces obscured by the low-hanging lamps. A woman with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes emerged from the kitchen. Her name tag read Darla. She led us to a booth by the window, the whispering pines just inches away, their branches scraping against the glass. The menu was simple, comfort food. Buttermilk biscuits, chicken pot pie, apple cobbler. We ordered eagerly, our appetites sharpened by the mountain air. Darla's smile widened just a fraction too much, revealing teeth that seemed a little too sharp, a little too long. The food arrived quickly, almost too quickly. It tasted incredible. The biscuits melted in my mouth. The pot pie was rich and savory, the cobbler warm and sweet. We ate in silence, broken only by the incessant whispering of the pines and the occasional clinking of cutlery from the other table. I noticed, as I ate, a strange tingling sensation in my fingertips. A lightness, a buzzing energy that seemed to emanate from the food itself. I looked at Scott, at Charlotte, at Chloe. They seemed oblivious, their eyes glazed over, focused solely on their plates. Then the screaming started. Not from inside the diner, but from somewhere deep within the woods. A high, keening wail that cut through the whispering of the pines, a sound of pure terror. Scott dropped his fork, Chloe's hand flew to her mouth. Charlotte's eyes snapped open, clear and alert for the first time since we'd arrived. "Something's wrong," she whispered, her voice trembling. Darla emerged from the kitchen again, her smile gone, replaced by an expression of cold, predatory hunger. The two figures at the other table turned, their faces finally illuminated by the firelight. Their eyes were hollow, their skin stretched taut over bone. They weren't human. Not anymore. Darla's voice, when she spoke, was low and guttural, like the rustling of dead leaves. "The harvest is ready," she hissed. We scrambled out of the booth, adrenaline coursing through our veins. We ran for the door, but it was locked, the windows barred. The whispering of the pines intensified, morphing into a chorus of guttural chants, the words ancient and incomprehensible. The creatures at the other table rose, their movements jerky and unnatural. They advanced towards us, their hollow eyes fixed on us with a terrifying intensity. Darla blocked the door, her smile returning, a grotesque mockery of warmth and welcome. Charlotte screamed, throwing a chair at one of the creatures. It shattered against its skeletal frame, but the creature didn't even flinch. Scott grabbed a fire iron from the hearth, swinging wildly. He connected with Darla's face, a sickening crunch echoing through the diner. But she didn't fall. She just kept smiling, the wound on her face knitting itself back together as we watched in horror. We were trapped. The diner, the cozy haven we had sought refuge in, had become our prison. The pines outside pressed against the windows, their branches scraping against the glass like skeletal fingers, eager to join the feast. I looked at my friends, their faces pale with terror. The buzzing sensation in my fingertips had spread, a relentless current of energy flowing from me, from all of us, towards the creatures, towards Darla, towards the whispering pines. We were being drained, our life force harvested for some dark, ancient ritual. Then a glimmer of hope. Chloe, bless her resourceful soul, had found a loose floorboard near the fireplace. She ripped it up, revealing a dark, narrow passage leading down into the earth. "This way," she yelled, her voice barely audible above the chanting and the whispering. We didn't hesitate. We plunged into the darkness, the unknown depths below seeming preferable to the horrors above. The passage was cramped, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and something else, something ancient and foul. We scrambled through the darkness, our hearts pounding, the whispers of the pines echoing in our ears, a constant reminder of the horrors we were fleeing. The passage opened into a cavern, vast and echoing. A single, flickering torch illuminated a stone altar in the center of the cavern. And on that altar, a book, bound in human skin, its pages filled with symbols I couldn't comprehend. Then I saw them. The roots. Thick, pulsating roots snaking out from the altar, spreading across the cavern floor, disappearing into the darkness. They weren't roots. They were veins. And they were connected to the pines above, to the creatures in the diner, to Darla. They were all part of the same organism, a vast, ancient entity that fed on human energy. And we were caught in its web. There was no escape. I understood that in a chilling, hollow realization. The whispering pines had lured us in, the diner had trapped us, and now the entity below was claiming us as its own. The buzzing in my fingertips intensified, becoming a burning, searing pain as the last of my life force drained away. The whispering grew louder, filling the cavern, filling my mind. And then darkness. Story 4. The Devil's Backbone Trail. A name that slithered into my thoughts, coiled around my sanity. A local legend, a whispered warning, a challenge I couldn't resist. They said a skinwalker haunted these woods, its shifting form a twisted reflection of the mountain's own unpredictable nature. I, armed with a worn map, a compass, and a fool's courage, came seeking proof. The trailhead was unremarkable, a simple break in the dense foliage, swallowed by the shadows of ancient trees. The air, thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, felt heavy, oppressive. I stepped onto the path, the crunch of leaves beneath my boots the only sound in the suffocating stillness. Deeper I ventured, each step drawing me further into the mountain's embrace, each mile a descent into the uncanny. Abandoned campsites became frequent, grim reminders of others who had dared to tread this path. Torn tents, scattered gear, half-burned logs painted a picture of hasty departures. Cryptic symbols carved into tree trunks, angular and unsettling, hinted at a presence far older than any hiker. The wind, once a gentle caress, now carried whispers, unintelligible murmurs that seemed to claw at the edges of my hearing. One campsite, nestled in a small clearing, felt particularly ominous. A crude circle of stones lay in the center, blackened as if by fire. Twisted branches, adorned with strips of cloth and animal bones, hung from the surrounding trees, creating a macabre tapestry. A sense of dread, cold and sharp, pierced through me. I knew I should turn back, retrace my steps, but the legend held me captive, its allure stronger than my fear. The whispers intensified, coalescing into a guttural growl that resonated deep within my chest. The shadows around me seemed to deepen, to writhe, to take on shapes that flickered at the edge of my vision. Then I saw it. A flicker of movement in the periphery, a distortion of the trees, a fleeting glimpse of something not quite human, not quite animal. The skinwalker. Panic seized me. I turned and ran, blindly, desperately, the image of the shifting form seared into my mind. The forest floor, once a path, became a treacherous obstacle course of roots and rocks. Branches lashed at my face, thorns tore at my clothes. The growls pursued me, closer now, mingled with the pounding of my heart, the ragged gasps of my breath. I stumbled into another clearing, bathed in the unsettling glow of a near-full moon. Silhouetted against the lunar light stood the skinwalker. Its form was fluid, constantly changing, morphing from a hulking wolf-like creature to a distorted human shape and back again. Its eyes, burning with an unnatural light, fixed on me, and in that gaze I saw a reflection of my own terror, magnified, distorted, consumed by the mountain's malevolent spirit. The chase resumed, more frantic now, a desperate dance of predator and prey. I scrambled over fallen logs, plunged through thickets, my lungs burning, my muscles screaming. The skinwalker, unnaturally agile, seemed to glide through the undergrowth, its movements silent, relentless. The whispers, now a chorus of guttural snarls, pressed in on me, a symphony of impending doom. I found myself trapped, cornered against a sheer rock face, the skinwalker closing in. Its form solidified, settling into a grotesque parody of a human, its limbs elongated, its face a mask of bestial fury. Its breath, hot and fetid, washed over me as it reached out, its hand, tipped with claws like blackened knives, extended towards my throat. Time seemed to slow. The moon, hanging like a spectral eye in the pitch-black sky, cast long, distorted shadows that danced around us. The whispers reached a crescendo, a deafening roar that filled my ears, my mind. my very being. The Skinwalker's hand closed around my throat. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable. Then silence. A profound, unsettling silence that was more terrifying than any sound. I opened my eyes. The Skinwalker was gone. The clearing was empty. Only the moon, hanging cold and indifferent, remained. I stood there, trembling, gasping for air, the echoes of the whispers still ringing in my ears. The mountain, silent now, seemed to hold its breath, waiting. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that the Skinwalker was still out there, lurking in the shadows, a constant reminder of the mountain's dark heart. I stumbled back towards the trailhead, my mind reeling, the line between reality and myth forever blurred. The devil's backbone had claimed its victory, not in death, but in the utter shattering of my sanity. Story 5. My name is Alara, and I'm a folklore enthusiast, specifically obsessed with skinwalkers. The Appalachian Mountains, steeped in cryptic lore, became my hunting grounds. It started with a whispered message on a dark web forum, a crudely drawn map titled The Skinwalker's Trail. Foolishly, I gathered my team, fellow academics blinded by the same fervor, eager to cement our names in cryptozoological history. We were Thomas, the pragmatist, Emma, ever the optimist, and Ben, our tech expert, mapping our descent into madness. The trailhead was unmarked, hidden deep within the dense foliage. As we trekked deeper, the air grew heavy, not with humidity but with a palpable sense of dread. The forest seemed to watch us, the rustling leaves whispering secrets we couldn't comprehend. The first night, nestled around a crackling campfire, our excitement was high. We shared stories, legends of shape-shifting creatures, mimicking voices, luring unsuspecting victims to their doom. Thomas, ever the skeptic, scoffed. But even he couldn't ignore the growing unease, the feeling of being observed, of being surrounded. It began subtly. A twig snapping in the dead of night, just beyond the firelight's reach. Then, Emma swore she saw a figure flitting between the trees, a fleeting glimpse of something inhuman. We dismissed it as nerves, fatigue, the tricks of the shadows. The next day, things escalated. Thomas vanished. We searched, calling his name, our voices swallowed by the oppressive silence of the woods. Then we heard it. Thomas's voice, weak, pained, coming from the depths of the thicket. We followed the sound, our hearts pounding in our chests. But when we reached the source, there was nothing. Only the unsettling stillness of the ancient forest, mocking our desperation. That night, sleep evaded us. The forest felt alive, pulsating with a malevolent energy. We huddled together, weapons clutched in our trembling hands. Then we saw her. Standing at the edge of the clearing, bathed in the pale moonlight, was Emma's mother. She was calling to Emma, her voice laced with worry, begging her to come home. Emma, her face etched with fear and confusion, started towards her. I grabbed her arm. Emma, wait. It's not right. Your mother isn't here. Emma looked at me, her eyes wide with terror. But it's her, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Then the figure smiled. It wasn't a human smile. It was too wide, too sharp, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. The illusion shattered. The creature lunged, its form shifting, morphing into something grotesque, something out of a nightmare. We screamed, scrambling back as the creature tore through our camp, scattering our belongings, our sanity. We ran, blindly, desperately, through the tangled undergrowth, the creature's guttural roars echoing behind us. We became separated. I found myself alone, lost in the labyrinthine woods, the oppressive darkness closing in. I stumbled upon an abandoned cabin, its windows boarded up, its door hanging open, beckoning me inside. Sanctuary or a trap? I had no choice. I entered, my heart pounding in my chest, the stench of decay filling my nostrils. Inside, the air was thick with an otherworldly energy. The walls seemed to breathe, the shadows danced, and the floorboards creaked beneath my weight, each step a thunderclap in the suffocating silence. Then I heard it, Ben's voice calling my name. I followed the sound, my senses heightened, my every nerve on fire. I found him in a small, windowless room, huddled in the corner, his eyes wide with a primal fear I had never seen before. He pointed to the corner of the room. There, standing silently, was my father, a man I hadn't seen in years, his face etched with an unsettling calmness. He spoke my name, his voice gentle, soothing, drawing me in. I felt myself moving towards him, drawn by an invisible force, a siren's call I couldn't resist. Suddenly, Ben screamed, snapping me out of the trance. "Ilara, don't. It's not him." He lunged forward, tackling me to the ground just as the creature, disguised as my father, lunged towards me, its claws extended. The impact knocked the breath out of me. As we struggled on the floor, the creature shrieked, its form flickering, the illusion failing. It was then, in the midst of the chaos, that I saw it. A small, leather-bound book tucked beneath a loose floorboard. I grabbed it, my fingers fumbling with the aged clasp. Inside, handwritten in faded ink, were ancient rituals, incantations, and warnings of the creature we now faced. The Skinwalker, it seemed, was not just a shapeshifter but a psychic predator, feeding on our deepest fears, our most cherished memories. The book contained a ritual, a way to banish the creature, to sever its connection to our minds. It was a desperate gamble. Ben held the creature at bay, his face contorted in terror, while I recited the words, my voice trembling, the ancient syllables resonating through the decaying cabin. As I finished the incantation, a blinding light erupted from the book, filling the room, engulfing the creature in a vortex of pure energy. The cabin shook, the walls groaned, and then silence. The light faded, the creature was gone, and Ben and I were left alone, trembling in the aftermath. We stumbled out of the cabin, into the cold morning air, the first rays of dawn painting the sky with a fragile beauty. We never found Emma or Thomas. We never spoke of what we experienced in those woods. The book, the key to our survival, I burned, its secrets reduced to ashes, a silent testament to the horrors we witnessed, the lines between reality and nightmare forever blurred. The Skinwalkers' trail claimed more than just our friends. It claimed a part of us, a part we could never get back. It left us with the chilling knowledge that some legends, some creatures, are best left undisturbed, buried in the dark recesses of the world and our minds. Story 6. The Mountain Road, a ribbon of gray against the vibrant tapestry of autumn, led us deeper into the heart of Appalachia. Sarah, my girlfriend, hummed along to the music, blissfully unaware of the creeping dread that had settled in my stomach. Beside her, Ben and Emily, our friends, chattered excitedly about the secluded hot springs we were headed to. This trip was supposed to be a romantic escape, a strengthening of bonds. Now, it felt like we were driving into a maw of unknown darkness. It was a faded, hand-painted sign that started it, barely clinging to a rusted post. Whispering Pines Sanatorium, it proclaimed in peeling paint. Curiosity, a dangerous trait in these isolated mountains, peaked within us. We pulled off the main road, following a crumbling, overgrown driveway. The sanatorium loomed ahead, a skeletal monument against the darkening sky. It wasn't on any map we had. A shiver traced its icy fingers down my spine. Ben, ever the thrill-seeker, insisted on exploring. Emily, though hesitant, agreed. Sarah, sensing my apprehension, squeezed my hand. "Just a quick peek," she reassured me, her smile faltering slightly. The air inside the sanatorium was heavy, stagnant, filled with the dust of forgotten lives. Each step echoed eerily through the vast, decaying halls. The whispers started subtly, a faint rustling just at the edge of hearing. We wrote it off as the wind, but the building was sealed tight, not a single window unbroken. We found a room filled with rusted medical equipment. A gurney stood in the center, stained a disturbing shade of brown. Here, the whispers intensified, coalescing into fragmented words, please, screams. Sarah's face paled. "I don't like this," she whispered, her voice tight with fear. Then the building began to change. The room shifted, the walls bleeding into a nursery filled with broken cribs and decaying toys. A chilling lullaby, sung in a distorted, childlike voice, filled the air. It was a patient's memory, a tangible echo of their past trauma. The nursery morphed into a padded cell, the lullaby replaced by frantic banging and desperate sobs. The air grew thick with a suffocating sense of claustrophobia. Each room we entered presented a new horror, each more disturbing than the last. A surgeon's operating theater, complete with phantom blood spatters. A dining hall where spectral figures sat at long tables, their eyes empty, their mouths moving silently. We became separated. I lost sight of Ben and Emily in a swirling vortex of hallucinatory corridors. I found Sarah in what appeared to be a library, bookshelves lined with decaying tomes. She was huddled in a corner, her eyes wide with terror, whispering a nursery rhyme over and over. It was then I realized the whispers weren't just sounds. They were infiltrating our minds, preying on our vulnerabilities. They were designed to break us, to drive us to the same madness that consumed the former inmates. I pulled Sarah to her feet. We had to escape, but the building kept changing, each turn leading us further into the labyrinth of its twisted memories. We found a stairwell, a sliver of hope in the suffocating despair. We descended into the basement, the air thick with the smell of mildew and something far more sinister. The basement opened into a vast chamber, a single operating table dominating the center. Strapped to the table was a figure, shrouded in white sheets. The whispers reached a crescendo, converging on this room. The figure began to thrash against its restraints. Suddenly, Ben and Emily appeared, their eyes glazed over, their movements jerky and unnatural. They spoke in unison, their voices distorted, echoing the whispers. "Join us," they chanted. "Embrace the quiet." They were lost, consumed by the sanatorium's madness. An impossible choice presented itself. Stay and succumb to the whispers, joining our friends in their spectral prison. Or fight with the slim hope of escaping, abandoning them to their fate. The whispers intensified, promising oblivion, an end to the terror. Sarah's grip on my hand loosened. Her eyes began to take on the same glazed look as Ben and Emily's. With a surge of adrenaline, I grabbed Sarah's hand and pulled her toward a crumbling section of the wall. I didn't know where it led, but it was our only chance. The whispers shrieked in protest as we clawed our way through the debris, the spectral forms of Ben and Emily reaching for us. We burst out into the cold night air, the sanatorium looming behind us. We didn't look back, didn't speak. We ran until we reached the main road, the whispers fading with each step. We never spoke about what we experienced. The memory remains, a festering wound in our minds. I see it in Sarah's eyes, the lingering fear, the echo of the whispers. Sometimes in the quiet of the night, I hear them again, faint and far away, a constant reminder of the horrors we witnessed and the friends we lost in the Whispering Pines sanatorium. The moral weight of our escape, the abandonment of our friends, sits heavy on my soul, a chilling burden I will carry forever. Story 7. The aroma of roasting meat, thick and sweet, clings to my clothes, a phantom limb I can't sever. It's been weeks since I escaped the Devil's Diner, but the smell, oh God, the smell, it follows me. It seeps from my pores, taints my dreams, a constant reminder of the pact, the terrible price we paid for a single meal. It all started innocently enough. 5 of us, college friends eager to conquer a section of the Appalachian Trail, decided to veer off the beaten path. Liam, our self-proclaimed leader, had discovered a faded, hand-drawn map in a dusty antique shop. It promised a hidden waterfall, a local secret, a sight unseen by tourist eyes. We followed the map's cryptic instructions, driving deeper and deeper into the mountains, the paved road giving way to gravel, then dirt, the trees growing denser, the sunlight a distant memory. Just as our hope of finding anything remotely resembling a waterfall began to dwindle, we saw it. A neon sign, flickering a ghostly green, perched atop a low, squat building nestled amidst the ancient oaks. The Devil's Diner. The name should have been a warning, a giant red flag waving frantically in the mountain breeze, but our hunger, gnawing at our empty stomachs, overruled our common sense. We pulled into the gravel parking lot, the silence broken only by the crunch of tires on stone. The diner was eerily pristine, a stark contrast to its surroundings. Paint, a vibrant cherry red, gleamed under the twilight sky. A chrome trim, polished to a blinding sheen, surrounded the windows, reflecting our bewildered faces back at us. Inside, the diner was bathed in a warm, inviting glow. Checkered linoleum floors, vinyl booths the color of a robin's egg, and a long counter with red bar stools created an atmosphere of nostalgic comfort. A jukebox in the corner hummed a forgotten tune, the melody both familiar and unsettling. Behind the counter, a woman with eyes like polished obsidian and a smile that never quite reached them greeted us. Her name tag read Agnes. The menu presented on laminated cards offered an array of classic diner fare, burgers, fries, milkshakes. But the descriptions, written in a flowing script, hinted at something more, something otherworldly. The Lucifer Burger, promising eternal satisfaction. The Serpent's Kiss milkshake, guaranteed to quench any thirst. We laughed it off as quirky mountain humor, oblivious to the truth that lay simmering beneath the surface. We ordered, our appetites piqued by the descriptions and the tantalizing aromas emanating from the kitchen. The food arrived quickly, served on thick ceramic plates, each dish garnished with a sprig of some unknown herb. The first bite was a revelation, an explosion of flavor, a symphony of tastes unlike anything I had ever experienced. The burger, juicy and tender, melted in my mouth. The milkshake, thick and creamy, coated my throat in a blissful chill. As we ate, the other patrons began to arrive, their presence as subtle and unsettling as the shifting shadows in the woods. A man with eyes like burning coals sat silently in a corner booth, his gaze fixed on an empty plate. A woman with skin the color of parchment and hair like spun moonlight hummed a discordant melody, rocking back and forth in her chair. None of them spoke, none of them acknowledged our presence, yet their silence was a deafening roar in the otherwise quiet diner. The meal ended, the plates scraped clean, a sense of uneasy satisfaction settling in our stomachs. Agnes approached us, her obsidian eyes glinting in the dim light. "Payment," she whispered, her voice a silken rasp. We reached for our wallets, but she shook her head, her smile widening, revealing teeth that were just a little too sharp, a little too long. "Payment is not rendered in currency," she purred, her voice now laced with something cold, something sharp. "Payment is rendered in memories." Panic clawed at my throat. Liam, ever the skeptic, scoffed. "What kind of game are you playing?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly. Agnes's smile vanished. Her eyes narrowed, and the room seemed to grow colder, the air thickening with a palpable sense of dread. "The game has already begun," she hissed. "And you," she pointed a long, skeletal finger at Liam, "you will pay first." The scene that followed is etched into my memory, a horrific tableau I cannot erase. Liam screamed, a sound that echoed through the diner, through the mountains, through my very soul. He clutched at his head, his eyes wide with terror, as a swirling vortex of black smoke erupted from his skull, carrying with it fragments of his life, his memories, his very essence. When the smoke cleared, Liam remained, but he was empty. A shell, devoid of personality, devoid of life. One by one, my friends met the same fate. Sarah, Sophia, David. Their screams, their agony, the terrifying spectacle of their memories being ripped from their minds, played out before my horrified eyes. Agnes watched, her obsidian eyes gleaming with satisfaction, her smile a grotesque mask of triumph. I was next. I closed my eyes, bracing myself for the inevitable. But it didn't come. I opened my eyes to see Agnes staring at me, her expression unreadable. "You are different," she whispered, her voice laced with a strange mixture of curiosity and annoyance. "You have something unique." She reached out, a long, skeletal finger tracing the line of my jaw. "Something I desire." She offered me a deal. Serve her, become her emissary, lure unsuspecting travelers to the diner, and I could keep my memories, my life. The alternative was unthinkable. I agreed, my voice a choked whisper. And so, I escaped the diner, but not unscathed. I carry the burden of my pact, the knowledge of the horrors that lurk within those cherry-red walls, the weight of the memories I am forced to harvest. The aroma of roasting meat, a constant reminder of my betrayal, clings to me, a phantom limb I cannot sever. And every night I dream of the devil's diner, of Agnes's obsidian eyes, and the terrible price I will one day pay. Story 8. The forest, dense and watchful, pressed in on me. Each rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sounded amplified, unnatural. I'd been following the white blazes of the Appalachian Trail for weeks, reveling in the solitude, the disconnection. Now, solitude felt like vulnerability. A raw, gnawing kind of vulnerability that settled deep in my gut. It began subtly. Unusually large paw prints, unlike anything I'd seen in any field guide. Then, the ravaged carcasses of deer, rabbits, squirrels, their insides turned out, meticulously arranged. No predator I knew behaved like that. Not a bear, not a coyote, not even a bobcat. The first howl pierced the quiet of twilight. A mournful, guttural sound that seemed to vibrate through the very ground I stood on. It wasn't the howl of a wolf, though. It held something else within it. Something intelligent, something mocking. The hair on my arm stood on end. A shiver, primal and unwelcome, danced down my spine. I hastily set up camp, building a fire larger than I normally would, seeking comfort in its flickering flames. Sleep didn't come easily. Every shadow seemed to writhe. Every distant sound became the approaching footsteps of some unknown horror. The next day, the unsettling signs continued. Feathers, scattered as if from an aerial struggle, littered the trail. Twisted, broken branches, too high for a deer to reach, clawed at the sky. The air grew heavy, oppressive, carrying a coppery tang I couldn't place. Fear, cold and insidious, began to constrict my chest. I walked faster, my backpack feeling heavier with each passing mile. The sun, a weak, watery disk through the canopy, provided no warmth. I needed to get out, to reach the next town, to find civilization. Then I saw it. A flash of movement, something large and dark, darting between the trees. It was too fast for me to get a clear view, but it was there. watching me. The unsettling feeling of being observed intensified, became a physical presence, smothering me. My heart hammered against my ribs. Logic warred with instinct. Was it a bear? A mountain lion? Something else? Something worse? That night the howls returned. Closer this time, surrounding me, echoing through the darkness. I huddled in my tent, clutching my knife, the thin blade offering little comfort. The forest felt alive, breathing, watching. I could smell it now, that metallic scent stronger, closer. Mixed with something else. Something musky, something almost human. I broke camp before dawn, driven by a desperate need to escape. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees taller, the shadows deeper. The trail, once a comforting guide, now felt like a trap, leading me deeper into the heart of whatever lurked within these woods. I ran, ignoring the burning in my lungs, the ache in my muscles. I had to get out. Then I tripped. I fell hard, my hands scraping against the rough ground. As I pushed myself up, I saw it. Standing at the edge of the trees, shrouded in shadow, was a figure. Tall and gaunt, with limbs that seemed too long, too thin. Its head was obscured by the darkness, but I could feel its gaze burning into me. I scrambled back, my breath catching in my throat. The figure moved, slowly at first, then faster, gliding towards me with an unnatural grace. I saw its face then. A distorted mockery of a human face, stretched and pulled, with eyes that glowed with an eerie, yellow light. Its teeth were long and sharp, bared in a silent snarl. It was not human. Not entirely. But it was not animal either. It was something in between, something both, something other. A skinwalker. The legends flooded back to me. Stories whispered around campfires, of shape-shifting creatures, of stolen identities, of unspeakable horrors committed in the dark heart of the wilderness. The skinwalker lunged. I screamed, the sound swallowed by the vastness of the forest. I raised my knife, a feeble defense against the monstrous thing bearing down on me. It swiped at me, its claws raking across my arm, tearing through my jacket, drawing blood. The pain was sharp, intense. I kicked out, connecting with its chest, momentarily pushing it back. I scrambled to my feet and ran. I ran blindly, stumbling through the undergrowth, the skinwalker's howls echoing behind me. I could hear it gaining, its heavy footfalls pounding the earth. The forest spun around me, a dizzying blur of green and brown. I knew with a chilling certainty that I would not escape. I was trapped, hunted, prey to a creature beyond my comprehension. I stumbled into a clearing, a small, open space bathed in the pale light of the rising sun. The skinwalker emerged from the trees, its form flickering, shifting. For a moment, I saw a glimpse of something human in its eyes. A flicker of recognition, of pity. Then it was gone, replaced by the cold, predatory gaze of the beast. It raised its arms, its claws extended, ready to strike the final blow. As the skinwalker descended, its shadow engulfing me, a single, piercing thought echoed through my terror. This was it. The end. The final, terrifying climax of my journey into the wilderness. The skinwalker's grotesque face, a horrifying tapestry of animal and human, was the last thing I saw before the world went dark. Story 9. The brochure promised rustic charm, a secluded lover's retreat nestled deep within the Appalachian foothills. It failed to mention Blackwood. Or the whispers. This trip was supposed to rekindle things between Amelia and me. A flicker of the flame we'd once shared, now dampened by the routine of city life. We needed an escape. And Pine Ridge Cabin, with its weathered facade and crackling fireplace, seemed to offer just that. The drive was long, the GPS signal fading in and out as we climbed higher into the mountains. The trees, gnarled and ancient, pressed close to the narrow road, their branches laced like skeletal fingers. I felt a prickle of unease, but Amelia squeezed my hand. "Almost there," she chirped, her voice a welcome counterpoint to the growing silence of the woods. Pine Ridge Cabin was even more isolated than the picture suggested. A small, ramshackle structure tucked away at the end of a long, overgrown driveway. As I hauled our bags from the trunk, a strange, cloying scent hung in the air. Something floral, yet sickly sweet. Amelia wrinkled her nose, but dismissed it as wildflowers. Inside, the cabin was cozy if a little dusty. Thick quilts lay draped across the furniture, and a stack of old board games sat beside the fireplace. I found a photo album tucked beneath a pile of magazines. Its pages, brittle with age, revealed faded images of families posing on the porch, children playing in the yard. A normal, happy place. But something felt off. A lingering dissonance I couldn't quite place. As dusk settled, the woods came alive with sound. Not the usual chirping of crickets or the hooting of owls. These were whispers. Faint, indistinct murmurings carried on the wind. They seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Amelia, thankfully, attributed it to the rustling of leaves. But I knew better. I could feel them, probing, testing the boundaries of our sanity. Later that evening, while exploring the grounds, we stumbled upon a clearing shrouded in mist. In the center stood a crumbling stone fountain, choked with weeds. A plaque, barely legible, bore the inscription, "Blackwood Sanatorium, established 1888. My blood ran cold. I'd heard stories of Blackwood, whispered tales of cruel experiments and patients driven to madness. The brochure hadn't mentioned a sanatorium. That night, the whispers intensified. They seeped into our dreams, twisting them into grotesque parodies of our deepest fears. I woke in a cold sweat, Amelia's breath coming in ragged gasps beside me. We tried to rationalize it, blaming the altitude, the isolation. But the fear, a primal, gnawing terror, had taken root. The next day, we discovered a network of overgrown trails leading deeper into the woods. Driven by a morbid curiosity, we followed one, the whispers beckoning us forward. The trail led us to a derelict building, its windows boarded up, its walls covered in graffiti. A single word, scrawled in faded red paint, caught my eye. Liberation. Inside, the air was thick with the same cloying scent from the cabin. The remnants of medical equipment lay scattered about, rusted and broken. And then we saw them. The flowers. Hundreds of them, arranged in intricate patterns on the floor. Not wildflowers, but meticulously cultivated blooms. Lilies, orchids, roses. Each one perfectly preserved, as if freshly cut. But there was something unsettling about their vibrant colors, their unnatural perfection. They felt wrong, a grotesque mockery of life in this place of death and decay. The whispers grew louder, coalescing into distinct voices. They spoke of freedom, of a world reborn in petals and thorns. They invited us to join them, to shed the burdens of our minds and embrace the sweet oblivion of Blackwood's garden. Amelia, her eyes glazed over, reached out to touch one of the lilies. I pulled her back, the touch of her skin icy cold. We ran, the whispers chasing us through the halls, through the woods back to the cabin. We barricaded the doors, huddled together in the flickering lamplight, the scent of the flowers clinging to us like a shroud. We knew they were coming. The liberated patients of Blackwood, their minds shattered, their bodies transformed by the sanatorium's twisted experiments, now guardians of its floral graveyard. They arrived just after midnight. We heard them first, their whispers morphing into a discordant chorus of laughter and weeping. Then came the scratching at the door, the soft thud of petals against the glass. The flowers, they were everywhere, blooming in the darkness, their vibrant colors a stark contrast to the decaying wood of the cabin. Amelia, her face pale and drawn, pressed herself against me, her trembling a palpable echo of my own terror. The door splintered, and a figure emerged from the floral darkness. Not human, not quite. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, and its eyes glowed with an unnatural light. Its limbs were adorned with thorns, and from its fingertips sprouted delicate, crimson blossoms. It smiled, a chillingly serene expression, and beckoned us into the night. The whispers promised liberation, but all I felt was dread. The chilling, inescapable dread of being consumed by the blooming madness of Blackwood. And as the floral figure reached for us, its thorny fingers dripping with nectar, the last vestiges of hope withered and died, leaving us trapped in the fragrant, suffocating embrace of Blackwood's eternal spring. Story 10. The podcast, Whispers in the Hollow, was my brainchild, a passion project turned obsession. Me, Jonas, and Hannah, united by a shared fascination with unsolved mysteries. This time, it was the vanishing of 3 hikers in the Appalachians, a case gone cold decades ago. Our research led us down a rabbit hole, a dark corner of the web buzzing with cryptic messages and coded language. A forum, shrouded in secrecy, dedicated to ancient Appalachian entities. Rituals they spoke of. Offerings. Power. The forum hinted at a specific location, a name whispered with reverence. Blackheart Glade. We, of course, had to see it for ourselves. Foolish, I know now, but the allure of the unknown was too strong. We packed our recording equipment, a healthy dose of skepticism, and a map leading us deep into the mountain's embrace. Blackheart Glade was even more isolated than we'd imagined. A clearing bathed in an unnatural twilight, surrounded by ancient trees that seemed to watch our every move. In the center, a circle of stones worn smooth by time. It felt wrong. Jonas, ever the pragmatist, suggested it was just an old fire pit. Hannah, the true believer, felt the weight of something ancient, something powerful. I, somewhere in between, documented it all. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of violet and blood orange, the glade transformed. The air grew heavy, charged with an unseen energy. The whispers started then. Faint at first, like the rustling of leaves, then growing louder, more insistent. They seemed to emanate from the stones, from the trees, from the very earth beneath our feet. The forum had mentioned offerings, a blood ritual to appease the entities. We dismissed it as folklore, until Hannah, her eyes glazed over, produced a small silver knife. She made a small incision on her palm, letting the blood drip onto the central stone. Jonas and I tried to stop her, but it was like she was in a trance. The whispers intensified. The ground began to tremble. From the shadows at the edge of the clearing, figures emerged. Tall, gaunt figures wreathed in thorny vines, their faces hidden by grotesque masks made of bark and bone. They moved with an unsettling grace, their movements fluid, almost serpentine. Fear, raw and primal, seized me. I wanted to run, to scream, but I was paralyzed. Jonas, however, reacted. He grabbed the recording equipment, our only weapon against this encroaching madness, and swung it at the nearest figure. It shattered against the creature's unyielding form, scattering plastic and metal across the clearing. The figures closed in, their movements now swift, predatory. They surrounded Hannah, who stood motionless, her face tilted upwards as if in supplication. The whispers reached a fever pitch, a cacophony of guttural sounds that seemed to burrow into my skull. One of the figures, seemingly the leader, extended a hand towards Hannah. Its fingers, long and skeletal, traced the blood on her palm, then lifted it to its masked face. A low, guttural chant began, echoed by the other figures. The ground vibrated with increasing intensity. The trees around us seemed to sway and writhe, their branches reaching out like grasping claws. Jonas, his face a mask of terror, pulled me back. We stumbled away from the clearing, the chanting growing louder, the ground shaking beneath our feet. We ran blindly through the darkening woods, the whispers chasing us, the masked figures looming in our minds. We didn't stop running until the first rays of dawn pierced through the canopy. We collapsed, exhausted and terrified, on the side of a dirt road, miles from Blackheart Glade. We never looked back. Jonas and I made it out. Hannah didn't. We never saw her again. We never spoke of what happened that night. Not to each other, not to anyone. The recording equipment was lost, destroyed in the clearing. The only evidence of our ordeal is the lingering fear that gnaws at my soul, a constant reminder of the ancient entities we awakened, the whispers that still echo in my dreams. The podcast is over. The whispers, however, remain. They tell me things I wish I didn't know. They tell me Hannah is not gone. She is changed. Part of something else now. Something ancient. Something horrifying. And they tell me we are not finished with Blackheart Glade. It is not finished with us. Story 11. My name is Alex, and I chronicle this descent into madness, not for vindication but as a warning. The Appalachians, they whisper secrets, old secrets, and some are best left undisturbed. We were fools, of course, 4 self-proclaimed cryptozoologists chasing phantoms. Me, Anna, Javier, and Lena, armed with cameras, thermal imaging, and an overabundance of naive enthusiasm. Our prey, the legendary Skinwalker, a shape-shifting entity said to haunt these ancient mountains. We followed the whispers, the fragmented legends, tracing a supposed Skinwalker trail, culled from obscure online forums. The trail led us deeper, ever deeper, into the heart of the Appalachians, where the GPS sputtered, and cell service became a distant memory. The asphalt gave way to gravel, then dirt, the trees closing in like grasping claws. The sunlight, already thin through the dense canopy, began to fade. We eventually reached a hamlet, a cluster of ramshackle cabins huddled together as if for warmth against the encroaching darkness. Smoke curled from a single chimney, painting eerie spirals against the twilight sky. The air was heavy still, pregnant with an unsettling silence. Anna suggested we ask for directions, maybe some local lore. Javier and Lena were more hesitant, their initial excitement now tinged with unease. I felt a growing dread, a primal instinct screaming at me to turn back. As we approached the nearest cabin, a figure emerged, tall and gaunt, their features obscured by the growing gloom. They didn't speak, just stared, their eyes, dark and unblinking, seeming to bore into us. More figures appeared silently from the other cabins, forming a semicircle around us, their presence radiating an unnerving stillness. They were dressed in simple, homespun clothes, their faces weathered, their eyes all fixed on us, unwavering, accusatory. We tried to explain our presence, our interest in local legends. But our words seemed to dissipate into the heavy air, met only with continued silence, that oppressive, unnerving silence. Then one of the figures, an elderly woman with a face etched deep with wrinkles, spoke. Her voice was a low rasp, barely audible. "You shouldn't be here," she said. "This place ain't for outsiders." Her words were a dismissal, a threat. We understood. We turned to leave, our bravado replaced with a chilling fear. As we retreated, I glanced back just once. The figures hadn't moved, their silhouettes stark against the last vestiges of twilight. They were still watching us, their eyes burning into our backs. We drove through the night, a frantic, silent retreat. The woods pressed in on us, the darkness impenetrable. Then we saw it. A flicker of movement in the trees, something large, something shifting. It moved with unnatural speed, its form indistinct in the dappled moonlight. It was following us. Panic set in. Javier pressed the accelerator, the vehicle lurching forward, bumping and swaying along the rough track. We risked a glance back. The thing was closer, its form beginning to resolve, something canine but too large, too distorted. Its eyes glowed with an unearthly light. We drove faster, the trees a blur, the branches whipping against the vehicle. The thing kept pace, its howls echoing through the night, a chilling, guttural sound that sent shivers down our spines. It was gaining on us. Suddenly, it lunged, a dark, hulking mass against the moonlight. It slammed against the vehicle, the impact rocking us violently. Lena screamed. The vehicle swerved, narrowly avoiding a collision with a massive oak. We glimpsed the creature again, its form shifting, changing, becoming something vaguely human, its face grotesque, contorted in a silent snarl. The chase continued, a desperate flight through the labyrinthine woods. The thing pursued us relentlessly, its howls interspersed with a low, guttural chanting that seemed to vibrate through the very air. It was toying with us, hurting us, driving us deeper into its domain. The chase culminated in a clearing, bathed in the eerie glow of the full moon. We skidded to a halt, the vehicle boxed in by the dense trees. The thing emerged from the woods, its form now fully human, or at least humanoid. It was tall, gaunt, its skin stretched taut over its bones, its eyes burning with a malevolent light. It was the figure from the cabin, the old woman, but transformed, monstrous. She advanced towards us, her movements slow, deliberate, her smile a chilling rictus. She reached the vehicle, her hand, gnarled and clawed, reaching for the door handle. We were trapped. Then, Anna, in a moment of sheer desperation, grabbed a flare from the emergency kit and ignited it. The sudden burst of light and heat startled the creature, causing it to recoil. It shrieked, a high-pitched, inhuman wail, and stumbled back into the woods, its form shifting and changing again as it fled, dissolving into the shadows. We didn't wait. We reversed, turned, and fled, leaving the clearing, leaving the woods, leaving the mountains behind. We drove until dawn, until we reached civilization again, until the nightmare receded into the realm of a half-remembered dream. But the memory lingers, the chilling echo of the howls, the burning gaze of the creature, the oppressive silence of the hamlet. We went searching for a myth, a legend, and we found something far more terrifying, something real, something ancient, something that haunts the darkest corners of the Appalachians, waiting for its next prey. And sometimes I still hear the whispers, the low, guttural chanting in the quiet moments in the dark. The mountains remember, and they never forget. Story 12. The van bumped along the rutted track, the ancient chassis groaning in protest. I gripped the worn map, tracing the route with a dirt-smudged finger. We were deep in the heart of the Appalachians, miles from any semblance of civilization. My colleagues, Elias, Beatrice, and Daniel, chatted excitedly about the rumored Whispering Pines cipher, a series of coded messages carved into trees. I, Amelia, the team skeptic, found their enthusiasm a little unnerving. The cipher was linked to local legends, tales of malevolent tree spirits and hikers vanishing without a trace. Elias believed the cipher held a forgotten history, a treasure trove of knowledge. I, however, felt a prickle of unease, A sense of something ancient and watchful nestled amongst these towering pines. We found the first carving on a gnarled oak, a sequence of strange symbols etched deep into its bark. Beatrice, our linguistics expert, immediately began photographing and documenting the symbols. Daniel, our tech wizard, launched into a series of complex algorithms, hoping to decipher the strange language. The whispers began subtly at first, a sigh on the breeze, the rustling of unseen leaves. I initially dismissed it as the wind playing tricks, but the whispers intensified, growing more distinct, almost guttural. The second carving was miles further, hidden on a pine sheltered by a dense thicket of rhododendrons. This one was more elaborate, containing intricate geometric patterns alongside the symbols. The whispers here were louder, laced with an unsettling melody. It felt like the trees themselves were humming a discordant tune. I noticed Elias growing increasingly agitated, his usual jovial demeanor replaced with a nervous tremor. He swore he saw shadows moving between the trees, flickering glimpses of something just beyond our peripheral vision. The third carving was different. It depicted a crude image, a figure bound to a tree, surrounded by the same symbols. A chill gripped me, a sense of dread clinging to me like cobwebs. The whispers here were unmistakable, words forming in the wind, though not words I understood. It sounded ancient, primal, and intensely hostile. Beatrice, usually unflappable, started to unravel. She muttered about the symbols being a form of warning, a plea for help. The forest darkened, the sun swallowed by a sudden cloud cover. The whispers grew louder, morphing into something more menacing, a chanting cadence that echoed around us. I started to feel as though we were being watched, circled by unseen eyes. Daniel's laptop glitched, the screen flickering with static. He frantically tried to save his data, but the machine died, the battery inexplicably drained. We decided to leave, the sense of foreboding now overwhelming. But the path back was gone, replaced by a dense wall of thorny vines, impossible to navigate. We were trapped. Panic began to set in. The whispers were now screaming, the trees shaking violently, their branches clawing at the sky. Then I saw them. Figures emerging from the shadows, tall, gaunt silhouettes with bark-like skin and eyes that glowed with an eerie green light. They were the tree spirits, the guardians of the pines, and they looked hungry. Elias screamed, pointing at something behind me. I turned to see a massive form emerging from the gloom, a towering ancient tree, its gnarled branches reaching out like grasping claws. The other trees seemed to bow before it, their whispers turning into a cacophony of worship. I realized the cipher wasn't a historical record. It was an incantation, a summoning ritual, and we had triggered it. The tree spirits closed in, their eyes fixed on us with a predatory gleam. Beatrice stumbled, falling to her knees. Daniel stood frozen, his face etched with terror. I felt a sharp pain in my arm as a thorny vine snaked around my wrist, pulling me towards the massive tree. I struggled, but the vines were strong, tightening their grip. The whispering voices coalesced, focusing on me, their tone changing, taking on a chillingly personal quality. They spoke my name, recounted my fears, my deepest secrets, whispered in a voice that sounded like my own. I looked up at the ancient tree, its branches now directly above me. I understood. The cipher wasn't just a summoning ritual. It was a sacrifice. The last thing I saw before the branches enveloped me, before the whispering voices drowned out my screams, was Elias and Daniel being dragged towards other trees, their faces contorted in silent agony. The pines had claimed their offering, and the ancient evil within the mountains had been awakened. And the whispers, oh God, the whispers. They continued, echoing through the forest, promising more victims, more sacrifices forever. Story 13. The tires grumbled on the loose gravel, spitting stones against the rusted undercarriage of Martha's beat-up Ford pickup. We were hopelessly lost, swallowed by the blackness of the Appalachian night. Cell service had vanished miles ago, and the gas gauge needle flirted precariously with empty. Then, through the oppressive darkness, a flicker. A sickly green neon sign buzzed intermittently, proclaiming the Devil's Diner, eat your fill. Looks inviting, Martha muttered, her voice tight with a nervous energy I mirrored. The diner itself was a relic of a bygone era, paint peeling, windows clouded with grime. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of stale coffee and something indefinably metallic. A handful of truckers sat hunched over their plates, their faces obscured by shadow, their conversation a low, unsettling drone. A waitress with hollow, unsettling eyes and a name tag that read Agnes led us to a booth in the corner, its vinyl cracked and worn. The menu was a greasy, dog-eared pamphlet. The offerings were bizarre. Lost soul hash, regretful roast, eternal entree. A chill snaked down my spine. This place felt wrong, profoundly wrong. Something was simmering beneath the surface of this roadside eatery. Something sinister. Agnes returned, her smile unsettlingly wide. Ready to order, she rasped, her voice like nails on a chalkboard. Just coffee, I managed, my throat suddenly dry. Martha nodded, equally speechless. Agnes glided away, her movements strangely fluid, almost unnatural. The truckers continued their cryptic dialogue. Snippets of conversation reached us. He always collects his due, one grumbled. Another replied, the price is steep. The cook, a hulking figure barely visible in the dimly lit kitchen, never spoke, never moved his head. He simply stirred a bubbling pot on the stove, the contents an unsettling shade of dark green. The metallic scent intensified. A fly buzzed incessantly around our table, landing on the menu. I swatted it away, my gaze lingering on the page. There, etched faintly in the grease, was a message. Almost invisible. It read, "The answer is in the pie." My heart hammered against my ribs. Pie? There was no pie listed on the menu. "Martha," I whispered, "we need to order pie." She looked at me, her eyes wide with fear. "Are you crazy? This place is creepy. Let's just get out of here." "No," I insisted, "something's not right." "The pie. It's a clue." When Agnes returned, I asked for a slice of pie. Her smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed just a little too sharp, too pointed. "Coming right up," she hissed and disappeared into the kitchen. The truckers fell silent, their gaze fixed on us. The cook's stirring intensified, the bubbling of the pot growing louder, more frantic. The metallic tang in the air became overpowering. I felt a growing sense of dread, a certainty that we were trapped, caught in some unseen web. Agnes returned with a slice of pie. It looked normal enough, apple perhaps, with a flaky crust. But as she placed it before me, I saw it. A single, human fingernail baked into the crust. My stomach lurched. Martha gasped, covering her mouth with her hand. This wasn't a diner. It was a slaughterhouse. A feeding ground. Suddenly, the truckers rose, their movements slow, deliberate. They surrounded our booth, their faces now visible in the dim light. Their eyes were empty, vacant. Their skin was a sickly gray, their lips pulled back in grotesque smiles. They were not truckers. They were something else. Something less than human. "He's hungry," one of them rasped. Agnes stood behind them, her smile now a predatory leer. "Time for the daily special," she hissed. Panic clawed at my throat. "The pie." The message: there had to be a way out. I grabbed the pie, ignoring the fingernail, and flipped it over. Scrawled on the bottom crust in what looked like blood was another message: refuse the offering. My mind raced. The offering. The pie. I shoved the pie towards Agnes. You eat it, I said, my voice trembling but firm. Agnes's smile faltered. Confusion flickered across her hollow eyes. The truckers shifted uneasily. The cook stopped stirring. The buzzing fly landed on the pie. No, Agnes snarled, her voice losing its rasp, replaced by a guttural growl. You are the offering. The menu said we could choose, I countered, pointing to the greasy pamphlet. It's the customer's right. A ripple of uncertainty passed through the truckers. Agnes's eyes narrowed. The cook's pot began to bubble furiously, the metallic smell overwhelming. The diner itself seemed to vibrate, the neon sign flickering violently. Agnes lunged for me, her hand outstretched, her fingernails elongated, sharpened into claws. But I was ready. I grabbed the coffee pot, its scalding contents still steaming, and hurled it at her face. Agnes screamed, a high-pitched, inhuman shriek. The truckers recoiled, their forms flickering, their features dissolving. The cook vanished into a cloud of greenish smoke. The diner began to collapse inward upon itself, the walls crumbling, the floor giving way. Martha grabbed my hand. Run, she yelled. We bolted, scrambling through the disintegrating diner, dodging falling debris. We burst out into the night, the imploding diner collapsing behind us in a shower of sparks and dust. We didn't stop running until we reached the main road, the first rays of dawn painting the sky a pale gray. We never looked back. We never spoke of it again. But the memory of the Devil's Diner and its horrifying menu remained etched into my mind. A permanent reminder of the night we almost became the daily special. Story 14. The downpour started suddenly, a torrential deluge that turned the mountain road into a treacherous stream. My friend Jimmy and I, thumbs outstretched, felt a flicker of hope when headlights appeared through the sheeting water. A rusty pickup truck, its driver a grizzled man with eyes that held a disconcerting stillness, pulled over. He grunted something about the Devil's Diner being just up the road, a good place to wait out the storm. The diner, perched precariously on the edge of a ravine, exuded an unsettling aura. Its neon sign flickered erratically, the word diner partially obscured by a dangling wire. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of frying grease and something subtly, sickeningly sweet. A gaunt cook, his apron stained a disturbing shade of brown, stood behind the counter, a disturbing smile plastered on his face. 4 patrons occupied booths, each radiating a peculiar aura of wrongness. A woman with eyes that seemed too large for her skull hummed a discordant tune. A man with bandages wrapped around his hands stared intently at a bowl of something that pulsed faintly. 2 figures huddled in the shadows of the furthest booth, their features indistinct, their whispers carrying an unnerving cadence. Jimmy nudged me. Looks like our lucky night, free coffee and shelter from this mess, he whispered. But a cold dread coiled in my stomach. This place felt contaminated, infected by something ancient and malevolent. The cook shuffled towards us, his smile widening, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too pointed. Welcome, travelers. Hungry. Our special tonight is divine. We ordered burgers, surprisingly affordable. The food arrived quickly, the patties thick and juicy, the taste inexplicably exquisite, almost addictive. I devoured mine, a strange euphoria washing over me with each bite. Jimmy, however, only picked at his. He kept glancing nervously at the other patrons. The woman with the large eyes started giggling, a high, piercing sound that grated on my nerves. The bandaged man's bowl began to vibrate more intensely. "This place, it's creepy, man," Jimmy muttered, his voice strained. "I don't like it." I tried to reassure him, but the euphoric effect of the burger was wearing off, replaced by a creeping unease. The whispers from the shadowed booth intensified, weaving their way into my thoughts, insidious tendrils of fear. Then the door creaked open, and a tall, gaunt figure entered, draped in a tattered cloak. Its face was hidden by the hood, but I could feel its gaze, cold and predatory, scanning the room. The other patrons stirred, an almost imperceptible shift in their postures, as if they recognized the newcomer. Suddenly, the bandaged man lunged across the table, grabbing my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. "They're coming," he hissed, his eyes wide with terror. "The collector. He's here for his due." Confusion and panic surged through me. "What are you talking about? Who's the collector?" But the man just shrieked, a high, piercing sound that echoed through the diner. The woman with the large eyes joined in, her laughter morphing into a chilling wail. The figures in the shadowed booth rose, their forms shifting, contorting, becoming something less than human, more than animal. Jimmy pulled me towards the back door. "We need to get out of here," he yelled, his voice filled with urgency. We scrambled through the kitchen, the cook watching us with an unsettlingly placid expression. Outside, the storm raged, the wind howling like a banshee. We ran blindly into the darkness, the whispers from the diner chasing us, clinging to us like cobwebs. As we stumbled through the undergrowth, I glimpsed something moving among the trees, something tall and gaunt, its cloak billowing in the wind. The collector. Terror lent us speed. We ran until our lungs burned, until our legs screamed in protest. We finally stumbled onto the main road, a truck approaching in the distance. We flagged it down, collapsing into the back, gasping for breath. Looking back, I saw the Devil's Diner, perched on the edge of the ravine, its neon sign flickering malevolently. The figures from the shadowed booth stood on the porch, their forms silhouetted against the light, their whispers carried on the wind. And behind them, the tall, cloaked figure of the collector, watching, waiting. I knew then that we had escaped the diner, but we hadn't escaped the pact. The hunger that permeated that place, the hunger of the collector and the entities he controlled, would follow us. It would always be there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its due. The delicious burger, I now realized, was not a gift, but a down payment. And the collector, I suspected, would be back to collect the rest. Story 15. The Bloodroot Trail. Even the name sounded ominous, a whispered warning amongst the locals. Sarah, my ever-adventurous girlfriend, was of course enthralled. I, however, felt a prickle of unease beneath my excitement. The trail was notorious. Hikers vanished. Stories circulated about strange lights in the caverns, and unsettling noises echoing from the mountain's depths. The initial ascent was uneventful. Towering hemlocks cast long shadows, the air thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. We followed the poorly marked path, the silence broken only by the crunch of leaves under our boots and the distant call of a crow. It was near a small, almost hidden waterfall that we found it. Tucked beneath a loose rock, a waterproof camera case. Inside, a small digital recorder. Back at our campsite, huddled inside the tent against the growing chill of the evening, we watched the footage. The camera was positioned overlooking a cavern entrance, shrouded in darkness. Then figures emerged. Robed, their faces obscured by hoods. They chanted, their voices low and guttural, a disturbing melody that seemed to vibrate through the small recorder's speaker. A fire was lit. The flames flickered, casting dancing shadows on the cavern walls. Then, the most horrifying part. A young man, bound and gagged, was brought forward. The robed figures raised their arms. Their chanting intensified. The camera abruptly cut off. Sarah was pale, her breath catching in her throat. My own heart hammered against my ribs. This wasn't some elaborate prank. This was real. This was terrifying. We debated what to do. Call the police. Hike back down. But something else, a morbid curiosity mixed with a burgeoning sense of responsibility, kept us rooted to the spot. This felt bigger than us. Bigger than anything we had ever encountered. The next morning, we returned to the cavern. The air hung heavy, thick with an almost metallic scent. The remnants of the fire remained, a blackened circle on the ground. We ventured inside, our headlamps cutting through the oppressive darkness. The cavern was vast, stretching deeper into the mountain than we had anticipated. Strange formations of rock jutted out from the walls, casting eerie shadows. The deeper we went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. We found markings on the walls, symbols etched into the stone. They looked ancient, otherworldly. Sarah, a linguistic student, recognized some of them. Symbols associated with obscure, archaic cults. Cults that worshipped entities dwelling beneath the earth. Then we heard it. A faint chanting, echoing from the depths of the cavern. The same chanting we had heard on the recording. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through me. We weren't alone. We turned to retreat, but it was too late. Figures emerged from the shadows, the same robed figures from the video. They moved with an unnatural speed, their faces still hidden. They carried torches, the flames casting a flickering, malevolent glow. We ran. The cavern twisted and turned, a labyrinth of stone and shadow. We stumbled, our headlamps casting wild beams of light, illuminating the grotesque carvings on the walls, the strange, glistening formations that seemed to pulsate with an inner light. We reached a dead end. A sheer rock face blocked our path. The robed figures closed in, their chanting growing louder, more fervent. They formed a circle around us, their torches held high. One of them stepped forward. The hood fell back, revealing a face. It was a face devoid of emotion, eyes black and empty. He raised a hand, a gleaming knife held within his grasp. He spoke, his voice a low, rasping whisper. "The offering is prepared. The deep one awaits," Sarah screamed, a primal sound of pure terror. I closed my eyes, bracing myself for the inevitable. Then another sound. A deep, rumbling growl that seemed to emanate from the very rock beneath our feet. The ground trembled. The cavern walls shook. The robed figures stumbled back, their chanting replaced by cries of fear. Cracks appeared in the rock face behind us, widening, splitting. A blinding light erupted from within the fissure. The air grew hot, the smell of sulfur filling my nostrils. I opened my eyes. The robed figures were gone. The cavern was bathed in an unearthly glow. The fissure in the rock had grown into a gaping chasm, revealing a swirling vortex of light and energy. Something was emerging. Something vast, ancient and terrifying. Its form was indistinct, a swirling mass of shadows and light. But I could feel its presence, a crushing weight of power that seemed to drain the very air from my lungs. Sarah grabbed my hand, her eyes wide with terror. We turned and ran, back through the twisting passages of the cavern, the rumbling growl echoing behind us, the heat of the chasm searing our backs. We didn't stop running until we burst out of the cavern entrance, into the cool, fresh air of the forest. We didn't look back. We just kept running, driven by a primal fear that would forever be etched into our souls. We left the mountains, the Bloodroot Trail, and the horrifying secret it held far behind us. But the memory, the chilling certainty that something ancient and terrible dwells beneath those peaks, would haunt us always. Story 16. The Mountain Mama Diner. That's what the faded sign proclaimed, its neon long since surrendered to the elements. Frankly, I needed a surrender myself. A surrender of the wheel, a surrender to caffeine, a surrender of my bladder. So I pulled my rig into the gravel lot, the crunch a lonely sound in the oppressive stillness. The diner sat hunched against the looming backdrop of the Appalachians, like a weary traveler seeking shelter from some unseen storm. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of stale coffee and something vaguely floral, almost cloying. One lone figure occupied a booth by the window. An old woman, small and wizened, with a shawl draped over her shoulders like a moth's wings. She looked harmless enough. A Norman Rockwell painting come to life, except for the unnervingly bright glint in her eyes. I poured myself a cup of the lukewarm coffee, the bitter taste a stark contrast to the strangely sweet floral scent permeating the air. The old woman watched me, a small, almost imperceptible smile playing on her lips. It made the fine hairs on my neck prickle. "Rough night, dearie?" she asked, her voice surprisingly strong. It had a strange resonance, almost like an echo in a cavern. "You could say that," I replied, taking a seat at the counter, a safe distance from her. "Long haul. Need to make tracks by morning." "Oh, I know all about your tracks, dearie," she said, her smile widening, revealing teeth that were just a little too sharp, a little too pointed. "I know about the speeding ticket you got outside of Charleston. The argument you had with your dispatcher about the late delivery. I even know about that indiscretion you had with a waitress in Boys. The one with the butterfly tattoo. My blood ran cold. How could she know these things? They weren't public knowledge. They were private, buried in the digital graveyard of the internet." "Who are you?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "I'm the mountain, dearie," she replied, her voice now low and guttural, as if emanating from the earth itself. "Or rather, I'm what the mountain sees, what it hears. The whispers on the wires, the secrets in the servers. It all flows through me." I felt a knot of dread tighten in my stomach. This was crazy. I needed to get out of there. But my legs felt heavy, rooted to the spot. "The mountain, it's hungry, dearie," she continued, her eyes now glowing with an unnatural light. "It craves vessels. Fresh, vibrant vessels to walk its will upon the world. And you," she leaned closer, her breath hot and smelling of that same cloying floral scent, "you look like a fine vessel indeed." I tried to stand, to run, but my body refused to obey. I was paralyzed, trapped in the gaze of this ancient, malevolent being. "Don't struggle, dearie," she crooned. "It'll be so much easier if you just surrender." She reached out a hand, her fingers long and skeletal, tipped with nails that looked more like claws. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing myself for the inevitable. Then I heard it. A high-pitched electronic squeal. It was coming from my pocket. My phone. It was the alarm I'd set to remind me to take my medication. My blood pressure medication. I'd forgotten all about it. The old woman recoiled as if struck. The glow in her eyes flickered, then died. The floral scent dissipated, replaced by the stale coffee smell. She looked confused, disoriented. What was that noise?" she stammered, her voice now frail and uncertain. I fumbled for my phone, silencing the alarm. The old woman stared at it, her eyes wide with fear. "A ward," she whispered, her voice barely audible. I looked at the phone, then back at her. It was absurd, but it seemed to be working. The mountain's grip on her, on me, had loosened. "Yeah," I said, bluffing. a very powerful ward. Keeps the mountain at bay. The old woman shrunk back into the booth, her eyes darting nervously between me and the phone. I slowly backed away, never taking my eyes off her. I reached the door, flung it open, and stumbled out into the pre-dawn light. I didn't stop running until I reached the highway, the diesel roar of my rig a comforting sound in the growing dawn. I glanced back at the Mountain Mama diner. The old woman was watching me from the window, her face a mask of impotent rage. I hit the gas, leaving the diner and the mountain behind. I never looked back, but I've never forgotten the floral scent. And I always make sure my phone is charged. You never know when you might need a good ward against a hungry mountain. Story 17. The bonfire crackled, spitting embers into the pitch-black Appalachian night. The cheap beer tasted surprisingly good, or maybe it was just the altitude. Laughter, loud and carefree, echoed around our little campsite. We were invincible, young, stupid, ready to conquer the world, or at least this little corner of it. We were here for Justin's 18th birthday, a weekend of freedom before the real world swallowed us whole. No parents, no rules, just us and the whispering pines. Someone mentioned the dogman. Old Man Withers, who ran the gas station down the mountain, had warned us. A local legend, he called it, a creature that roamed these woods, half man, half dog, a predator of unusual ferocity. We laughed it off, another ghost story to spice up our campfire tales. I remember thinking, even then, a prickle of unease danced on the edge of my awareness. I dismissed it, chalking it up to too much caffeine and the strange, almost oppressive quiet of the mountains after dark. Later, much later, when the fire had died down to glowing embers and the laughter had faded into drunken snores, I woke up. The air was thick with a metallic scent that made my stomach churn. There was a scream, cut short, abruptly silenced. I fumbled for my phone, its screen illuminating the tent. Justin was gone. His sleeping bag was empty, ripped open. Beyond the tent flap, the others stirred, their murmurs laced with confusion and a growing fear. We found him near the edge of the woods, or what was left of him. The sight, the carnage, is seared into my memory, something I will carry with me until the day I die. It was brutal, animalistic, the work of something with immense strength and claws. Huge, dog-like paw prints marked the soft earth, leading into the dense undergrowth. The jovial atmosphere of just a few hours ago was shattered, replaced by a raw, primal terror. We had to get out of there. The unspoken agreement hung heavy in the air. We packed frantically, throwing our gear into backpacks, adrenaline pumping through our veins. Dawn was still hours away, the forest a black, impenetrable wall around us. We stumbled through the undergrowth, following the narrow, overgrown trail we'd used to hike in. Our pace was quick, almost frantic, every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sending jolts of fear through us. The woods seemed to close in around us, the trees taller, denser than I remembered. The trail became harder to follow, disappearing in patches of thick ferns and thorny bushes. We were lost, disoriented, trapped in a labyrinth of shadows and whispering pines. And then we heard it. A low growl, deep and guttural, vibrating through the ground beneath our feet. It came from somewhere deep within the woods, closer than we wanted to believe. Panic threatened to overwhelm us. We ran blindly, desperately, our breath ragged, our hearts pounding in our chests. We tripped and fell, scrambling to our feet, pushing through the tangled undergrowth. The growling followed us, relentless, closer with each passing moment. We weren't the hunters anymore, we were the prey. We reached a clearing, bathed in the pale light of a sliver of moon. We huddled together, our eyes darting nervously into the surrounding darkness, straining to see, to hear, to anticipate the next attack. And then we saw it. Standing at the edge of the clearing, silhouetted against the moonlit sky, was the dogman. It was larger than any wolf, taller than a man, standing on its hind legs, its eyes glowing with a malevolent intelligence. Its fur was matted and dark, its snout elongated, its teeth bared in a silent snarl. It was a creature of nightmare, a grotesque parody of both man and beast. The creature let out another growl, a deep, rumbling sound that seemed to shake the very air around us. It took a step forward and then another. We were frozen, paralyzed by fear, unable to move, unable to scream. This wasn't a wolf. This was something ancient, something primal, something that belonged to a world beyond human comprehension. The dogman lunged. There were screams, the sickening crunch of bone, the warm spray of blood. I closed my eyes, turning away, unable to bear witness to the carnage. I ran. I don't know how long I ran, or in what direction. I just kept running, driven by a primal instinct to survive. Eventually, I stumbled out of the woods onto a dirt road. The first rays of dawn were painting the eastern sky a pale shade of gray. I collapsed by the side of the road, gasping for breath, my clothes torn, my body covered in scratches and bruises. I was alive. I had escaped. But the images, the sounds, the smells of that night, they would stay with me forever. I never saw the others again. I never went back to those mountains. The dogman's domain claimed them, swallowed them whole, leaving me as the sole survivor, a living testament to the horrors that lurk in the shadows, just beyond the edge of the firelight. The memory haunts me still, a chilling reminder of the night we ventured into the dogman's domain, and the terrible price we paid for our youthful arrogance. We laughed at the legends, dismissed the warnings, and for that we paid the ultimate price. The mountains have teeth, and sometimes they bite back. Story 18. The GPS blinked, a malevolent red eye in the gathering dusk, as we bumped along the rutted track. Mom hummed off-key to some forgotten country tune, blissfully unaware. Dad gripped the steering wheel, muttering about the questionable wisdom of this rustic retreat. Me, I just stared out the window, watching the gnarled, skeletal branches of the Appalachian trees claw at the fading light. This vacation was supposed to be a bonding experience. Instead, it felt like we were driving headfirst into a Brothers Grimm fairy tale. The cabin, when we finally found it, hunched like a broken spine against the wooded hillside. Charming, Mom chirped, clearly trying to convince herself. Inside, cobwebs clung to the furniture like spectral shrouds, and a thick layer of dust coated every surface. But the real kicker, the detail that sent a shiver crawling up my spine, were the drawings. Crude, almost childlike sketches of a hulking, hairy figure plastered every wall. Bigfoot. Apparently, the previous tenant had a serious fascination. Beneath the drawings, scrawled in charcoal, were cryptic messages. He watches, one proclaimed. Another, simply, vessel. Mom muttered something about eccentric artists. Dad, bless his clueless heart, suggested we just cover them up with some old newspapers. Me, I felt a knot of unease tighten in my gut. This wasn't art. This was obsession, turning into something far more sinister. Scattered around the cabin were odd artifacts, Tupperware containers filled with dirt and twigs, meticulously labeled. A plaster cast of an enormous footprint. A worn copy of a book titled The Sasquatch Cipher. This wasn't just a hobby. This was a life consumed. As darkness settled, a fog rolled in, thick and heavy, swallowing the trees whole. The silence outside pressed in, punctuated only by the occasional hoot of an owl, which, given the circumstances, sounded less like a bird call and more like a mocking laugh. Then came the smell. Something musky, earthy, almost floral. We tried to distract ourselves. We played cards, told jokes that fell flat, ate canned chili that tasted like regret. But the drawings, the whispers scrawled on the walls, the sheer weirdness of it all, seeped into our forced cheer like a poison. A thump outside made us jump. Just a deer, Dad said, but his voice lacked conviction. Another thump closer this time. Then a scratching sound at the door, slow and deliberate. We froze, staring at the weathered wood, expecting it to splinter inward at any moment. It didn't, but the scratching continued, a methodical rasp that set my teeth on edge. We huddled together, fear turning the chili in my stomach into lead. Mom started to cry, soft whimpers at first, then escalating into full-blown sobs. Dad, pale and sweating, grabbed a rusty poker from beside the fireplace, his knuckles white against the metal. I just closed my eyes, wishing I hadn't scoffed at Mom's suggestion of a beach vacation. Suddenly, the scratching stopped. The silence that followed was even more terrifying. Then, a voice, deep and resonant, vibrated through the floorboards. It wasn't a growl, not an animal sound. It was a word, spoken in a language I didn't understand, but somehow, instinctively, I knew what it meant. Vessel, the floor beneath us groaned. Cracks spider-webbed across the ceiling. The smell intensified, overpowering, cloying. Dad raised the poker, a futile gesture of defiance. Mom's sobs turned to choked gasps. I opened my eyes, just in time to see the roof cave in. Something vast and dark descended, blotting out the remaining light. It wasn't Harry. It wasn't an ape. It was something else entirely, something ancient and powerful, its form shifting and swirling in the shadows. I saw glimpses, flashes of smooth, obsidian skin, eyes that burned with an unnatural light, and something that looked like roots. Tendrils, reaching, grasping. The last thing I remember is the feeling of being lifted, weightless, into the air. The floral scent filled my lungs, sweet and suffocating. Then darkness. Utter, absolute darkness. And a single echoing thought. We weren't on vacation. We were an offering. Story 19. The chanting vibrates up my spine, resonating deep in my bones, as a grotesque vessel materializes before me. Its skin, stretched taut over a skeletal frame, seems to absorb the flickering torchlight. Eyes, hollow and black, stare, unwavering as its lips peel back, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. This is the Mountain Reaper, reborn. The culmination of my foolish curiosity. My journey began innocently enough. I, Marion, a history enthusiast with a penchant for the macabre, stumbled upon the legend of Kevin Stroud, the Mountain Reaper, a preacher turned predator who terrorized these Appalachian valleys in the late 1800s. He vanished without a trace, leaving behind a string of unsolved murders, each victim marked with a peculiar symbol carved into their chest. A spiral bisected by a jagged line. Local whispers hinted at rituals, at a place called Devil's Backbone. A forgotten mountain road, winding through dense forests, dotted with crumbling remnants of moonshine shacks. Kevin's hunting grounds. Driven by a naive ambition to solve the mystery, I equipped myself with a backpack, a notebook, and a foolish sense of invincibility. The Devil's Backbone was even more desolate than I imagined. The road, barely more than a dirt track, snaked through ancient trees, their branches clawing at the sky. The shacks, skeletal remains of wood and stone, stood as silent witnesses to Kevin's depravity. Inside these dilapidated structures, I found evidence. Faded newspaper clippings detailing the gruesome discoveries. Crude drawings on the walls, mirroring the symbol found on Stroud's victims. And in one shack, a tattered leather-bound journal. Its yellowed pages chronicled Kevin's descent into madness, his twisted theology, and his obsession with achieving immortality through ritual sacrifice. The journal described the ritual in horrifying detail. A summoning performed under the pale light of a harvest moon, using the blood of innocents as a conduit. The devil's backbone itself served as a ley line, a channel of otherworldly power. I should have stopped there, burned the journal, fled, but a morbid fascination held me captive. I pressed on, documenting everything. Photographs, sketches, voice recordings. Each step further along the devil's backbone tightened an invisible noose around my neck. The air grew heavy, thick with an almost palpable sense of dread. The whispers of the wind in the pines morphed into something else, something sinister. Chanting, faint at first, then growing stronger. As dusk settled, I found myself at the ritual site. A clearing atop a windswept ridge, overlooking a jagged precipice. A circle of stones, long overgrown with moss, marked the spot. In the center, a flat rock stained dark, almost black. The altar. The chanting intensified. The air crackled with an unseen energy. Shadows danced in the periphery of my vision. The forest around me seemed to close in, the trees taking on grotesque, humanoid shapes. And then the vessel appeared. It emerged from the darkness, as if coalescing from the very air itself. The Mountain Reaper, Kevin Stroud reborn, his spirit tethered to this desolate place by the very ritual he sought to exploit. He moved with an unnatural grace, his eyes fixed on me. He spoke, his voice a raspy whisper laced with malice. "You have awakened me, little lamb. You have completed the ritual." Terror gripped me, paralyzing me in place. I stammered, I didn't mean to. He smiled, a horrifying, predatory grin. "Intention is irrelevant. The vessel is prepared. The sacrifice will be made." He raised a hand, skeletal fingers tipped with long, yellowed nails. The spiral symbol, etched deep into his palm, glowed with an eerie light. My breath hitched in my throat. I wanted to scream, to run, but my limbs felt like lead. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable. I hear his footsteps approaching. The chanting grows louder, closer. The ground trembles beneath my feet. The last thing I hear is his raspy whisper, right next to my ear. "Welcome home, Story 20. The rusted gates of Blackwood Sanatorium creaked open, a mournful sound in the gathering gloom. Behind me, Marcus fiddled with his camera, its red light blinking like a malevolent eye. Ahead, Sarah, ever eager, already vanished through the gaping maw of the main entrance. This place, Blackwood, was infamous. Whispers of unethical procedures, inhumane experiments, and creatures that defied classification had drawn us here, 3 urban explorers chasing the ghost of truth. The air inside was heavy, stagnant, tinged with the metallic tang of old blood and something vaguely, unsettlingly floral. Decay permeated everything. Peeling paint hung like flayed skin, and the floorboards groaned beneath our weight. We moved deeper into the sanatorium, each echoing footstep a drumbeat against the oppressive silence. We found the records room first. Its shelves collapsed, spilling a cascade of files onto the floor. Names, dates, diagnoses. Schizophrenia, melancholia, lycanthropy. That last one stopped me. Lycanthropy. A flicker of unease ran through me. This was more than just a mental institution. This was a place where the boundaries of reality had been tested, perhaps broken. We continued our exploration, finding patient rooms, an abandoned operating theater, its rusted instruments gleaming faintly in the beams of our headlamps. Then, in the basement, we found it. A steel door, unmarked, almost hidden behind a stack of rotting mattresses. Curiosity overriding caution, we heaved it open. A stairwell descended into darkness. The air grew colder, the floral scent stronger, almost cloying as we moved down into the sub-basement. The tunnels were labyrinthine, stretching away in every direction. The walls were rough, unplastered, and marked with strange symbols. Not graffiti, but something older, something ritualistic. The echoes here were different, not just the remnants of human suffering, but something else. Something animalistic. We found a large chamber, its center dominated by a metal table, stained dark and streaked with what looked disturbingly like claw marks. Around the table were cages, their bars bent and twisted, as if something large and powerful had broken free. On the floor, scattered among broken vials and shattered glass, we found sketches. Not the childish scribbles of the patients upstairs, but detailed anatomical drawings, horrifying hybrids of human and animal. Elongated limbs, feathered wings, fanged snouts. The creatures depicted were not merely monstrous, they were wrong. They violated some fundamental law of nature. Then the echoes became voices. Not human voices, but guttural growls, chittering screeches, and the rhythmic thumping of something heavy moving in the darkness. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through my fascination. We were not alone. We turned to flee, but the tunnels seemed to shift and twist, leading us in circles. The sounds grew closer, the floral scent chokingly thick. We were trapped. Then, in the flickering beam of my headlamp, I saw it. A figure, hunched and distorted, its skin a patchwork of fur and scales. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural yellow light, and its mouth was stretched into a grotesque grin, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. It was one of the creatures from the sketches, brought to horrifying life. It lunged, its claws raking across Marcus's arm, tearing through his jacket and drawing blood. He screamed, the sound echoing through the tunnels, and stumbled back. Sarah, quick thinking, sprayed the creature with pepper spray she carried. It shrieked, a sound that vibrated through the very walls, and recoiled, giving us a chance to run. We ran blindly, the sounds of the creature's enraged cries pursuing us. We stumbled through the tunnels, our headlamps casting frantic shadows that danced and distorted on the walls. We were lost, hunted, and the echoes of Blackwood's past had become our horrifying present. Then we saw it. A glimmer of light ahead. An exit. We pushed forward, our lungs burning, our hearts pounding. The creature was close behind us, its heavy footsteps shaking the ground. We burst out into the night, the cool air a welcome relief against our sweat-soaked skin. We didn't stop running until we reached the gates, the rusted metal clanging shut behind us like the closing of a coffin lid. We stood there, gasping for breath, our bodies trembling. We had escaped, but Blackwood and its monstrous creations would forever be etched into our minds. The floral scent lingered, a chilling reminder of the horrors we had witnessed. We had chased the ghost of truth, and in the darkness beneath Blackwood Sanatorium, we had found it. And it was far more terrifying than we could have ever imagined. The mountain loomed behind us, silent and dark, and I knew, with a dreadful certainty, that the echoes of Blackwood were not contained within its walls, but resonated through the very earth itself. And somewhere, in the darkness beneath the peaks, those monstrous creations still roamed. Story 21. The cipher, discovered on a hidden dark web forum dedicated to forgotten Appalachian lore, promised unimaginable power. A ritual, outlined in painstaking detail, required a specific abandoned cabin, nestled deep within the mountains. My friends, ever eager for an adventure with a touch of the arcane, were instantly on board. I, Olivia, was the reluctant one, the skeptic, but their infectious enthusiasm and the promise of a story for my burgeoning occult blog eventually won me over. We drove, not through the oppressive darkness or rain, but beneath a cheerful, almost mocking sun. The mountains rose around us, cloaked in vibrant green, a stark contrast to the chilling nature of our quest. The GPS, its signal intermittently failing, finally led us down a narrow, overgrown track. The cabin waited, a dilapidated husk, its windows like vacant eyes staring out at us. Inside, dust motes danced in the slivers of sunlight piercing the boarded-up windows. The air hung thick and heavy, with the scent of decay and something else, something subtly metallic, like old blood. Beatrice, our resident linguistics expert, meticulously deciphered the remaining fragments of the ritual instructions found scrawled on the cabin walls, a chilling palimpsest layered over faded floral wallpaper. The ritual involved a specific arrangement of stones we found scattered around the property, an incantation in a language none of us recognized, and a sacrifice. A willing sacrifice. A tremor of unease ran through me. The others, however, fueled by a heady mix of adrenaline and academic curiosity, seemed oblivious. We arranged the stones, their surfaces strangely smooth and cold against our skin. Daniel, our fearless videographer, documented everything, his camera's red light a stark counterpoint to the gloom. Martha, our proclaimed anthropology enthusiast, began the chant, her voice echoing unnervingly through the empty rooms. The air grew colder. The metallic scent intensified. The single, flickering bulb hanging from the ceiling pulsed with a sickly yellow light. Then, the floor beneath us began to vibrate, a low hum resonating through the very foundations of the cabin. Cracks, spiderwebbing across the walls, widened, revealing not the expected wooden beams, but a slick, black substance that pulsed and shifted like living flesh. Fear, cold and sharp, finally pierced our excitement. We tried to stop, to undo what we had started, but it was too late. The humming intensified. The black substance, oozing from the widening fissures, began to coalesce, forming shapes, figures that writhed and pulsed with an unsettling, almost sensual movement. The figures solidified into humanoid forms, their skin the same oily black as the substance that birthed them. Their eyes, glowing with an internal crimson light, fixed on us, and a collective sigh like the rustling of dry leaves echoed through the cabin. They were beautiful in a terrifying, alien way. Their features, sharp and angular, possessed an unnerving symmetry. They moved with a predatory grace, their bodies radiating an intense heat that seemed to burn through the cold air. Panic gripped us. Daniel's camera fell to the floor, the recording light still blinking. Martha screamed, a high, thin sound that was swallowed by the humming. Beatrice, usually unflappable, stood frozen, her eyes wide with terror. The figures advanced, their movements fluid and silent. They did not attack, not in the traditional sense. Instead, they reached out, their hands, long and slender with impossibly delicate fingers, brushing against our skin. The touch was not painful, but it was invasive. It felt as though they were reaching not for our bodies, but for something deeper, something within our very essence. I felt a strange pull, a seductive whisper in the back of my mind, urging me to surrender, to offer myself willingly. I saw the same vacant acquiescence in the eyes of my friends. Daniel, Martha, and Beatrice, they weren't fighting, they were welcoming this, embracing it. The figures gathered around us, their crimson eyes burning into mine. The humming reached a crescendo, and the cabin, the very reality around us, seemed to dissolve, to twist and fold in on itself. I felt a sharp, searing pain, not physical but something deeper, a violation of my very soul. Then darkness. I woke to silence. The cabin was gone. The forest around me was unfamiliar, the trees twisted and gnarled into impossible shapes. The sun was setting, casting long, distorted shadows. My friends were gone. I was alone, but I wasn't empty. Something was inside me, something cold and alien. It whispered in the back of my mind, promising power, knowledge, a connection to something ancient and vast. It was a seductive whisper, and I found myself, to my horror, listening. The ritual hadn't just unleashed a primordial evil, it had made us a part of it. And I, the skeptic, the reluctant participant, felt the chilling realization that I was now its willing vessel. The power we sought had found us, and its price was everything. The dark web cult had gotten their sacrifice, not of our bodies but of our souls. And the game, I realized with dawning horror, was far from over. Story 22. The refrigerated unit shuddered, a low groan vibrating up through the cab, making my teeth ache. Another mountain pass, another blind curve. The GPS insisted I was still on Route 23, but the faded asphalt felt more like a forgotten goat track. My cargo, whatever it was, hummed faintly behind me, a constant, unsettling drone. The dispatcher wouldn't tell me what I was hauling, just said it was delicate and time-sensitive. He offered me double my usual rate, which, considering my dwindling bank account, was impossible to refuse. I chewed on a piece of jerky, the salt a welcome distraction from the metallic tang that seemed to permeate the cab. The further I drove, the thicker the air became, heavy with the scent of pine and something else, something almost feral. I cracked the window hoping for a breeze, but the air outside felt even heavier, stagnant. It pressed against me, an unseen weight on my chest. I rolled the window back up, the quiet whir of the motor a small comfort in the oppressive silence. The sun began to dip below the peaks, painting the sky in hues of bruised purple and sickly green. I needed fuel, and if I was being honest, I needed to see another human face. I hadn't passed another vehicle for hours. The GPS showed a small town a few miles ahead. Promise, it was called. A strangely optimistic name for a place buried this deep in the mountains. Promise turned out to be little more than a gas station and a diner, their neon signs flickering weakly against the encroaching darkness. The diner was called the Crossroads Eatery, a simple, one-story building with a gravel parking lot. I pulled in, the crunch of tires on stone loud in the stillness. The gas station was deserted, the pumps covered in cobwebs. Unease prickled at the back of my neck. Inside the diner, a lone waitress wiped down the counter, her eyes dull, her movements slow and deliberate. She didn't look up as I sat down. "Coffee," I said, my voice rougher than I intended. She nodded, her gaze fixed on the rag in her hand. The coffee arrived, black and lukewarm. I took a sip, the bitter taste a small shock to my system. "Quiet night," I offered, trying to break the silence. The waitress finally looked up, her eyes dark and unsettlingly empty. "They don't come out much after dark," she said, her voice low and raspy. "Not anymore." She glanced towards the window, her eyes fixed on something I couldn't see. "He's been hungry lately." I followed her gaze. Outside, the darkness pulsed, the trees shifting uneasily in the still air. A low growl echoed from the woods, deep and guttural, sending a shiver down my spine. "Who's hungry?" I asked, my heart pounding against my ribs. The waitress smiled, a slow, unsettling curve of her lips. "The one who walks on 4 legs but stands on 2, she whispered. "The dogman." I laughed nervously, trying to dismiss her words as local superstition. But the fear in her eyes, the genuine terror, was unmistakable. I finished my coffee, the metallic taste stronger now, almost overpowering. I paid, leaving a generous tip on the counter. The waitress didn't acknowledge me, her gaze still fixed on the window. Back in the cab, I locked the doors, my hands trembling. The refrigerated unit hummed, the sound now amplified, almost menacing. I turned the key in the ignition, the engine roaring to life, a welcome sound in the oppressive quiet. As I pulled out of the parking lot, I glanced back at the diner. The waitress stood in the doorway, watching me, a strange, knowing smile on her face. The drive back was a blur of fear and adrenaline. The growls followed me, echoing through the mountains, growing closer with every mile. I saw movement in the trees, fleeting glimpses of something large and dark, moving with an unnerving speed and silence. At one point I saw it clearly in my headlights, a hulking figure, silhouetted against the moonlit sky, its eyes glowing with a predatory hunger. It stood on two legs, its head canine, its snout elongated, its teeth bared in a silent snarl. I floored the gas pedal, the truck straining against the steep incline. The refrigerated unit rattled violently, the humming reaching a fever pitch. I glanced in my rearview mirror. The dogman was gone, but the growls continued, closer now, almost on top of me. I reached the delivery point, a nondescript warehouse on the outskirts of a small town. I backed the truck up to the loading dock, my hands slick with sweat. Two men in white coats emerged from the warehouse, their faces grim, their eyes wary. They didn't speak as they opened the back of the truck. The humming stopped. I didn't stay to see what they unloaded. I signed the delivery papers, took my payment and drove away, leaving the mountains behind, leaving the dogman's highway to its chilling silence. I never looked back, but the metallic taste lingered, a constant reminder of the terror I had encountered, a terror I knew I would never truly escape. The cargo I delivered. I suspect now it was bait. Story 23. The air hung thick and heavy, pregnant with the scent of pine and damp earth. A humid stillness clung to the hollows of the Appalachian mountains, broken only by the distant caw of a crow. We, a group of 4 season hikers, had ventured deep into the Great Smoky Mountains National Park, seeking solace from the intrusions of modern life. Solitude we found, but not the kind we sought. It began with a flicker of unease. A patch of disturbed earth, almost perfectly circular, hidden amidst a thicket of rhododendron. As we drew closer, the true horror revealed itself. The ground within the circle was stained a dark, viscous crimson. Enormous footprints, far larger than any bear, ringed the clearing. Each print was deeply embedded in the soft earth, a testament to the creature's immense size and power. A primal fear, cold and sharp, pierced the tranquility of the forest. Elias, our resident wilderness expert, immediately recognized the prints. Bigfoot, he whispered, his voice barely audible. But these weren't the footprints of a gentle giant. These were the markings of a predator. The air grew thick with a coppery tang, metallic and raw. It clung to the back of my throat, a sickening premonition of the horrors to come. We found fragments of bone scattered near the clearing, bleached white by the sun. Human bone. The realization hit us with the force of a physical blow. We were not alone, and we were not welcome. We turned to flee, our packs digging into our backs, adrenaline surging through our veins. But we were already too late. A deafening roar shattered the silence of the forest, vibrating through the very ground beneath our feet. The trees themselves seemed to tremble. A shape, massive and dark, emerged from the dense foliage. It moved with a speed that defied its size, its massive form a blur of muscle and fur. The chase was on. We scrambled through the undergrowth, thorns tearing at our clothes, branches whipping across our faces. The creature's roars echoed through the trees, a constant reminder of our impending doom. We stumbled over fallen logs and splashed through icy streams, our lungs burning, our legs screaming in protest. But we couldn't outrun it. It was gaining on us, its guttural growls growing closer with every agonizing stride. We split up, hoping to confuse our pursuer. A desperate, foolish gamble. I plunged into a ravine, the loose earth giving way beneath my feet. I tumbled down the steep incline, landing hard on the forest floor. The breath was knocked out of me, pain radiating through my ribs. I lay there for a moment, gasping for air, the metallic scent of blood heavy in the air. Then I heard it, a low, guttural growl close by. I looked up, my heart seizing in my chest. The creature stood at the edge of the ravine, its silhouette framed against the fading light. It was larger than I could have imagined, easily 8 feet tall, its massive frame covered in thick, matted fur. Its eyes glowed with a malevolent intelligence, burning holes in the gathering dusk. It descended into the ravine, its movements unnervingly fluid for its size. It did not rush. It knew I was trapped. It savored the hunt. I could see the blood staining its thick fur, the remnants of its previous victims. I closed my eyes, waiting for the inevitable. But the killing blow never came. Instead, the creature reached down, its massive hand closing around my ankle. It lifted me into the air, dangling me upside down like a rag doll. I opened my eyes, my vision swimming. The creature's face was inches from mine, its breath hot and fetid. I could see its teeth, long and sharp, stained with crimson. It carried me back towards the ritualistic circle, its grip tightening around my ankle. I could hear the faint cries of my companions in the distance, their screams cut short abruptly. I knew then what the creature's purpose was. We were not simply prey. We were sacrifices, offerings to some dark, ancient power that lurked in the heart of these mountains. The creature deposited me in the center of the blood-soaked circle. I lay there, helpless, watching as it began to chant in a low, guttural language I had never heard before. The air crackled with an unseen energy. The forest around us seemed to hold its breath. I knew, with chilling certainty, that I was about to become a part of something far older, far more terrifying than I could ever comprehend. The chanting grew louder, the ground beneath me vibrating with an unearthly power. The creature raised its massive hands above its head, its shadow falling over me like a shroud. This was the climax. This was the harvest. Story 24. The crumpled map in my lap felt less like a guide and more like a surrender. John pointed towards a barely there line snaking its way deeper into the Smoky Mountains. Adventure, he proclaimed, his voice ringing with an enthusiasm I couldn't muster. A storm had trapped us in the foothills, a storm the locals at the gas station assured us was a taster of what the mountains held. The rain had stopped, but the air hung heavy, thick with an unsettling quiet. It was then we saw him, a lone figure by the roadside, thumb outstretched. Against my better judgment, John pulled over. The hitchhiker, who introduced himself as Jacob, slid into the backseat, bringing with him the scent of pine and something else, something faintly metallic that I couldn't quite place. He was a peculiar man, with eyes that seemed to hold the darkness of the mountains themselves. He began to talk, his voice a low rumble, weaving tales of the region, stories of forgotten settlements and strange, isolated communities. Initially, they were harmless enough, anecdotes about moonshiners and mountain witches. But as we climbed higher, his stories took a darker turn. He spoke of rituals, of sacrifices, of disappearances that had never been explained. He spoke of the hitchhiker's curse, a local legend he claimed was more than just a story. He described how a vengeful spirit, trapped between worlds, would prey on unsuspecting travelers, luring them deeper into the mountains to their doom. He recounted the details with a chilling familiarity, a gruesome intimacy that made my skin crawl. The metallic scent grew stronger. I noticed a small, crude carving on the back of the passenger seat, a spiral etched into the worn leather. It looked fresh. I shifted uncomfortably, trying to catch John's eye in the rearview mirror, but he was captivated by Jacob's tales. I wanted to tell him to stop the car, to let this unsettling man out, but something kept me silent. Fear, yes, but also a morbid fascination. Jacob's stories, as disturbing as they were, held a strange allure. He spoke of a place, a hidden clearing deep within the mountains, where the veil between worlds was thin. He described it as a place of power, a place where the ancient spirits dwelled. He spoke of a specific ritual, a sacrifice required to appease these spirits, to gain their favor, their power. His voice dropped to a whisper, almost a caress. "They hunger," he murmured, his eyes fixed on mine in the mirror. "They always collect." The carving on the seat seemed to pulse, a dark, throbbing vein against the pale leather. The realization hit me then, cold and swift. Jacob wasn't just telling these stories, he was living them. He was the vengeful spirit, the orchestrator of the disappearances. The metallic scent, I now understood, was the scent of blood, faintly lingering, clinging to him like a shroud. The hitchhiker's curse wasn't a legend. It was a hunting ritual. And we were the prey. I tried to speak, to warn John, but my voice caught in my throat. Jacob's eyes, dark and bottomless, held mine captive. He smiled, a slow, predatory smile that revealed teeth just a little too sharp, a little too long. The spiral carving on the seat seemed to writhe, to twist, as if alive. The car began to slow. John, seemingly oblivious to my growing terror, pulled onto a narrow, overgrown track. "This looks like the place Jacob was talking about," he said, his voice cheerful. "The clearing he mentioned." He parked the car, the silence of the mountains pressing in on us, suffocating. Jacob turned to me, his smile widening. "They're waiting," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the pounding of my heart. He opened the back door and stepped out into the deepening twilight. The air grew colder, a chill that seeped into my bones. The metallic scent intensified, overwhelming. John turned to me, a puzzled expression on his face. "What's wrong?" he asked. He didn't see the figure behind him, the dark silhouette emerging from the trees, the glint of something sharp in its hand. He didn't hear the whispers, the low, guttural chanting that was rising from the forest around us. He didn't see the spiral carved into the tree trunk, identical to the one on the car seat, dripping a viscous, crimson fluid. He didn't understand that this clearing, this place of power, was not a place of salvation, but a slaughterhouse. And we, lured here by the charismatic stranger, were the next offering. Jacob gestured towards the trees, his smile now a grotesque rictus. "Welcome," he hissed, his voice laced with a chilling, inhuman glee. "They're hungry." The last thing I saw before the darkness consumed me was the glint of steel, the flash of the spiral, and John's confused, questioning gaze, forever frozen in a moment of dawning horror. Story 25. My hands, slick with something I couldn't quite place, trembled as I clutched the chipped porcelain mug. The diner's aroma, a sickly sweet blend of cinnamon and decay, clung to the back of my throat. The old woman, her eyes like milky glass, watched me, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. "He always comes back for them," she croaked, her voice like gravel rolling downhill. "The ridge takes what it's owed." Her words hung in the air, thick and heavy, like the snow piling against the diner's windows. How had I gotten here, to this God-forsaken place? It had all started with the cargo, the heavy, canvas-wrapped shapes in the back of my rig. A favor for a friend, a quick run over the mountains. He'd paid well, too well. I should have known better than to haul unmarked freight across the Appalachians, especially this deep into winter. The blizzard hit fast and hard, a white wall that swallowed the road whole. My GPS blinked out, cell service vanished. Then, through the swirling snow, I saw it. The Devil's Diner, a beacon of sickly yellow light clinging to the side of the mountain like a parasitic growth. Warmth, coffee, a phone, that's all I needed. Just a temporary sanctuary until the storm passed. Stepping inside was like entering another world. The air was thick with the smell of old grease and something indefinably metallic. A handful of patrons occupied the booths, their faces etched with an unsettling mixture of apathy and malice. A man with a single, cloudy eye picked at his food with long, spindly fingers. A young woman, her face hidden by a thick veil, hummed a tuneless melody. No one looked up as I entered. Only the old woman acknowledged my arrival, her gaze unnervingly intense. I ordered coffee black and sat at the counter, trying to ignore the unnerving stillness of the place. The cook, a hulking figure with a grease-stained apron, flipped burgers with a practiced hand, his movements mechanical, almost robotic. He never spoke, his face permanently fixed in a vacant stare. The coffee arrived, steaming in the chipped mug. It tasted strange, almost bitter, with a metallic aftertaste. I drank it anyway, the warmth a small comfort in the growing cold. The old woman shuffled over to the counter, leaning heavily on a gnarled cane. "Devil's Ridge," she whispered, her breath hot against my ear. "That's where you're headed." "They'll be waiting." "Waiting for what?" I asked, my voice tighter than I intended. She just smiled, a chilling, toothless grin. "For the toll," she rasped. "The ridge always collects." My unease grew with every passing minute. The blizzard raged outside, the wind howling like a banshee. The diner's patrons remained silent, their eyes fixed on some unseen point in the distance. The old woman's words echoed in my mind. The ridge always collects. I glanced at the canvas-wrapped shapes in my rig, visible through the diner's window. What was I carrying? What kind of toll did the ridge demand? Suddenly, the lights flickered and died, plunging the diner into darkness. A collective gasp rippled through the room, followed by an unsettling silence. Then, a low, guttural chanting began, emanating from the back of the diner. The temperature plummeted and the air grew heavy, suffocating. A single, flickering candle illuminated the old woman's face. Her eyes glowed with an unnatural light, her smile widening into a grotesque rictus. "He's here," she hissed, her voice no longer frail but filled with a chilling power. Then I saw them. Emerging from the shadows, their forms shifting and distorted in the flickering candlelight. The diner's patrons, their faces no longer human, their eyes burning with a malevolent hunger. They moved towards me, their movements jerky and unnatural. I understood then. The cargo I carried, the heavy, canvas-wrapped shapes, they weren't inanimate objects. They were offerings, and I was the delivery boy. The ridge had collected its toll. The chanting intensified, the temperature dropping further, the air thick with the smell of blood and decay. The creatures closed in, their hands, no longer human, reaching for me, their eyes burning with an unholy light. The old woman's laughter, sharp and chilling, echoed through the diner as darkness consumed me. Story 26. The Appalachian haze hung thick, clinging to the mountains like a shroud, as Grace, Oscar, and I embarked on our pilgrimage to Mountain Mayhem, a bluegrass and folk festival nestled deep in the hollers. We were barely past Asheville when the downpour started, blurring the already indistinct world outside. It was then we saw him, a lone figure by the roadside, thumb outstretched. He was tall and gaunt, with eyes that seemed to absorb the dim light. He wore a tattered coat, smelling of damp earth and wood smoke. Oscar, ever the good Samaritan, pulled over. The hitchhiker slid into the back, a wave of unsettling cold air accompanying him. He introduced himself as Nathan, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. Nathan claimed to be a descendant of a mountain witch, his lineage steeped in the arcane traditions of the region. He regaled us with stories, whispered pronouncements of local lore, particularly of a hex, a ritualistic curse, laid upon those who disrespect the mountains and its people. He spoke of whispered incantations, of offerings made to appease ancient spirits, of the price one paid for disturbing the balance. His tales were unsettling, woven with a disturbingly detailed knowledge of forgotten rituals and the consequences they wrought. Grace, a skeptic by nature, dismissed his stories as folklore, but I found myself increasingly uneasy. Oscar, caught between amusement and apprehension, tried to steer the conversation towards lighter topics. But Nathan always returned to the hex, his words weaving a tapestry of unease around us. Our first misfortune was a flat tire, the spare inexplicably missing. Then, Oscar's phone shattered, the screen spiderwebbing into a million pieces. Grace's normally impeccable sense of direction faltered, leading us down a series of increasingly isolated dirt roads. The GPS malfunctioned, displaying cryptic symbols instead of maps. The landscape, once picturesque, now seemed menacing. Twisted trees clawed at the sky, their branches skeletal fingers against the gray backdrop. Nathan's silence throughout these escalating misfortunes was more unnerving than any words could have been. His gaze, fixed on some distant point in the swirling mist, seemed to hold a dark amusement. The growing certainty that we had somehow offended this strange man, and were now suffering the consequences, gnawed at my insides. The hex. His words echoed in my mind, each syllable a poison dart. We finally limped into a small, deserted town, the buildings weathered and decaying. A single gas station, its windows boarded up, offered a sliver of hope. Inside, a lone attendant, a woman with eyes as old as the mountains themselves, eyed us with suspicion. She spoke in clipped sentences, her voice raspy and low. When I asked about Nathan, she simply shook her head, her lips pressed into a thin, grim line. Leaving the town, the oppressive atmosphere intensified. The sky grew darker, though it was barely midday. Strange phosphorescent fungi began to appear, coating the trees in an eerie, otherworldly glow. The air grew thick with the scent of decay, of something ancient and foul. Nathan, who had been silent for miles, finally spoke. "The mountains demand their due," he whispered, his voice devoid of any emotion. He then pointed towards a narrow, overgrown path leading deeper into the wilderness. "The path to redemption lies that way," he said, his words hanging heavy in the air. Terror finally overwhelmed my apprehension. I understood. This was no mere coincidence. This was Nathan's doing. He had woven his hex around us, and this desolate path was the next stage of his twisted game. Oscar, finally grasping the gravity of our situation, turned the wheel sharply, trying to put as much distance between us and Nathan and that path as possible. But the car sputtered, coughed, and died. Nathan's laughter, a dry, rasping sound, filled the sudden silence. He stepped out of the car, his movements slow and deliberate. He walked towards the overgrown path, beckoning us to follow. Grace and Oscar exchanged a terrified look. We were trapped. Nathan began chanting in a language I didn't understand, his voice rising and falling in a hypnotic rhythm. The phosphorescent fungi pulsed with an unnatural light, casting grotesque shadows that danced and writhed around us. The air crackled with an unseen energy. Driven by sheer panic, I grabbed a wrench from the backseat. I lunged at Nathan, intent on stopping him, on breaking whatever hold he had over us. But as I swung, he turned, his eyes burning with an unearthly fire. He caught my wrist, his grip surprisingly strong. He looked at me, a chilling smile spreading across his face. "The mountains," he whispered, his voice laced with something ancient and cruel, "always collect their due." Then the world dissolved into a swirling vortex of darkness. The last thing I saw was Nathan's face, contorted in a mask of triumph, as the phosphorescent glow of the fungi consumed everything. Story 27. So there I was, perched precariously on a moss-covered boulder, live streaming to my paltry few followers. "Greetings, gloom goblins," I chirped, waving a protein bar like a sacred artifact. "Welcome to Blood Moon Campground." Population: me, a family of squirrels judging my life choices, and maybe a ghost or two if the local yokels are to be believed. The camera wobbled precariously as I adjusted its angle, showcasing the deceptively idyllic campsite. Sunlight dappled through leaves. Birds twittered obnoxiously. It was all very nature's majesty, very unlike the doom and gloom vibe I'd cultivated on my channel, Ghoul Getters. This trip was supposed to be my big break. Conclusive proof of the paranormal, delivered with my signature blend of sarcasm and existential dread. My competition, Spook Seekers Inc., with their high-tech ghost-hunting gadgets and alarmingly chipper dispositions, were racking up views faster than a poltergeist at a pottery barn. I needed something big, something bloody, something Blood Moon-y preferably. The rest of the Ghoul Getters, crew, aka my college roommates, were less than enthusiastic about our chosen location. Javier, our designated sound guy and resident skeptic, was engrossed in a game on his phone, muttering about cell service. Maya, our resident sensitive, and the only one who genuinely believed in ghosts, was busy arranging crystals in a pentagram, which I suspected had less to do with spiritual attunement and more to do with aesthetics. And then there was Bethany, our social media manager, perpetually glued to her phone, crafting witty captions for photos we hadn't even taken yet. "Guys," I announced, "let's explore, shall we? Uncover some unsettling clues, perhaps." A decaying teddy bear, a rusty swing set, the remnants of someone's sanity. My attempt at spooky enthusiasm was met with groans. The woods surrounding the campground were unsettlingly quiet. Too quiet. The cheerful birdsong had ceased. The only sounds were the crunch of leaves beneath our feet and Bethany's incessant tapping on her phone. We stumbled upon a dilapidated campfire pit, littered with charred debris and empty beer cans. Nearby, I spotted something glinting in the dirt. A silver locket, tarnished and engraved with a single, unsettling word, "Flee." I held it up to the camera. "Well, that's not ominous at all," I quipped, but a shiver crawled down my spine. The air grew heavy, thick with an almost palpable sense of foreboding. As dusk approached, the promised blood moon began to rise, casting an eerie crimson glow over the landscape. The trees took on menacing shapes. Shadows danced in the periphery. Even Javier, our resident cynic, seemed unnerved. Maya's crystal pentagram, bathed in the blood-red light, looked less like a spiritual sanctuary and more like a scene from a low-budget horror film. The whispers started subtly, like the rustling of leaves in a non-existent breeze. Then they grew louder, closer, weaving themselves into chilling pronouncements. They spoke of desecrated grounds, of ancient rituals, of a vengeance long overdue. Javier's phone suddenly buzzed with an incoming call. The display showed a string of numbers, an unknown caller. He answered hesitantly. "Hello," he said, his voice strained. The other end of the line was silent, filled only with a low, guttural growl. Javier dropped the phone as if it had suddenly become scalding hot. The growling continued, seemingly emanating from the woods around us. Panic set in. We packed up our gear, our movements frantic, clumsy. The whispers grew into taunts, the growls into snarls. Something was watching us, hunting us. We ran, blindly, desperately, through the trees, the blood moon casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to reach out and grasp at our heels. Bethany tripped, her phone flying from her hand, landing with a sickening crack on a rock. She screamed, a high-pitched, terrified sound that was quickly swallowed by the woods. The entity revealed itself then, a grotesque amalgamation of shadow and bone, its eyes burning with a malevolent crimson light. It moved with an unnatural speed, its form shifting, contorting. It was the embodiment of the whispers, the physical manifestation of the ancient vengeance. I was separated from the others, lost in the labyrinthine woods. The whispers pursued me, mocking, taunting, promising a swift and brutal end. I stumbled through the undergrowth, my breath ragged, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. I saw a flicker of movement in the distance. Javier, his face pale, his eyes wide with terror, was being dragged into the darkness by the entity, his screams echoing through the trees. I kept running. I had to. It was my only chance. The blood moon continued its ascent, bathing the woods in its unholy light. The whispers intensified, closer now, almost in my ear. They promised me a place in the ritual, a role in the vengeance. They promised me an eternity of darkness. And I knew with a chilling certainty that they would keep their promise. The last thing I saw before the darkness consumed me entirely was the entity, its form now towering, monstrous, its eyes fixed on me, its smile a chilling rictus of bone and shadow. And the whispers, they became a chant, a ritualistic incantation heralding my demise and celebrating the return of something ancient, something evil, something that should have remained buried in the earth, beneath the cold, unforgiving soil of the Appalachian Mountains. Story 28. The Realtor, a woman named Ilara with a smile as wide as the hollers themselves, called it rustic charm. I called it dilapidated, but Bethany, my ever-optimistic partner, saw potential. Nestled deep in the West Virginia mountains, the cabin promised escape, tranquility, a fresh start. The price was suspiciously low, but Ilara brushed it off as the owner being eager to sell. Now, I'm starting to think there were other reasons. We'd only been in the cabin a week when I found it. A loose floorboard in the bedroom, beneath the threadbare rug. Beneath it, a crawl space dark and dusty. My curiosity, or perhaps it was foolish bravery, compelled me to investigate. Inside, cobwebs draped across forgotten belongings, old toys, moth-eaten clothes, and a stack of journals, bound in cracked leather. The journals belonged to a family, the Holdens, who lived here in the 1950s. At first, the entries were mundane, detailing daily life in the mountains. Then a shift. Mentions of strange lights in the woods, whispers at night, objects moving on their own. The handwriting grew frantic, the ink blotted with what looked suspiciously like blood. The last entry simply read, "They've come for us." Bethany dismissed it as local folklore, the product of overactive imaginations. I, however, felt a knot tighten in my stomach. That night we heard it. A scratching in the walls, soft at first, then growing louder, more insistent. The next day, I discovered a local newspaper article tucked inside one of the journals. It detailed the disappearance of the Holden family, presumed lost in the woods. But there was another article, smaller, almost hidden, about a group of escaped patients from Crestfall Asylum, a now-abandoned mental institution not far from our cabin. The article mentioned that the escapees were subjects of experimental treatments, and that some exhibited unusual behaviors. Suddenly, the scratching in the walls wasn't so easily dismissed. The whispers we heard at night seemed to take on a chilling clarity, almost forming words. We began seeing shadows in the woods, fleeting glimpses of humanoid figures, their movements unsettlingly swift. One evening, exploring the property, we found a clearing, overgrown with weeds. In the center, a crude stone circle stained a dark, rusty color. Bethany, her normally unflappable demeanor shaken, suggested we leave immediately. As we turned to go, we heard a guttural growl, low and menacing, from the woods behind us. We ran. We didn't stop running until we reached the cabin, slamming the door shut behind us. The incidents escalated. Drawers opened on their own, revealing their contents strewn across the floor. Footprints appeared in the dust, footprints too large, too elongated to be human. One morning, I woke to find a crude symbol, drawn in what appeared to be mud on our bedroom wall. The same symbol I'd seen etched on the back cover of one of the Holden journals. We tried to rationalize it. Animals, faulty wiring, the wind. But the fear, cold and persistent, settled deep within us. We couldn't deny it any longer. Something was terribly wrong. Then the dream started. Vivid, disturbing dreams of figures with vacant eyes, their skin pale and stretched, beckoning me toward the woods. Bethany had similar dreams of the stone circle, bathed in an unnatural, pulsating light. I delved deeper into the journals, piecing together the Holden family's final days. They spoke of the escaped patients, calling them the changed. They described their strange behavior, their inhuman strength, their unsettling fixation on the woods surrounding the cabin. The Holdens believed the patients, driven mad by the experiments performed on them at Crestfall, were connected to the strange occurrences, to the whispers and the shadows. I also found a chilling passage, a ritual detailed in the final journal. A ritual meant to appease the entities in the woods, to protect the family from their influence. The last line read, "But I fear it's too late. They've already taken something from us. Something we can never get back." Armed with this knowledge, a desperate plan formed in my mind. If the ritual could protect the Holdens, perhaps it could protect us too. I convinced Bethany, despite her growing terror, to help me. We gathered the necessary components, detailed in the journal: mountain herbs, a silver locket belonging to Mrs. Holden, and a handful of dirt from the stone circle. Under the pale moonlight filtering through the grimy windows, we performed the ritual in our living room. We chanted the strange words, our voices trembling, the air thick with a cloying metallic scent. As we reached the final words, the cabin shook violently. The lights flickered, then died, plunging us into darkness. A guttural shriek, filled with an inhuman rage, echoed through the cabin. Then silence. We huddled together, terrified, waiting for the inevitable. Slowly, a sickly yellow light began to fill the room, emanating from the crawlspace. We stared at the open floorboard, our breath held in our throats. A figure emerged, slowly, deliberately. It was tall and gaunt, its skin stretched taut over bone. Its eyes glowed with an unsettling intensity. It wasn't one of the escaped patients. It was something else, something far more ancient, something far more terrifying. It reached out a hand, long and skeletal, toward us. And then I woke up. I was lying in bed, the sun streaming through the window. Bethany slept peacefully beside me. It had all been a dream. A horrific, vivid dream, but just a dream. I got out of bed, still shaken, and went to the bedroom window. I looked out at the woods, bathed in the morning light. They looked peaceful, serene, almost inviting. Then I noticed something. A symbol, drawn in mud on the outside wall of the cabin. The same symbol from my dream. The same symbol from the Holden journals. My blood ran cold. The dream wasn't a dream. It was a warning. Story 29. The air hung thick and still, heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. I, Marcus, adjusted the strap of my rifle, my eyes scanning the dense undergrowth. This trip, this hunt, was supposed to be the pinnacle of our exploits, the ultimate trophy. We, the self-proclaimed apex predators, were going after Bigfoot. William, our resident expert on all things paranormal, insisted this section of the Appalachians was prime Bigfoot territory. A protected area, no less. But rules, as we saw them, were for other people. Javier whistled a cheerful tune as he fiddled with his new drone, its camera eye whirring. Bethany, our skeptic, trailed behind us, muttering something about the futility of the entire endeavor. We'd pushed deeper into the forest than we'd intended, drawn by William's whispers of broken branches and strange footprints. The thrill of the chase had replaced any lingering doubts. We found the clearing just as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long, distorted shadows. A crude shelter, constructed from interwoven branches and leaves, stood in the center, smoke curling lazily from a small fire within. This wasn't some half-hearted nest. This was a structure. A home. William grinned, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Jackpot, he breathed, already raising his rifle. We found their nest. My gut twisted. This wasn't how I imagined it. There was a strange vulnerability to the scene, a sense of intrusion that made me uncomfortable. But the years of mocking Bethany's cautious nature had hardened me against such feelings. Before I could voice my unease, a guttural roar ripped through the stillness. It was a sound that resonated deep within your bones, a primal scream that spoke of rage and territorial dominance. A towering figure, covered in thick, matted hair, burst from the shelter, its eyes burning with a furious intensity. Not a single Bigfoot, but three. A female and a smaller one, presumably a juvenile, cowered behind the larger male, their fear palpable. William, lost in his bloodlust, fired his rifle. The shot echoed through the trees, striking the male Bigfoot in the shoulder. The creature roared again, this time in pain, but instead of retreating, it charged. We were woefully unprepared for the sheer speed and power of the creature. Javier's drone, caught in the chaos, spiraled into a tree and crashed. Bethany screamed, her face white with terror, and fumbled with her own weapon. I raised my rifle, my hands shaking, but the Bigfoot was upon us before I could aim. It swiped at William, sending him flying like a rag doll, his body hitting a tree with a sickening thud. Panic seized me. This wasn't hunting, this was slaughter. We were out of our element, trespassing on sacred ground. The female Bigfoot, her eyes filled with a protective fury, advanced on Bethany. The juvenile whimpered, clinging to its mother's leg. I fired my rifle again, hitting the female in the leg. She stumbled but didn't fall. The rage in her eyes intensified. I knew then, with chilling certainty, that we weren't going to make it out of this forest alive. We had come here seeking a trophy, blinded by our arrogance, and now we were paying the price. I turned and ran, the image of the injured female Bigfoot and the whimpering juvenile seared into my mind. I heard Bethany scream behind me, followed by a sickening crunch. My heart hammered against my ribs, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I didn't dare look back. I ran until I collapsed, exhausted and terrified, against the base of a giant oak. The forest was silent, save for the rustling of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. The silence was more terrifying than any roar. It was the silence of a predator waiting, watching, knowing its prey had nowhere to run. I spent the rest of the night huddled against the tree, the chilling sounds of the forest echoing around me. The image of the Bigfoot family defending their home, their young, haunted me. We hadn't been hunting them, we'd been threatening them. We'd brought this upon ourselves. As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of gray and pink, I finally gathered the courage to stand. My body ached, my clothes were torn, and my spirit was broken. I didn't know how I would get out of this forest, but I knew I had to try. I had to live to tell the tale, to warn others of the consequences of their arrogance, to tell them that the mountains and their inhabitants demand respect. I started walking, my eyes constantly scanning the trees, every shadow seeming to hold a lurking menace. The forest felt different now, no longer a hunting ground but a graveyard of our own making. The silence remained, but it was a different kind of silence. It wasn't the silence of a predator waiting to strike. It was the silence of the mountains, remembering the bloodshed, remembering our intrusion, remembering the bloody harvest we had reaped. And I knew with a sinking dread that the mountains would never forget. Story 30. The crisp mountain air, tinged with the scent of pine and damp earth, filled my lungs as Daniel and I hiked deeper into the Great Smoky Mountains. This annual camping trip, a tradition since we were kids, had always been a source of peace. This year, however, something felt off. An unfamiliar tension hung in the air, thick and heavy. It started with the howls. Not the mournful calls of coyotes we were used to, but something deeper, more guttural. A sound that resonated in your bones, making your teeth ache. We first heard it the second night, echoing from the ridge above our campsite. Daniel, ever the skeptic, dismissed it as a bobcat or some other nocturnal predator. I, however, couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Something about the sound, its sheer power and primal rage, made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. The next morning, over lukewarm coffee and burnt eggs, we discussed the sound. I mentioned a local legend I'd stumbled across online, the tale of the dogman. A bipedal canine cryptid, said to stalk the remote hollows and peaks of the Appalachians, preying on isolated travelers. Daniel, of course, scoffed. He attributed it to overactive imaginations and too much campfire whiskey. Our third night, the howls returned, closer this time. Accompanying them, a rhythmic thumping like heavy footfalls on the forest floor. Curiosity, mixed with a healthy dose of fear, propelled us to investigate. Armed with only our headlamps and a hunting knife Daniel insisted on carrying, we cautiously made our way up the ridge, following the sounds. The higher we climbed, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The trees grew closer together, their branches intertwined, forming a dense canopy that blotted out the moonlight. The air grew still and heavy, devoid of even the usual night sounds of crickets and owls. Suddenly, the howls stopped. The silence that followed was even more unsettling. We stood there, bathed in the beams of our headlamps, listening intently. Then a twig snapped. Not under our feet, but somewhere nearby. We spun around, our lights frantically searching the darkness. There, at the edge of the light, a figure emerged. Tall and imposing, it stood on two legs, its silhouette vaguely humanoid. But the head, undeniably canine with pointed ears and a long snout, left no room for doubt. The dogman. Fear, pure and paralyzing, gripped me. My legs felt like lead, my breath caught in my throat. Daniel, however, reacted instantly. He grabbed my arm, pulling me behind a thick oak tree. "Run," he hissed, his voice barely a whisper. We didn't need to be told twice. We turned and fled, scrambling down the ridge, branches whipping at our faces, our hearts pounding in our chests. The howls erupted again, closer than ever, followed by the heavy thud of pursuit. We were being hunted. We ran for what felt like hours, our lungs burning, our muscles screaming in protest. We stumbled and fell, picking ourselves up and running on, driven by pure adrenaline and terror. The sounds of our pursuer remained close behind, a constant reminder of the danger we were in. Eventually, we reached a small creek, its water gurgling over smooth stones. Hoping to throw off our scent, we waded into the icy water, following its course downstream. The creek led us to a narrow ravine, its walls steep and rocky. We climbed up, pulling ourselves onto a small ledge. Exhausted and trembling, we huddled together, listening for any sign of the dogman. The forest was eerily silent. Had we lost it? A wave of cautious relief washed over me. Then, a rock dislodged from above, tumbling down the ravine wall and landing with a loud crack just a few feet from us. We looked up, our hearts sinking. Silhouetted against the moonlit sky, the dogman stood perched on the edge of the ravine, its eyes gleaming with predatory intent. It had us trapped. Daniel, his face pale but determined, drew the hunting knife. It looked pathetically small against the hulking form of the creature. "Stay behind me," he whispered, his hands shaking as he gripped the knife. The dogman began to descend, its movements unnervingly fluid and graceful, despite its size. As it neared, I could see its features more clearly. Its fur was a mottled gray and brown, its eyes a piercing yellow. Its teeth, long and sharp, were bared in a silent snarl. It radiated a palpable aura of power and menace. It lunged. Daniel, with a primal scream, met its charge, thrusting the knife upwards. The blade connected, but the effect was minimal. The dogman recoiled slightly, then roared, a sound that seemed to tear the very fabric of the night. It swiped at Daniel, its massive paw sending him sprawling across the ledge. The knife clattered to the ground. I screamed, a sound born of pure terror and helplessness. The dogman turned its attention to me, its eyes burning with a terrifying intensity. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable. But it didn't come. I opened my eyes to see Daniel, his face contorted in pain, clutching his side. He had managed to grab a large rock and hurl it at the dogman. It had struck the creature in the head, momentarily stunning it. "Run," Daniel gasped, his voice weak. "Get help." He knew, as I did, that he wasn't going to make it. Tears streamed down my face as I scrambled to my feet. I looked back at my brother, his brave, defiant stance against the monstrous creature. Then, I turned and ran, the dogman's enraged roars echoing behind me. I ran until I collapsed, miles from our campsite onto a Forest Service road, where I was eventually found by a park ranger. I told them what happened about the howls, the pursuit, the dogman. They didn't believe me, of course. They attributed it to a bear attack, the hallucinations of a traumatized survivor. But I know what I saw. I know what hunted us that night in the Great Smoky Mountains. And I'll never forget the chilling howl of the dogman. Story 31. The Appalachian Mountains, shrouded in mist and folklore, held a certain allure. A siren song for those seeking the unknown. We were no different, a team of researchers chasing shadows. Our quarry, the elusive Bigfoot. I, Dr. Albert Brown, chronicler of this doomed expedition. Our journey started with the usual excitement. The thrill of the chase, the promise of discovery. We pored over maps, local legends sparking our imaginations. Our destination, a remote valley whispered to be a Bigfoot hotspot. The first unsettling sign was the traps. Primitive, yet effective. snares fashioned from vines, pits camouflaged with leaves. These weren't meant for animals. These were meant for people. Then came the bones, scattered bleached white by the sun. Human bones. The playful curiosity that had driven us began to curdle into something akin to dread. Daniel, our tracker, examined the remains. His grim pronouncement hung in the air. "These people didn't die of natural causes," he said, his voice heavy with unspoken implications. We pressed on, driven by a morbid mixture of fear and morbid fascination. The forest itself seemed to close in around us, the trees watching with silent disapproval. The usual sounds of the wilderness, the chirping of crickets, the rustling of leaves were absent, replaced by an unnerving quiet, a silence that screamed. The ethical dilemma struck us with the force of a physical blow. Do we continue, risking our own lives for the sake of knowledge? Or do we retreat, leaving the mystery unsolved, the truth buried beneath the leaves and the bones? We chose to continue, a decision we would soon regret. We discovered a clearing, strangely devoid of vegetation. In the center stood a crude altar, constructed from stones and branches. Around it lay more bones, arranged in a disturbingly deliberate pattern. Amelia, our botanist, noticed something peculiar. Flowers, vibrant, unnatural blooms sprouting from the skeletal remains. They were unlike anything she'd ever seen. Agnes, our anthropologist, theorized that Bigfoot wasn't just a creature of myth. It was a guardian, a protector of its territory. And these were its offerings, a gruesome testament to its power. That night the howls started, low, guttural moans that reverberated through the valley. They were close, too close. We huddled around our campfire, the flames offering little comfort against the growing terror. We found another clearing. This one held a different kind of horror, a collection of crude huts, constructed from branches and animal hides. And within those huts, more bones. But these bones were different. They were arranged, posed, like macabre puppets in a grotesque play. Daniel pointed to the walls of the huts, covered in strange symbols. "This isn't random," he said, his voice strained. "This is ritualistic." The realization hit us like a tidal wave. Bigfoot wasn't just killing people. It was collecting them, curating them, creating its own twisted museum of the damned. We decided to leave, to run, but the forest wouldn't let us. We became lost. The trees seemed to shift and rearrange themselves, blocking our path. The howls grew closer, more insistent. Panic began to set in. We stumbled upon another clearing, this one different again. A circle of stones surrounding a single massive tree. Its branches reached towards the sky like skeletal fingers. And hanging from those branches, more offerings. But these were fresh, still dripping. Then we saw it, emerging from the shadows, a hulking figure, covered in dark hair. Its eyes glowed with a malevolent intelligence. This wasn't the creature of myth we'd sought. This was something else, something far more terrifying. It didn't roar. It didn't charge. It simply watched us, its gaze cold, calculating. It held a crude weapon, a club fashioned from a tree branch, adorned with human skulls. Daniel grabbed his hunting knife, a feeble defense against such a monstrous entity. But he stood his ground, ready to fight, ready to die. Amelia screamed. Agnes began to chant, a desperate plea to whatever gods might dwell in these forsaken woods. The creature moved, slowly, deliberately. It raised its club. I closed my eyes, waiting for the inevitable. I heard the thud, The sickening crunch. I opened my eyes. Daniel lay on the ground, his body broken, his knife lying uselessly beside him. The creature turned its gaze to Amelia. She whimpered. Agnes continued her chant, her voice rising in a crescendo of terror and defiance. The creature reached out, its massive hand closing around Amelia's throat. I turned away, unable to watch. I heard another thud, another crunch. The chanting stopped. I ran, blindly, desperately, through the trees, over the rocks, through the streams. The howls echoed behind me. The creature wasn't pursuing. Not yet. It was savoring its harvest. I don't know how long I ran, until I collapsed. Exhausted, broken, alone. I sit here now, writing this, knowing that I won't survive. The creature will find me. It's only a matter of time. But I have to tell this story, to warn others, to let the world know the truth about Bigfoot. It's not a myth. It's a monster, a guardian, a reaper, and the Appalachian Mountains, they are its hunting grounds, its garden of bones, its harvest field of human souls. Story 32. My reflection stared back, gaunt and hollow-eyed, from the cracked chrome of the vending machine. Not Amelia anymore, not really. Just a shell, a husk haunted by the whispers, by the scent of honeysuckle and decay. They used it, you see. The lure of honeysuckle. It clung to everything here, this forgotten rest stop on the spine of the Appalachians, clinging to the chipped formica tables, the grime-encrusted restroom door to me. It had started subtly enough, this creeping unease. Hours blurring into one another, the green tunnel of trees broken only by the occasional glimpse of a rusted sign or crumbling gas station. I was driving to Charleston, a solo trip to clear my head after. Well, after everything. The mountains had always been a refuge, a place of quiet contemplation. Now they felt predatory watching. My first stop, a diner bathed in the harsh glare of fluorescent lights, was where the dissonance began. The waitress, her face etched with an unnervingly placid smile, served me a plate of biscuits drowned in gravy. The other patrons, a collection of weathered faces and hardened gazes, barely registered my presence. But I felt their eyes on me, assessing, calculating. A strange hum emanated from the jukebox in the corner, a melody vaguely familiar, yet unsettlingly distorted. I couldn't shake the feeling of being observed, the hairs prickling on the back of my neck. When I paid, the waitress's smile stretched just a fraction too wide, revealing teeth that seemed too sharp, too pointed. As I pulled back onto the highway, I saw her watching me from the window, a single, perfect honeysuckle bloom tucked behind her ear. The second stop, a gas station clinging precariously to the edge of a mountain pass, amplified the feeling of isolation. The attendant, a hulking man with eyes that seemed to swallow the dim light, spoke in gruff monosyllables. He smelled faintly of honeysuckle, the sweetness incongruous with his rough appearance. As I fumbled with my credit card, I noticed a crude carving on the counter, a spiral intertwined with thorns. Similar carvings adorned the gas pumps, the restroom door, each one slightly different, each one pulsing with a silent, malevolent energy. It was at the third stop, this rest stop, that the pretense dropped completely. My car, a trusty but aging sedan, began making a disconcerting grinding noise. I pulled over, the silence of the mountains pressing in, broken only by the distant drone of an unseen truck. As I checked under the hood, feigning knowledge I didn't possess, I saw it. A single, pristine honeysuckle blossom, placed deliberately on the engine block. Panic tightened its icy grip. I scrambled back into the car, locking the doors, my heart hammering against my ribs. Looking in the rearview mirror, I saw them. 3 figures emerging from the tree line, their movements slow, deliberate. They were dressed in simple, faded clothing, their faces obscured by shadows and wide-brimmed hats. Each one held a bouquet of honeysuckle, the cloying sweetness filling the air, thick and suffocating. They didn't rush, they didn't speak. They simply walked towards me, their pace measured, inexorable. The setting sun cast long, distorted shadows, transforming them into grotesque parodies of human form. The hum from the diner's jukebox returned, now a cacophony of discordant notes reverberating through the mountains, through me. I tried the engine, the grinding noise intensifying. It was no use. They were closing in, their shadows stretching across the asphalt, engulfing the car. I fumbled for my phone, the screen displaying no service. Of course. The first figure reached the car, its face finally visible in the fading light. The placid smile of the waitress, the sharp teeth, the honeysuckle bloom behind her ear. The second figure, the hulking gas station attendant, his eyes burning with an unholy light. The third figure, my reflection in the vending machine, gaunt, hollow-eyed, a honeysuckle bloom woven into my hair. The whispers started, soft at first, then growing louder, merging with the distorted hum. They spoke of belonging, of acceptance, of the sweet oblivion of the honeysuckle's embrace. They promised an end to the loneliness, the fear, the gnawing emptiness. All I had to do was open the door. My hand trembled, hovering over the lock. The sweetness of the honeysuckle filled my lungs, seductive, intoxicating. The whispers promised peace, promised release. And in that moment, surrounded by the silent mountains, the predatory trees, the smiling faces, I almost believed them. Almost. Story 33. Agnes's placid smile, once so comforting, now chills me to the bone. Her eyes, reflecting the flickering firelight, seemed devoid of any human warmth, replaced by something cold, predatory. The honeysuckle scent, once sweet and nostalgic, now suffocates thick and cloying. It clings to everything in this accursed cabin, permeating the rough-hewn logs, the faded quilts, the very air we breathe. It's the scent of death, I realize, the perfume of decay. And I know, with a sickening certainty, that we're not leaving this place alive. Just hours ago, this trip held the promise of adventure, a much-needed escape from the pressures of city life. Daniel, ever the thrill-seeker, had discovered this abandoned cabin on some obscure online forum dedicated to unsolved Appalachian mysteries. The forum hinted at a family who vanished without a trace decades ago, a local legend whispered in hushed tones. It was the perfect bait for our small group, 4 college friends searching for something beyond the mundane. Amelia, my girlfriend, had been hesitant, her practicality clashing with Daniel's adventurous spirit. But Eric, our resident skeptic, had surprisingly championed the idea, his intellectual curiosity piqued by the prospect of uncovering a genuine enigma. The drive into the mountains was uneventful, the winding roads cutting through vibrant autumn foliage. We joked, we sang along to forgotten pop songs. We anticipated a weekend of ghost stories and campfire camaraderie. The cabin itself, nestled deep within a secluded hollow, initially exceeded our expectations. It was rustic, charming in its decay. We explored the dusty rooms, discovering remnants of the family who once called this place home. Faded photographs, children's toys, a half-finished quilt lay scattered as if frozen in time. There was a strange, unsettling stillness here, a palpable absence of life that even the chirping crickets couldn't penetrate. As dusk settled, we built a fire in the hearth, the dancing flames casting flickering shadows on the cabin walls. We shared stories, some fabricated, some gleaned from local lore. The conversation inevitably drifted towards the family's disappearance. Daniel, fueled by cheap whiskey, regaled us with tales of ancient mountain spirits, vengeful entities guarding their sacred grounds. Eric, ever the pragmatist, dismissed them as folklore, the product of overactive imaginations. Amelia, however, remained quiet, her usual vivacity replaced by a growing unease. The first sign that something was amiss came with the flowers. We had noticed them earlier, vibrant honeysuckle blooms clinging to the cabin walls, unnatural in their profusion, their fragrance almost overpowering. Now, as we sat around the fire, they seemed to multiply, their vines twisting and reaching, their blossoms glowing with an eerie luminescence. The sweet scent intensified, becoming sickly, nauseating. Then came the whispers. Faint at first, almost imperceptible, they seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, from the very wood of the cabin. They spoke in a language we couldn't understand, a discordant chorus of murmuring voices. We exchanged uneasy glances, attributing it to the wind, to the creaking of the old house. But as the whispers grew louder, more insistent, we could no longer deny their presence. Agnes was the first to change. She had been quiet all evening, withdrawn. Now, a strange smile stretched across her face, her eyes fixed on something we couldn't see. She began to hum, a tune we hadn't heard before, a melody both haunting and strangely familiar. The honeysuckle scent clung to her like a shroud, its sweetness now tinged with something putrid. The whispers intensified, coalescing into distinct voices. They spoke of offerings, of a pact made long ago, of a debt that needed to be repaid. The flowers pulsed with an unnatural light, their vines snaking across the floor, reaching towards us. Agnes stood, her smile widening, her eyes gleaming with an unholy light. She began to chant, her voice joining the whispering chorus, the words now clear, chillingly familiar. They were the words inscribed in a faded journal we had found earlier, a journal detailing the family's descent into madness, their obsession with a dark entity dwelling within the woods, their final, desperate ritual. Daniel, his bravado finally shattered, scrambled to his feet, knocking over his chair. Eric, his skepticism replaced by stark terror, backed away from Agnes, his hands outstretched as if to ward her off. Amelia, her face pale, her eyes wide with fear, clung to me, her body trembling. Agnes advanced, her movements unnervingly fluid, her eyes fixed on us with a predatory intensity. The vines reached out, their thorny fingers grasping at our clothes, our skin. The whispers swirled around us, promising liberation, offering eternal spring. The honeysuckle scent filled our lungs, suffocating us, its sweetness now a bitter poison. And as Agnes reached for me, her hand outstretched, her smile a grotesque mask of welcome, I knew that we had stumbled upon something ancient, something malevolent. We had trespassed on sacred ground, and now we were paying the price. The cabin, once a refuge, had become our tomb. The honeysuckle, once a symbol of beauty, had become our shroud. And Agnes, our friend, had become the harbinger of our doom. The whispers promised eternal spring, but all I could see was an endless floral darkness closing in around us. Story 34. The fog, thick as chowder, clung to the hollows of the Appalachians, swallowing the highway in its murky embrace. My rig, a rumbling beast named Betsy, grumbled her displeasure at the slow pace, but my gut screamed louder than her engine ever could, urging caution. I was bone-tired, weeks on the road etching lines on my face deeper than any map, and the gnawing emptiness in my stomach reminded me of something more than just hunger. It was a hunger for peace, a hunger to outrun the shadows of my past. Then, like a beacon in the swirling gray, I saw it. The Devil's Diner. Neon sign buzzing, flickering like a dying ember, promising hot coffee and a warm meal. Against my better judgment, I pulled Betsy off the road, the gravel crunching beneath her tires like brittle bones. Inside, the diner was a bizarre tableau of warmth and unease. Checkered floors, red vinyl booths, and the smell of frying bacon fought with an underlying aroma of something sickly sweet, like overripe fruit left to rot. A handful of patrons occupied the booths, their faces obscured by shadows or the steam rising from their mugs. The waitress, a woman with a smile that didn't quite reach her vacant eyes, led me to a stool at the counter. Her name tag read Darlene, but something about her whispered of a different name, something ancient and foul. "Coffee, hon?" Darlene asked, her voice a sugary drawl that grated on my nerves. "Black," I replied, my voice rough from disuse. The coffee arrived, steaming black as sin. I took a cautious sip, the bitterness a welcome shock to my system. As I ate, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, scrutinized. The other patrons, a motley crew of mountain folk and truckers like myself, spoke in hushed tones, their conversations punctuated by unsettling bursts of laughter. Their eyes, when they met mine, held a strange glint, a mixture of curiosity and something else, something predatory. A bell above the door chimed, announcing a newcomer. A tall, gaunt man with eyes like burning coals entered the diner. He wore a dark suit that looked out of place in the rustic setting. A hush fell over the room as he walked towards the back, disappearing through a door marked a private. The unsettling sweetness in the air intensified, clinging to the back of my throat like cobwebs. I finished my meal, paid Darlene, and made my way to the restroom. As I washed my hands, I noticed a strange symbol etched into the mirror, a circle bisected by a downward-pointing triangle. I'd seen it before, in an old book on forgotten religions. It was a symbol of sacrifice, of a malevolent entity worshipped in the remote corners of the world. My heart began to hammer against my ribs. Back in the diner, the atmosphere had shifted. The hushed tones had been replaced by a low, rhythmic chanting. The patrons, their faces now illuminated by flickering candlelight, swayed in unison. Darlene stood at the center of the room, her eyes rolled back in her head, a wicked-looking blade glinting in her hand. The tall man in the suit stood beside her, his lips moving in silent prayer. I realized then, with a sickening certainty, what I had stumbled into. The Devil's Diner was not a place of respite, but a slaughterhouse for souls. Adrenaline surged through my veins. I had to get out to escape this nightmare. I made for the door, but Darlene blocked my path. Her smile had vanished, replaced by a chilling grimace. "Leaving so soon, hon," she hissed, her voice now a guttural growl. The ceremony is about to begin. The other patrons closed in, their eyes burning with an unholy light. I was trapped, cornered like a rat in a cage. My mind raced, searching for a way out. Then I saw it. A fire extinguisher mounted on the wall near the kitchen door. It was a long shot, but it was my only hope. With a burst of desperate strength, I shoved Darlene aside and grabbed the extinguisher. I aimed for the nearest candle, pulling the pin and unleashing a cloud of white foam. The flames sputtered and died, plunging the diner into darkness. Screams and curses erupted around me. I used the confusion to my advantage, slamming the extinguisher into the faces of the two closest cultists, creating an opening. I bolted through the kitchen, dodging pots and pans, my heart pounding in my chest like a drum. I burst through the back door and into the fog-shrouded night. I didn't stop running until I reached the highway, Betsy's headlights a welcome sight in the swirling gray. I climbed into the cab, my hands shaking, my breath ragged. I slammed the door shut, locked it, and started the engine. As I pulled away from the Devil's Diner, I glanced back at the neon sign, its flickering light now a sinister reminder of the horror I had narrowly escaped. The fog swallowed the diner once more, obscuring it from view, but the chilling memory of the chanting, the burning eyes, and the sickly sweet smell would forever haunt my dreams. The road stretched ahead, an uncertain path into the unknown, but I knew one thing for sure. I would never stop at a roadside diner again. The hunger for peace had been replaced by a primal fear, a fear of the darkness that lurked in the shadows, waiting to devour unsuspecting souls. And I knew, with a bone-deep certainty, that the Devil's Diner was not an isolated incident. It was a symptom of something far more sinister, something that festered in the heart of these isolated mountains, something that whispered in the fog, luring travelers to their doom. Story 35. The wind, a vicious, clawing thing, tore through the trees, ripping my poncho nearly from my grasp. The storm, unexpected and brutal, had splintered our hiking group, scattering us like leaves across the unforgiving slopes of the Appalachians. I stumbled through the downpour, the trail lost beneath a torrent of muddy water. My name is Adam, and I'm a botanist, drawn to these mountains by the promise of rare, undiscovered flora. Now I was lost, alone, and terrified. The storm eventually subsided, leaving behind an eerie quiet, broken only by the dripping of water from the sodden trees. The air hung thick and heavy, pregnant with an unsettling stillness. I called out for my friends, David, Amelia, and Chloe, but only the echo of my own voice answered. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the rising tide of fear. I knew these mountains held ancient stories, whispers of something more than just bears and bobcats. The dogman, a creature of local legend, a humanoid canine, stalked the dark hollows and shadowed ridges. I had dismissed it as folklore, a campfire tale. Now, in the oppressive silence, the legend felt chillingly real. Somewhere in the distance, a branch snapped. It was too heavy to be a squirrel, too deliberate to be a deer. I froze, straining my ears, my breath caught in my throat. The botanist in me, always seeking to categorize and understand, battled with the primal fear gripping my gut. Then I heard it. A low, guttural growl, resonating through the trees. It wasn't the sound of any animal I recognized. It was something deeper, something ancient, something hungry. Amelia's perspective. I shivered, less from the lingering cold of the storm and more from the chilling howl that had echoed through the forest moments ago. I was separated from the others, my ankle twisted painfully from a fall. The dense woods, once a haven for research, now felt like a prison, closing in on me with every rustle of leaves. My phone had no signal, and the setting sun cast long, menacing shadows that seemed to writhe and shift with every gust of wind. I felt a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, the unnerving feeling of being observed. I tried to convince myself it was just nerves, but the stories of the dogman, which Adam had recounted around our first campfire, crept into my thoughts, fueling my fear. David's perspective. I pushed through the dense rhododendron thickets, my arms scratched and bleeding. The storm had separated us, and I had no idea where the others were. My flashlight beam cut a meager swath through the oppressive darkness. I heard a twig snap behind me and spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. Nothing, just the shifting shadows and the whispering trees. But the feeling of unease persisted, a cold knot in my stomach. I called out for the others again, my voice tight with fear. This time, a different sound answered. A rhythmic padding, slow and deliberate, like something large moving on four legs. My blood ran cold. Adam again. The growling came again, closer this time. I could hear the heavy thud of paws on the soft earth. Panic seized me, and I scrambled through the undergrowth, thorns tearing at my clothes. I had to find the others, to find safety in numbers. But the forest seemed to work against me, the trees twisting and turning into a disorienting maze. I tripped and fell, the impact jarring my breath from my lungs. As I pushed myself up, I saw it. Standing at the edge of the clearing, silhouetted against the last vestiges of twilight, was a figure. Tall, powerfully built, and unmistakably canine. Its eyes glowed with a predatory hunger. The dogman. Chloe's perspective. I huddled beneath a massive oak tree, trying to regain my composure. The storm had ripped my backpack from my grasp, leaving me with nothing but the clothes on my back. I heard a scream in the distance, a chillingly familiar sound. Amelia. My stomach churned with fear, but I knew I had to try and find her. As I moved towards the direction of the scream, I noticed a strange scent in the air, something musky and feral, unlike anything I'd ever encountered. The scent grew stronger with each step, filling my nostrils with a sickening sweetness. David's perspective. The padding grew louder, closer. I could smell the creature now, the same unsettling scent Chloe had described. I turned and ran, blindly crashing through the undergrowth. My flashlight flew from my grasp, plunging me into complete darkness. I could hear the creature gaining on me, its heavy breathing hot on my heels. I stumbled and fell, landing hard on the forest floor. As I looked up, I saw it looming over me, a hulking silhouette against the starlit sky. Its teeth, long and sharp, gleamed in the darkness. Adam again. I ran, fueled by pure adrenaline. The dogman was fast, impossibly fast. I could hear it gaining on me, its guttural growls echoing through the trees. I stumbled into a small clearing, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. And there, in the center of the clearing, were David and the dogman. David lay motionless on the ground, his eyes wide with terror. The creature stood over him, its muzzle stained crimson. I knew I should run, that I had no chance against this beast. But something in me snapped. I picked up a fallen branch, its end sharpened to a point by the storm, and charged at the creature, screaming at the top of my lungs. The dogman turned its attention to me, its eyes burning with a malevolent intelligence. It lunged, its claws extended. The last thing I saw was the gaping maw, filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, descending towards me. The forest, once a place of wonder and discovery, became my tomb, the dogman's domain. Story 36. The rhododendrons were in full bloom, their vibrant purple blossoms a stark contrast to the deep greens of the Appalachians. My camera, a vintage Leica, never left my hand. I was determined to capture the raw, unfiltered beauty of these mountains. My family, less enthralled by the photographic opportunities, tolerated my frequent stops. My wife, Anya, sketched in her notebook, capturing the landscape in a different medium. Our twin daughters, Iris and Lily, chased butterflies with a combined age of 10, their laughter echoing through the hollows. We'd rented a small cottage nestled deep in a holler. It lacked Wi-Fi, cell service, and most modern conveniences, which, in my mind, was precisely the point. I craved disconnection, a return to simpler times. Anya, less enthusiastic about rustic living, had agreed on the condition that we stay for only a week. The first unsettling incident occurred on our second night. I was developing film in the makeshift darkroom I'd set up in the cottage single bathroom. Anya and the girls were asleep. A faint melody, almost too quiet to register, drifted through the closed door. It sounded like a music box, its tinkling tune distorted, unsettling. I dismissed it as the wind playing tricks. Then, the distinct sound of a child's giggle echoed from the hallway. My daughters were sound asleep. The hair on my arm stood up. The next day, while exploring a nearby creek, we found a collection of small, intricately woven dolls hanging from a tree branch. They were made of twigs, feathers, and what looked like human hair. Iris and Lily, fascinated by their macabre beauty, wanted to take them back to the cottage. Anya and I, however, felt an instinctive revulsion, a deep unease. We steered them away, telling them the dolls were best left undisturbed. That night the whispers began. Not just the music box melody or the giggling, but hushed, indistinct voices murmuring just beyond the range of comprehension. They seemed to emanate from the walls, from the floorboards beneath our feet. Anya tried to rationalize it, blaming the old house settling, but the fear in her eyes mirrored my own. My curiosity, always my downfall, got the better of me. I started researching the area. Local libraries, historical societies, even dusty antique shops became my hunting grounds. I discovered that the cottage and the land it stood on had a troubled past. Generations of families had lived there, each plagued by misfortune, unexplained illnesses, disappearances. A recurring motif in the local lore was a vengeful mountain spirit, a protector of the land, angered by those who trespassed. The spirit was said to lure its victims with enchanting music and childish laughter, before stealing them away, never to be seen again. The occurrences escalated. Objects moved on their own. Footprints appeared in the dust where no one had walked. One morning, I found a single, long, black hair on Lily's pillow. It wasn't hers. Anya, finally convinced that something was terribly wrong, wanted to leave immediately. I, however, felt a morbid compulsion to stay, to uncover the truth. I convinced her to wait until morning. That night, the shadowy figure finally revealed itself. I woke to Anya's scream. The figure stood at the foot of our bed, its form obscured by the darkness, but its presence undeniable. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural light. The music box melody intensified, morphing into a discordant shriek. Anya pulled the girls close, shielding them with her body. I grabbed my camera, the only weapon I had. The flash illuminated the figure for a fleeting moment. It was humanoid in shape, gaunt, its skin a sickly gray. Its face was obscured by long, dark hair. But in its arms it cradled something. Something small. Something wrapped in white cloth. The figure lunged. I snapped the shutter, the flash momentarily blinding it. Anya screamed again. The figure stumbled back, its glowing eyes fixed on me. Then, it vanished, leaving behind only the lingering scent of decay and the echo of its chilling laughter. The next morning we packed frantically, our fear palpable. As we drove away, I looked back at the cottage, nestled among the blooming rhododendrons. The sunlight painted a picturesque scene, belying the darkness that lurked within. My daughters slept in the back seat, exhausted and traumatized. Anya gripped my hand, her knuckles white. Later, while developing the film, I discovered something chilling. In the photo I'd taken of the figure, the bundle in its arms was clearer. It wasn't a blanket. It was a doll. A doll made of twigs, feathers, and hair. A doll that looked eerily similar to the ones we'd found by the creek. And nestled within the doll's woven limbs, I saw a single purple rhododendron blossom. The realization hit me like a physical blow. The spirit wasn't stealing children. It was replacing them. And as I looked at my daughters sleeping in the backseat, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A single, long, black hair lay on Iris's shoulder. My camera slipped from my grasp. I knew, with sickening certainty, that we hadn't escaped the cottage's darkness. We'd brought it with us. Story 37. The ridge beckoned, a jagged silhouette against the bruised twilight sky. It was Mark's idea, this spring break jaunt into the Appalachians. Mark, always chasing uncharted territories, forgotten folklore, the pull of the unknown a constant hum beneath his skin. We, his friends, his reluctant disciples, were dragged along, lured by the promise of adventure. Sarah, practical and perpetually prepared. Chloe, bubbly and artistic, her camera an extension of her own curious eye. And me, Daniel, the chronicler of our misadventures, forever scribbling in my worn notebook. We set up camp just as true darkness descended, the forest closing in around us, a living, breathing entity. The air, thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, felt strangely heavy, almost suffocating. A sense of foreboding, a prickle at the back of my neck, persisted. Dismissing it as the product of an overactive imagination, I joined the others around the crackling fire, the flames casting flickering shadows against the surrounding trees. Hours later, lured by a faint, rhythmic chanting, Mark led us away from the warmth of our campsite and deeper into the woods. The sound grew louder, drawing us towards a clearing bathed in an unnatural, pulsating light. What we saw there seared itself onto the canvas of my memory, a grotesque masterpiece I can never unsee. Masked figures, their robes the color of dried blood, swayed and chanted around a massive bonfire. At the center, bound to a crude wooden pyre, a figure writhed, their muffled screams swallowed by the rhythmic chanting. The scene was primal, horrifying, something ripped from the pages of a forgotten history. Our presence, our accidental intrusion, shattered the ritualistic trance. The chanting stopped, the masked figures turning towards us, their movements unnervingly synchronized. The air crackled with a palpable sense of menace, the forest holding its breath. We ran, blindly, desperately, crashing through the undergrowth, our lungs burning, our hearts hammering against our ribs. The chanting resumed, now a terrifying pursuit, a promise of violence echoing through the trees. We were hunted. We ran until dawn, until our legs screamed in protest, and our throats were raw from the dry, panicked breaths we stole. We found a narrow game trail, barely discernible, and followed it down the mountainside, our descent fueled by adrenaline and primal fear. The chase, however, was relentless. We could hear them, always just behind us, their presence a suffocating weight. We became separated at some point during our frantic flight. I found myself alone, the rhythmic chanting fading in the distance, replaced by an eerie, suffocating silence. The following days were a blur of fear and exhaustion. I scavenged for food, hiding amongst the dense foliage, every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sending a fresh wave of panic through me. The mountains, once a sanctuary of peace, had become a prison, a hunting ground for something ancient and malevolent. I eventually stumbled upon a small, forgotten town nestled in a valley. It seemed deserted, the buildings dilapidated, their windows dark and empty. A single general store, its sign hanging precariously by a single rusted nail, seemed to be the only sign of life. Driven by desperation, I entered. The interior was dusty, the shelves mostly bare, the air thick with the smell of decay and something else. Something sickly sweet, almost cloying. Behind the counter, a woman sat, her face obscured by a thick veil. She didn't speak, but her eyes, dark and piercing, followed my every move. I asked for help, my voice hoarse, barely a whisper. She simply pointed towards a back room, a single, flickering candle illuminating the doorway. Hesitantly, I approached, the sweet smell intensifying, a knot forming in my stomach. The room was small, cluttered with strange artifacts. Woven dolls hung from the ceiling, their eyes staring blankly ahead. A circle of stones lay on the floor, bisected by a crudely drawn triangle. And at the center, a small clay figure, its limbs grotesquely twisted, its face frozen in a silent scream. It was then I understood. This town, these mountains, were not merely a hunting ground. They were a sanctuary, a place of worship for something far older, far more sinister than I could have ever imagined. The masked figures, the ritual, the chase. They were all part of something larger, something deeply rooted in the very fabric of these ancient hills. The woman entered the room, her veil now gone, revealing a face as cold and lifeless as the clay figure. She smiled, a chilling grimace that stretched across her thin lips, and began to chant, her voice joining the distant, rhythmic chanting that had haunted my every waking moment. The dolls began to sway, their blank eyes now fixated on me. The sweet smell became overpowering, suffocating. I turned and ran, bursting out of the store and back into the deserted streets, the chanting echoing behind me. The woman's chilling smile burned into my memory. I ran until I collapsed, my body screaming in protest, my mind teetering on the edge of madness. I was eventually found by a group of hikers, their faces etched with concern, their voices a welcome intrusion into the nightmare that had become my reality. I told them my story, my voice trembling, my words fragmented, disjointed. They listened patiently, though their eyes held a mixture of pity and disbelief. I never returned to the mountains. The memory of the ritual, the chase, the chilling emptiness of that forgotten town remains, a constant shadow in the corners of my mind, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurks beneath the surface of our world, a darkness I glimpsed on that fateful spring break trip to the Appalachians. And the sweet, cloying smell, it lingers still, a phantom scent that haunts my dreams, a constant reminder of the horror I witnessed, the horror I can never truly escape. Story 38. The Greyhound bus coughed me out in the pre-dawn chill of a forgotten Appalachian town, a place named Harmony Creek. Harmony, I'd soon learn, was a cruel joke. I shivered, adjusting my backpack, my thumb already extended towards the winding ribbon of asphalt that disappeared into the smoky blue mountains. Freedom tasted like exhaust fumes and cheap, instant coffee from the bus station. I was running from a life I no longer recognized, hoping to find myself somewhere between the peaks and hollows. A beat-up Ford pickup truck, its paint the color of faded denim, rumbled to a stop beside me. An older man, his face weathered like sun-baked earth, leaned across the worn bench seat. "Need a ride, darlin'?" he asked, his voice surprisingly gentle. Relief washed over me, a naive tide pulling me towards danger. I told him my name was Lily, and that I was headed as far west as the road would take me. He introduced himself as Dale, a local returning from a trip to see his sister. He offered me a thermos of coffee, its warmth welcome against the growing chill. We talked about the changing leaves, the crisp mountain air, the quiet solitude. He seemed harmless enough, a relic of a simpler time. As we drove deeper, the scenery shifted. The quaint farms and general stores gave way to dense stands of pine, their needles a muted green against the gray sky. The paved road narrowed, the asphalt crumbling in places, revealing patches of dirt and gravel. Dale's easy conversation became sparse, punctuated by long silences. He started taking strange detours, down unmarked dirt roads that led to isolated overlooks and deserted picnic areas. The unsettling feeling that had been a low hum in the back of my mind began to crescendo. At one particularly remote rest stop, Dale pulled over, the truck's tires spitting gravel. "Nature calls," he said with a tight smile, a flicker of something cold in his eyes. He disappeared into the outhouse, the wooden door creaking shut behind him. My hand instinctively went to my pocket, grasping the small Swiss Army knife I carried. It was flimsy protection, but it was all I had. I considered making a run for it, but the vastness of the surrounding wilderness was intimidating. Which was more dangerous, the man in the truck or the mountains themselves? While Dale was inside, I noticed a discarded newspaper tucked between the seats. It was a local paper, its pages yellowed and brittle. My eyes landed on a small article, a grainy black and white photograph of a young woman staring back at me. The caption read, "Local girl still missing. Police suspect foul play." The girl looked vaguely familiar. I scanned the article, my blood turning to ice. The missing girl had been hitchhiking. Her last known location was near Harmony Creek. She had accepted a ride from an older man in a blue pickup truck. The outhouse door creaked open and Dale emerged, his smile gone, replaced by a chillingly blank expression. He saw the newspaper in my hands. "Just local gossip," he said, his voice devoid of warmth. He climbed back into the truck, his movements stiff. I knew with sickening certainty that I was trapped. I had stumbled into the lair of a predator, these desolate mountain roads his personal, private. As he started the engine, I made my decision. The wilderness, with all its unknown terrors, was a better option than the certain death awaiting me in the truck. When we reached a particularly sharp curve, I acted. As Dale wrestled with the steering wheel, I lunged for the door handle, yanking it open. I tumbled out of the moving truck, hitting the hard ground with a jarring thud. Pain shot through my shoulder and leg, but adrenaline propelled me forward. I scrambled into the dense undergrowth, thorns tearing at my clothes, branches whipping against my skin. I could hear Dale shouting behind me, his voice laced with rage. He slammed on the brakes, the screech of tires echoing through the silent woods. I didn't look back. I ran, blindly crashing through the dense foliage, my heart pounding against my ribs. The woods were dark and disorienting. The trees seemed to close in around me, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The forest floor was a treacherous mix of fallen leaves, loose rocks and tangled roots. I stumbled and fell several times, my breath ragged, my lungs burning. I heard him crashing through the undergrowth behind me, his pursuit relentless. I knew I couldn't outrun him forever. I needed to find shelter, a place to hide. I came across a small cave, hidden behind a curtain of thick vines. I crawled inside, the damp earth cold against my skin. I pressed myself against the back wall, holding my breath, listening. Dale's footsteps grew closer. He was shouting my name now, his voice a chilling mix of anger and something else, something that sounded almost like anticipation. He passed by the cave entrance, his shadow falling across the vines. I remained perfectly still, my heart hammering in my chest. He continued his search, his frustrated shouts echoing through the trees. The sounds gradually faded, swallowed by the vastness of the mountains. But I knew he wouldn't give up. He would be out there, waiting, hunting. I was trapped in the wilderness, alone and injured with a killer on my trail. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the forest floor. The air grew colder, and a deep, unsettling silence descended. The mountains, once a symbol of freedom, had become my prison. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that my ordeal had just begun. The unknown terrors of the woods held a different kind of horror than Dale, and I was forced to choose which one I feared more. The choice was a moral weight I carried as the last sliver of light faded from the sky. The sounds of the forest at night were different, filled with a creeping dread that set my teeth on edge. I was alone with the whispers, and I knew I might never escape the chilling burden of this night. Story 39. The ranger's radio sputtered, a garbled voice breaking through the static. Lost signal again. Damn these mountains. I wiped sweat from my brow, the humidity clinging to me like a second skin. We were deep in the Pisgah National Forest, searching for a group of botanists overdue from their research expedition. My name is Elias, and I'm the lead search and rescue coordinator for this operation. Beside me, Sarah, our tracker, consulted her GPS. Her face, usually bright and eager, was etched with concern. The initial search had yielded nothing but abandoned equipment, meticulously labeled sample bags discarded haphazardly. Something had spooked them bad. Then we found the first body. Not human. A large white-tailed deer, drained of blood, its carcass grotesquely contorted. Not the work of any normal predator. The air grew heavy, thick with a metallic tang that stung my nostrils. We pressed on, the forest growing darker, the trees looming over us like skeletal sentinels. We found more carnage. Smaller animals, squirrels, rabbits, even a bobcat, all exsanguinated, their bodies arranged in bizarre patterns. Sarah whispered about local legends, tales of a bloodthirsty Bigfoot, a creature far removed from the gentle giant of popular imagination. I dismissed it, clinging to rational explanations. Predatory animals, perhaps, a rogue bear with a taste for blood. But the evidence mounted against my logical mind. The sheer volume of blood, the precision of the kills, the unsettling silence of the forest. It all pointed towards something far more sinister. Days blurred into a nightmarish haze of grim discoveries. We found another deer, this one partially consumed, its flesh torn away with savage efficiency. Near it, a single, enormous footprint pressed deep into the soft earth. My denial crumbled. This was no bear. This was something else entirely. We stumbled upon the biologist's campsite. Tents ripped open, equipment scattered. A single, blood-soaked journal lying open amidst the debris. Sarah read aloud, her voice shaking. The last entry described a massive, bipedal creature, covered in dark hair, its eyes glowing with an unnatural intelligence. They had observed it from a distance, initially fascinated, until it turned its gaze upon them. The entry ended abruptly. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through me. We were not rescuers. We were prey. We had to leave, escape this cursed place. But the forest held us captive, its dense foliage a suffocating embrace. We became disoriented, the GPS malfunctioning, the familiar landmarks dissolving into an indistinguishable green hell. The creature began to toy with us. We would find strange offerings, piles of bones arranged in symbolic patterns, or mutilated animal carcasses left in our path. Its presence was constant, a shadow lurking just beyond our vision. The whispers started then, soft at first, almost imperceptible, then growing louder, weaving through the trees, mocking our fear. They weren't words, not exactly. More like guttural growls, distorted whispers, laced with a chilling, inhuman intelligence. They seemed to burrow into our minds, twisting our thoughts, feeding our terror. Sarah broke first. She began to see things, shadowy figures flitting between the trees, whispering her name. She stopped talking, her eyes wide with a vacant terror. I tried to comfort her, but my own fear was a raging torrent, threatening to consume me. Then came the screams. Not Sarah's. A man's voice, filled with agony and terror. We ran towards the sound, our hearts hammering against our ribs. We found one of the missing botanists, impaled on a broken branch, his lifeless eyes staring up at the canopy. His body, like the animal's, was drained of blood. Sarah's scream finally tore through the oppressive silence. She bolted, running blindly into the dense undergrowth. I yelled after her, but it was too late. A guttural roar echoed through the trees, followed by a sickening crunch. Silence descended again, broken only by the rustling of leaves. I was alone, completely and utterly alone. The whispers intensified, closer now, all around me. I knew the creature was watching, waiting. I ran then, not for rescue, but for a reprieve from the inevitable. The forest seemed to shift and twist around me, the trees closing in, their branches clawing at my flesh. I stumbled, falling to my knees, the metallic tang of blood filling my nostrils. I looked up. The creature stood before me, a hulking silhouette against the bruised twilight sky. It was larger than any human, its eyes glowing with a malevolent intelligence. Its massive hand, stained crimson, reached down, its claws extended. The whispers coalesced into a single chilling voice, echoing deep within my skull. "Join the harvest," it rasped. I closed my eyes, accepting my fate. The last thing I felt was the creature's cold hand gripping my throat. The last thing I heard was the sickening snap of bone. The harvest had claimed another victim. And the forest remained silent, its secrets preserved, its hunger insatiable. Story 40. The static crackled, spitting out a garbled voice, a frantic plea swallowed by the mountain's maw. My partner, Liam, adjusted the receiver, his brow furrowed in concentration. We were deep in the Appalachians, chasing a wisp of a story, a supposed Bigfoot sighting posted on some obscure dark web forum. Liam, ever the true believer, was convinced this was our ticket to podcasting fame. Me, I was just along for the ride and increasingly regretting it. We found the cabin nestled in a hollow, shrouded by ancient trees. It wasn't just abandoned, it felt forsaken. Boarded windows stared blankly, and the door hung open, a silent invitation into some unsettling narrative. Inside, dust motes danced in the slivers of light filtering through the cracks. The air was thick with the scent of mildew and something else, something acrid, something vaguely metallic. The walls were covered in drawings. Not the childish scribbles you'd expect in a deserted mountain dwelling, but intricate, disturbing sketches. Grotesque figures with elongated limbs and misshapen heads, surrounded by symbols that looked both ancient and unsettlingly futuristic. And then there were the recordings. Cassette tapes scattered across a rotted table, labeled with dates and cryptic notes. Liam grabbed one, slid it into a battered tape recorder we'd brought, and pressed play. A man's voice, strained, filled the small cabin. He spoke of strange lights in the sky, of unsettling sounds echoing through the valleys. He described encounters with something he couldn't quite explain, something large, something intelligent. His words grew increasingly frantic, laced with terror. The tape ended abruptly, mid-sentence, swallowed by a burst of static. Over the next few hours, we delved deeper into the cabin's unsettling contents. Each tape painted a more horrifying picture. The man, we learned, was a park ranger. His initial fascination with the strange occurrences in the mountains slowly morphed into stark, paralyzing fear. He spoke of a government presence, men in black suits, hushed conversations, and then the experiments. Suddenly, a high-pitched whine erupted from our own recording equipment. Liam fiddled with the dials, but the sound persisted, growing louder, morphing into a series of distorted, rhythmic pulses. It wasn't natural, not organic. It sounded synthetic. Then, a voice, clearer than anything we'd heard on the tapes, cut through the whine. It spoke in a monotone, devoid of emotion, reciting a string of numbers and letters. It was a code, Liam realized, some kind of encrypted transmission. He grabbed his laptop, furiously typing, trying to decipher the message. The decoded message sent a chill down my spine, colder than the mountain air. It spoke of Project Chimera, a clandestine government program aimed at creating the ultimate biological weapon. They had spliced human and animal DNA, creating something monstrous, something far beyond their control. The Bigfoot sightings, the rangers' frantic recordings, it all clicked into place. This wasn't a cryptid. This was a science experiment gone horribly wrong. Liam, pale and shaken, looked up from his laptop. "We need to leave," he whispered, his voice barely audible. Now, but it was too late. The rhythmic pulses from our equipment intensified, and a low growl, deep and resonant, echoed from outside the cabin. The ground trembled beneath our feet. Whatever they had created, it was here. We barricaded the door, piling furniture against it, our hearts pounding in our chests. The growls grew closer, interspersed with the sickening crunch of splintering wood. Whatever was outside, it was strong and it was hungry. Then we heard it, the distinct sound of metal scraping against metal. They were cutting through the walls. We were trapped. Liam grabbed a heavy iron poker from beside the fireplace, his knuckles white. We knew with chilling certainty that this was our last stand. A section of the wall gave way, revealing a gaping hole. And then we saw it. It wasn't Bigfoot. It was something far worse. Its flesh was a patchwork of different textures, human skin grafted onto thick, coarse fur. Its limbs were elongated, twisted at unnatural angles. Its head, a grotesque fusion of human and animal features, bore a single cyclopean eye that burned with an unnerving intelligence. The creature lunged, its claws extended, and Liam, with a primal scream, swung the poker. It connected with the creature's shoulder, producing a sickening thud, but the creature barely flinched. It roared, a sound that ripped through the silence of the mountain and swatted Liam aside like a rag doll. He crumpled to the floor, unconscious. I knew I couldn't fight it. I could only run. I scrambled through the hole in the wall, into the darkness of the mountain, the creature's guttural roars echoing behind me. I ran blindly, driven by pure terror. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to get away, to escape the horrifying truth I had uncovered. I was carrying a story far darker than any Bigfoot legend. A story the world needed to hear, if I could only survive long enough to tell it. But as the sounds of pursuit grew closer, I knew the mountains held secrets they weren't willing to share, secrets guarded by something far more terrifying than any local folklore. Story 41. The mist, thick and clinging, swallowed the last vestiges of sunlight as we lumbered deeper into the Appalachians. Lost, we were monumentally, hopelessly lost. Maya pointed through the swirling gray. "Look, a light," she declared. And there it was, a flickering neon sign barely piercing the gloom, promising warmth and sustenance. "The Devil's Diner," I read aloud, a shiver crawling up my spine despite the promise of shelter. The unease was instant, sharp, a primal warning I foolishly ignored. We pulled the battered Jeep into the gravel lot. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the crunch of tires on loose stone and the creak of the diner's rusting sign. The aroma, however, was enticing. A rich, savory scent, promising comfort home. It pulled us forward, like moths to a particularly alluring flame. The diner's interior was bathed in a sickly yellow light. Booths lined the walls, each occupied by figures that defied description. Their forms shifted, contorted, a grotesque parody of humanity. One had wings like a moth, but its face, oh God, its face was a mask of stitched skin and empty sockets. Another was draped in animal hides, its eyes glowing with an unnatural intensity. All of them, every single one, stared at us, their gazes cold, predatory. They were eating. A thick, bubbling stew sat in the center of each table. I glanced into the nearest bowl. The contents swam, indistinct, vaguely organic. A single, human finger floated on the surface. Bile rose in my throat. A woman, her face stretched into a disturbing smile, beckoned us towards an empty booth. Her voice was like nails on a chalkboard, grating and high-pitched. "Join us," she hissed, "supper's served." We retreated, stumbling back into the fog. Back into the Jeep, fumbling with the keys, the engine sputtering to life, tires spitting gravel. We fled, but we didn't escape. We found ourselves back in the parking lot. The neon sign flickered. The same eerie aroma hung in the air. The same figures sat in the booths, consuming their gruesome meal. The woman with the stretched smile beckoned again. "Join us," she hissed, "supper's served." This was no ordinary diner. This was a nightmare, looping endlessly, trapping us in its macabre replay. The second loop began. This time, I observed more carefully. The creatures, I realized, resembled twisted versions of Appalachian folklore. A skinwalker, its face a gruesome parody of a wolf's, gnawed on a bone. The Mothman, its enormous eyes fixed on me, tilted its head. A wampus cat, its feline form impossibly large, hissed, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Each loop, the details became clearer. I noticed the strange symbols carved into the wooden booths, symbols that seemed to writhe and shift beneath my gaze. I heard the whispered chants emanating from the kitchen, a low, guttural language that chilled me to the bone. The third loop. I approached the smiling woman, forcing a calmness I didn't feel. "What is this place?" I managed to ask, my voice trembling. Her smile widened, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. "The Devil's Diner," she hissed. "Where lost souls find their final feast." The fourth loop. I watched the stew being prepared. A figure, shrouded in shadows, stirred the bubbling pot. He dropped something into the mixture. A human heart still beating. My stomach churned. The fifth loop. I understood. This wasn't just a diner. It was an altar, a place of sacrifice. The creatures, the stew, the rituals, all part of a horrifying cycle. The lost travelers, drawn in by the promise of food and shelter, became the ingredients for the next gruesome meal. The sixth loop. Desperation clawed at me. We were trapped, doomed to repeat this nightmare forever, unless we could break the cycle. But how? The seventh loop. I studied the symbols again, realizing they resembled ancient Celtic runes. Protection runes inverted. They were trapping us, holding us within the loop. The eighth loop. An idea, desperate and reckless, sparked in my mind. If the runes were the key, then perhaps inverting them again could break the spell. The ninth loop. As the smiling woman beckoned, I ignored her, rushing towards the nearest booth. Ignoring the grotesque occupants, the stench of the stew, I traced the runes with my fingers, trying to recreate their original form. The 10th loop. I was closer, I could feel it. The diner flickered, the figures wavered, their forms less distinct. The 11th loop. The runes glowed beneath my touch, a warm, golden light spreading through the diner. The creatures shrieked, their forms dissolving into shadows. The smiling woman's face contorted in rage, her skin peeling away, revealing a skeletal visage beneath. The 12th loop. The runes blazed, the light blinding. The diner shook, the walls cracking, the ceiling collapsing. The stench of decay intensified, overwhelming. The 13th loop. We were back in the Jeep. The diner was gone, replaced by an empty patch of overgrown weeds. The neon sign lay shattered on the ground, its flickering light extinguished. The fog had lifted, revealing a clear night sky sprinkled with stars. We drove in silence. The horrific images of the diner burned into our memories. We were free, but the price of freedom was a burden we would carry forever. The Devil's Diner, a nightmare etched in our souls, a constant reminder of the horrors that lurk in the hidden corners of the world. The memory of the stew, the chanting, the distorted creatures would forever haunt our dreams, a testament to the darkness that dwells within the heart of the Appalachians. Story 42. The man smelled faintly of wood smoke and something else, something almost metallic that I couldn't quite place. He'd been leaning against a weathered fence post at the edge of a tiny town called Oak Haven, his thumb jutting out optimistically. I foolishly decided to stop. My grandmother always said kindness was its own reward. I was starting to think Nana needed to update her aphorisms. He introduced himself as Elias, a folklorist documenting the oral traditions of the Appalachian Mountains. He was particularly interested, he said, in the legend of the Dogman. He rattled on about benevolent protector spirits, ancient guardians of the forest, his words tumbling over each other, his eyes shining with an unsettling fervor. He even pulled out a battered, leather-bound journal filled with handwritten notes and crude drawings, depicting a canine-like humanoid creature, more majestic wolf than monstrous beast. Elias's initial enthusiasm was almost charming. Almost, but as the miles ticked by, his cheerful demeanor began to fray at the edges. His pronouncements on the Dogman became less academic and more, well, devotional. He spoke of the creature with a reverence usually reserved for deities, his voice taking on a hushed, almost worshipful tone. "The Dogman understands," he said, his gaze fixed on something beyond the windshield. "He sees the imbalance. He knows what needs to be done." I gripped the steering wheel a little tighter. The metallic scent wafting from him seemed stronger now, almost cloying. I glanced at his hands, noticing for the first time a small, intricately carved wooden whistle dangling from a leather cord around his neck. It was shaped like a dog's head, its eyes tiny, gleaming obsidian beads. At a desolate rest stop, Elias asked me to pull over. He needed to, as he put it, commune with the spirits of the place. Unease curdled in my stomach. I wanted to refuse, to just drive away and leave him there with his unsettling pronouncements and metallic aroma. But something held me back, a strange, paralyzing politeness I couldn't seem to shake. The rest stop was eerily quiet. The bathrooms were boarded up, and the picnic tables were scarred with graffiti. The only other vehicle was a rusted-out pickup truck, half hidden amongst the overgrown trees at the far end of the parking lot. Elias led me to a small clearing behind the rest stop. In the center sat a ring of stones, almost perfectly circular. In the middle of the circle, a shallow depression in the earth was filled with dried leaves and something that looked suspiciously like bone fragments. My apprehension blossomed into full-blown terror. This wasn't about folklore. This was something else entirely. Elias's eyes burned with a feverish light. He produced the dog whistle and held it aloft. The obsidian beads seemed to pulse with an internal glow. "The Dogman requires an offering," he announced, his voice ringing with a strange, hollow resonance. "A pure soul to balance the scales." He turned to me, his face contorted in a terrifying grin. "And you," he said, his voice dripping with a sickening sweetness, "have been chosen." He raised the whistle to his lips. Before he could blow, I acted. I lunged at him, grabbing for the whistle. He sidestepped easily, his movements surprisingly agile, and shoved me backward. I stumbled, my hand landing on something smooth and cold. A stone. Not just any stone, though. It was a geode, split open to reveal a cavity filled with shimmering amethyst crystals. I'd noticed it earlier, tucked away in a corner of the clearing, and dismissed it as an unusual rock formation. Now it felt like a lifeline. Clutching the geode, I swung it at Elias, hitting him squarely in the temple. He staggered back, his eyes widening in surprise, the whistle clattering to the ground. I didn't wait to see if he was down for the count. I scrambled to my feet and ran, the geode clutched tightly in my hand, its cool surface a stark contrast to the burning fear in my chest. I didn't stop running until I reached the main road. I flagged down the first car that passed, a beat-up station wagon driven by a kindly old woman who looked at me with a mixture of concern and suspicion. I babbled something about a crazy man and a ritual, my words tumbling out in a jumbled mess. She didn't press for details, just nodded grimly and told me to get in. As we drove away, I risked a glance back at the rest stop. The clearing was bathed in the pale light of the rising moon. And standing at the edge of the trees, silhouetted against the moonlit sky, was a figure. Tall, imposing, with a distinctly canine silhouette. But this wasn't the noble guardian of Elias's feverish imaginings. This creature was something else entirely. Something feral, something predatory. Something with eyes that glowed with a cold, malevolent light. The dogman, and it was looking directly at me. The old woman saw it too. She gasped, her foot pressing down on the accelerator. We sped away, leaving the rest stop and its terrifying occupant behind. I never saw Elias again. But I still have the geode. I keep it on my nightstand, a constant reminder of my brush with the dark side of Appalachian folklore. And sometimes, late at night when the wind howls outside my window, I swear I can hear the faint, chilling sound of a dog whistle echoing in the distance. Story 43. The wind, thin and cold, whistled a mournful tune through the skeletal branches of the trees that lined the upper reaches of the Appalachian Trail. My boots crunched on the frozen ground, a rhythmic counterpoint to the rustle of fallen leaves stirred by the gusts. It was late October, much too late to be attempting this section of the trail, but my friends, ever the thrill-seekers, insisted the fall foliage would make for an unforgettable experience. Unforgettable it was becoming, just not in the way we had anticipated. It started with the carvings. Intricate, spiraling glyphs etched deep into the bark of ancient oaks and maples. They were unlike anything I'd seen before, a language of tangled knots and jagged lines that seemed to pulse with a hidden energy. Initially, we dismissed them as the work of some eccentric artist, a backwoods Banksy leaving their mark on the wilderness. But as we hiked deeper, the carvings grew more frequent, more complex, forming a discernible trail veering off the established path. Curiosity, that age-old siren, beckoned us forward. We followed the silent, wooden guide, drawn further and further into the heart of the ancient forest. The sun, already low in the sky, dipped below the horizon, painting the bare branches with hues of blood orange and bruised violet. A chill, deeper than the autumn air, settled in my bones. The first night, we lost Bill's canteen, vanished without a trace from inside his securely zipped backpack. We chalked it up to carelessness, but the next morning, Sarah's hiking boots were filled with mud and dead leaves, and my compass needle spun wildly, useless. These small acts of sabotage escalated each night. Rations mysteriously spoiled, ropes frayed and cut, sleeping bags slashed. An unseen presence made itself known, toying with us, pushing us toward the edge of paranoia. Then came the dreams. Visions of firelight flickering on grotesque masks, chanting figures swirling around a stone altar, their voices a dissonant chorus of guttural whispers. The symbols from the trees, etched in fire and blood, appeared in my dreams, their meaning still elusive but now imbued with a palpable sense of dread. It was Maya, the anthropologist in our group, who finally put the pieces together. She recognized the carvings as belonging to a long-forgotten Appalachian cult, a sect that worshipped a malevolent entity dwelling within the mountains. The trees, she explained, were not just carvings. They were a map, a pilgrimage leading to a hidden altar, a place of sacrifice. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through our initial disbelief. The playful sabotage, the disturbing dreams, it all clicked into place. We weren't just lost hikers. We were offerings. We debated our next move, huddled around a meager fire. Turning back was out of the question. The trail was a labyrinth, and we were already too deep. Our only option was to press forward, reach the altar, and hope somehow to escape whatever awaited us there. The final stretch of the carved path was unsettlingly quiet. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. The trees, thicker here, blocked out the last vestiges of the setting sun, plunging us into an unnatural twilight. Then we saw it. A clearing bathed in an eerie green glow emanating from moss clinging to the rough-hewn stones of a massive altar. Figures, cloaked and masked, moved around the altar, their movements slow and deliberate, like ancient priests performing a forgotten rite. Panic seized me. I wanted to run, to scream, but my legs felt rooted to the spot. Maya, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and morbid fascination, pointed to the center of the altar. A figure, bound and gagged, lay prostrate on the cold stone. Bill, the chanting intensified, rising to a fever pitch. One of the masked figures, taller than the rest, raised a gleaming obsidian blade. My voice, hoarse and strained, finally broke the oppressive silence. I yelled Bill's name, a desperate, futile attempt to disrupt the ritual. The figures turned. Their masks, grotesque parodies of human faces, seemed to leer at us. The tall figure lowered the blade. Then the ground beneath us shifted. A chasm opened up, swallowing the altar, the figures, and Bill in a swirling vortex of shadows and dust. I stumbled back, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. The clearing, moments ago alive with the energy of the ritual, was now silent and empty. Only the carved trees remained, their silent message etched deep into the bark. A testament to the ancient evil lurking beneath the surface of these ancient mountains. We never saw Bill again, nor did we ever find our way back to the marked trail. We wandered for days, delirious and terrified, until a park ranger, responding to our overdue notice, discovered us stumbling through the undergrowth. We told him nothing of the carved trees, the altar, or the cult. Who would believe us? We knew, deep down, that the mountains held their secrets close, and some things are better left undisturbed. Story 44. The winning bid flashed on my laptop screen, a ridiculously low number for something called a unique Appalachian experience. It was on one of those dark web auction sites, the kind you need 3 different VPNs and a sacrificial goat to even access. My friends, Liam and Maya, thought I was insane. They humored me, though. They always did. Probably because my crypto investments usually panned out. This time, though, felt different. This felt wrong. The seller, some anonymous entity with a handle like Mountain Man 666, sent us coordinates to an abandoned campsite somewhere deep in the Appalachian wilderness. No further information. Just coordinates and a chilling message. The mountains remember. The drive was, well, a drive. Liam kept making jokes about deliverance. Maya obsessively checked her phone signal, and I tried to ignore the gnawing feeling in my gut. The campsite itself was desolate. A crumbling fire ring, a few rusted cans, and an overwhelming sense of isolation. Then, Tucked beneath a loose rock, we found it. A small, leather-bound book. The book contained a series of riddles, a sort of morbid treasure hunt. The first riddle led us to a gnarled oak tree where, buried beneath its roots, we found a tarnished silver locket. Inside, a faded photograph of a man with unsettlingly intense eyes and a small bone carving. The carving depicted a strange symbol, a spiral surrounded by jagged lines. I recognized it. I'd seen it before, in a dusty folklore book at my grandfather's house. It was the mark of James Thorne, a serial killer who terrorized these mountains back in the 1800s. They never caught him. They said he just vanished into the wilderness. Each subsequent riddle led us deeper into the woods, each clue more disturbing than the last. A rusted hunting knife, a fragment of a human skull, a child's worn leather boot. With every discovery, the air grew heavier, the silence more oppressive. The forest itself seemed to be watching us, its ancient trees silent witnesses to unspeakable horrors. The final riddle led us to a small, moss-covered cave hidden behind a waterfall. Inside, resting on a flat stone, was a crudely fashioned obsidian dagger. The moment I touched it, a wave of cold washed over me. The air crackled with a palpable energy. The cave walls seemed to vibrate. Then, a voice, raspy and ancient, echoed through the chamber. "You have awakened me." The ground began to tremble. A shadow detached itself from the darkness at the back of the cave. It coalesced into a figure, tall and gaunt, with eyes that burned with an unholy light. James Thorne. He held out a skeletal hand, his fingers twitching. The hunt begins anew. We ran. We scrambled out of the cave, slipping and sliding on the wet rocks. Liam twisted his ankle, falling behind. Maya screamed. I looked back. Thorne was standing at the mouth of the cave, a grotesque smile twisting his lips. He didn't pursue us. Not yet. He was toying with us, savoring the fear. We spent the next few hours stumbling through the forest, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of blood orange. The silence was broken only by the rustling of leaves and the frantic beating of our hearts. Everywhere we turned, we saw Thorne's mark, carved into trees, etched onto rocks. A constant reminder that he was watching, that he was everywhere. We found a small, abandoned hunting cabin. We barricaded the door, huddled together in the darkness, praying for dawn. But dawn never came. The night stretched on, an eternity of whispered threats and scratching at the door. Liam's ankle was swelling, his face pale with pain. Maya was sobbing hysterically. I felt a cold dread creeping into my soul. Suddenly, the cabin door exploded inward. Thorne stood silhouetted in the doorway, his eyes glowing like embers. He advanced on us, the obsidian dagger gleaming in his hand. Liam screamed and threw himself at Thorne, a futile act of defiance. Thorne swatted him aside like a fly. He turned his gaze to Maya. She whimpered, shrinking back against the wall. Then he looked at me. His eyes bored into mine, ancient and full of malice. He raised the dagger. You, he rasped, will be the first. He lunged. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable. But it never came. I opened my eyes. Thorne was gone. The cabin was empty. The only sound was the wind whispering through the trees. I stumbled outside. Liam and Maya were gone. Vanished. The forest was silent still. The setting sun cast long, ominous shadows across the clearing. I saw it then, carved into the bark of a nearby tree. Thorne's mark. Beneath it, a new inscription. The mountains always keep their promises. I knew then. I would never leave these mountains. I was part of them now, Another trophy in James Thorne's macabre collection, another victim in his endless hunt. The mountains had claimed me. And the hunt, I realized with chilling certainty, would continue. Forever. Story 45. The air hung thick and humid, heavy with the scent of pine and something faintly metallic as we pulled into the cryptid campground. Brenda hopped out of the minivan, already chattering excitedly about S'mores and ghost stories. Cole, my younger brother, grumbled about the lack of cell service. Dad just grunted, preoccupied with maneuvering the camper into our designated spot. I, however, felt a prickle of unease. The name of the campground, initially chosen for its kitschy appeal, now seemed less amusing, more ominous. The trees, dense and overgrown, seemed to press in on us, their gnarled branches like skeletal fingers reaching towards the clearing. A strange, almost cloying sweetness hung in the air, mingling unpleasantly with the metallic tang. As dusk deepened, the sweetness intensified, becoming sickening. The forest around us pulsed with a low, rhythmic thrumming, like a giant, unseen heart beating beneath the earth. Unsettling noises, rustling leaves, guttural grunts and chittering sounds began to emanate from the woods, growing louder as darkness fell. Dad dismissed it as wildlife, but Brenda, her initial excitement replaced with a growing anxiety, kept glancing nervously at the tree line. Cole, glued to his now useless phone, muttered about finding a better signal. I, however, felt a growing conviction that we were not alone, not in the way Dad thought. Later, nestled in our sleeping bags, the noises outside escalated. A high-pitched shriek split the night, followed by a series of heavy thuds, like something large dragging itself through the undergrowth. Brenda whimpered, burying her face in her pillow. Cole, finally acknowledging the growing threat, sat bolt upright, his eyes wide with fear. Then we saw it. A grotesque shape lumbered into the clearing, illuminated by the flickering embers of our dying campfire. It was massive, resembling a salamander but grotesquely mutated, its skin slick and glistening, its eyes glowing with an unnatural violet light. Its mouth opened, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. Before we could react, another creature emerged from the trees. This one was serpentine, with leathery wings and a head like a viper. It coiled in the air above us, hissing, its forked tongue flicking in and out. As if these weren't enough, a third monstrosity joined the scene. A creature resembling a cross between a wild boar and a spider, its hairy body segmented, its 8 legs ending in wickedly sharp claws. It scuttled towards us, clicking and hissing. Panic seized us. We scrambled out of the tent, our hearts hammering against our ribs. The creatures closed in. The salamander lunged, its gaping maw inches from Cole's face. The winged serpent swooped down, its talons raking across my arm. The boar spider thing scuttled around us, cutting off our escape. We were trapped, surrounded by a menagerie of nightmares. Thinking fast, I grabbed a nearby log and swung it at the salamander, connecting with a sickening thud. It recoiled, momentarily stunned. Dad, finally snapping out of his initial disbelief, grabbed a camping chair and charged the winged serpent, yelling incoherently. Brenda, surprisingly, found her voice, screaming at the boar spider thing, throwing rocks and pine cones at it with surprising ferocity. Our makeshift weapons and desperate defense bought us a few precious seconds. We sprinted towards the minivan, the creatures hot on our heels. The salamander snapped at my ankles, its teeth grazing my skin. The winged serpent swooped low, its shadow passing over us like a shroud. The boar spider thing clicked and hissed, its multiple legs pumping furiously as it pursued us. We piled into the minivan, Dad fumbling with the keys, his hands shaking. The creatures slammed against the vehicle, their grotesque forms silhouetted against the interior lights. The salamander's claws scraped against the windows, leaving long, slimy trails. The winged serpent beat its wings against the roof, the sound like thunder. The boar spider thing scuttled around the van, its claws scraping against the metal. Finally, the engine roared to life. Dad slammed the minivan into reverse, tires spinning in the dirt, then floored it, sending gravel flying. We sped away from the cryptid campground, leaving the horrific creatures behind us, their frustrated shrieks echoing through the night. As we drove, I looked back at the campground, the clearing now bathed in an eerie, violet light. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that we had narrowly escaped becoming part of that grotesque ecosystem, another meal for the monstrous inhabitants of the cryptid campground. And I knew, with a sinking dread, that the memory of that night, the images of those creatures, would haunt me forever. The metallic scent, now clinging to my clothes, my skin, my hair, served as a constant, sickening reminder of our brush with the unimaginable. Story 46. The rest stop clung precariously to the mountainside, a concrete island in a sea of whispering pines. Deserted, save for our minivan and a rusting pickup truck half hidden by overgrown weeds. My husband Daniel stretched, groaning dramatically. Lily, our eldest, glued to her phone, barely registered our arrival. But 6-year-old Ethan, ever inquisitive, bolted from the van, drawn by a chipped, faded carousel horse on a nearby merry-go-round, its paint flaking like sunburnt skin. "Ethan, stay close," I called, my voice swallowed by the immensity of the mountains. He gave a fleeting wave, his small form already a blur of bright blue against the somber gray concrete. I followed, a knot tightening in my stomach. This rest stop felt wrong. A strange, heavy stillness hung in the air, pressing against me like a physical weight. The restrooms were padlocked, their metal doors scarred with graffiti. A discarded newspaper, yellowed and brittle, rustled against the chain-link fence, its headlines proclaiming a missing person from months ago. A hiker vanished without a trace. A sudden, chilling silence descended. Ethan was gone. "Ethan," I yelled, my voice edged with panic. "Ethan, where are you?" Daniel and Lily, finally alert, joined the search. We scoured the picnic area, the overgrown playground, calling his name until our voices were raw. Nothing. Then, by the carousel, where Ethan had been moments before, we found it. A doll. Not a child's toy, but something older, more sinister. Made of dark, polished wood, its features crudely carved. Its eyes, 2 chips of obsidian, seemed to bore into me. Clutching the doll, a wave of nausea washed over me. This wasn't just a lost child. This was something far worse. As dusk bled into the mountains, painting the sky in hues of bruised purple and sickly green, we found a payphone, its receiver dangling precariously, the cord frayed. Daniel managed to get a signal, calling the local sheriff's department. Their response was slow, dismissive. Another lost hiker, they assumed. They'd send someone in the morning. But the morning felt a lifetime away. The gnawing fear in my gut intensified. We were alone, trapped in this desolate place with a growing sense of dread. Searching the rest stop again, driven by a desperate hope, we stumbled upon a boarded-up maintenance shed, its wooden door hanging askew, revealing a dark, gaping maw. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of decay, mildew clinging to the damp concrete walls. A single, bare bulb cast a sickly yellow light, revealing an unsettling tableau. Crude drawings covered the walls, charcoal sketches depicting grotesque figures, their limbs elongated, their eyes empty black sockets. And symbols. Strange, angular symbols repeated over and over, like a demented alphabet, the symbols on the doll. A cold shiver ran down my spine. This wasn't a simple rest stop. This was a place of dark rituals. Beneath the drawings, scrawled in what looked like dried blood, were names. Dozens of them. Names and dates spanning decades. A horrifying chronicle. And then at the bottom, freshly written, Ethan's name. The realization hit me like a physical blow. This rest stop wasn't just a dumping ground, it was an altar. A place where something dark and ancient was worshipped. And Ethan was the latest offering. Lily, her face ashen, pointed to a corner of the shed. A crude stone altar, stained dark, stood beneath a grimy window, a single flickering candle illuminating its surface. Beside it, a worn, leather-bound book lay open, its pages filled with those same unsettling symbols. As Daniel read aloud from the book, his voice trembling, the symbols seemed to writhe on the page, the air growing heavy, oppressive. He spoke of a forgotten deity, a being of immense power, worshipped by the mountain folk long ago, a being that demanded sacrifice. And this rest stop, this forgotten place, was its gateway. A low, guttural chanting began, emanating from the woods beyond the shed. The ground beneath our feet vibrated. The chanting grew louder, closer, intermingled with a rhythmic drumming that seemed to pulse through my very bones. Fear threatened to overwhelm me, but a fierce, primal protectiveness surged through me. I would not let them take my son. Armed with nothing but a rusty tire iron I'd found in the shed, I kicked open the back door, determined to face whatever lurked in the darkness. The chanting intensified. Silhouetted against the rising moon, figures emerged from the trees, their forms cloaked in shadows, their movements unnatural, jerky. They carried torches, their flames casting grotesque, dancing shadows that stretched and distorted across the clearing. In their hands, they held crude, bone-handled knives. They advanced, their chanting reaching a fever pitch. I stood my ground, tire iron raised, ready to fight to protect, to reclaim my son from the clutches of this ancient evil. The first figure lunged. Its face, finally illuminated by the torchlight, was a mask of bone and dried skin, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. But behind the mask, I saw a flicker of something else. Recognition. A desperate plea for help, trapped within the ritual, the sacrifice. And then, from the shadows behind the figures, a small, blue-clad figure emerged. Ethan. He carried the wooden doll, its obsidian eyes reflecting the torchlight. He smiled, a chilling, empty smile that was not his own. He raised his hand and the chanting stopped. The figures froze, their movements suspended mid-stride. Ethan walked towards me, the doll clutched tight in his hand, and his eyes, those empty black eyes, locked onto mine. The obsidian depths reflected not my terrified face, but the rising moon, a cold, indifferent witness to the horrors unfolding in that forgotten rest stop. And in that moment I knew. I had lost him. Not to the mountains, not to the ritual, but to something far older, far more sinister. Something that had always been there, lurking in the shadows, waiting. And now it had claimed its prize. Story 47. The rusted gates of Blackwood Asylum creaked open, inviting us in like a metal maw. Ethan, always the leader, grinned. Darla, ever the pragmatist, checked her camera battery. Daniel, well, Daniel just hummed a jaunty tune, oblivious to the palpable dread clinging to the mountain air. Me, I gripped my flashlight tighter, the cold metal a small comfort against the growing unease in my gut. Blackwood, infamous, shuttered for decades, shrouded in rumors of demonic possessions and medical malpractice that bordered on torture. The perfect destination for our little band of urban explorers. We thrived on this, the thrill of the forbidden, the allure of the unknown. The main entrance hall was a cathedral of decay. Peeling paint hung like flayed skin. Dust motes danced in the slivers of moonlight filtering through the grimy, barred windows. The air was thick with the scent of mildew and something else, something faintly metallic, something that made my stomach churn. We split up, Ethan and Darla venturing deeper, Daniel and I taking the east wing. Daniel, bless his oblivious heart, continued humming. I, however, found myself increasingly captivated by the strange symbols etched into the walls. Angular, almost alien, they repeated in patterns that made my head swim. I ran a finger over the cold stone, tracing their unsettling contours. Then a sound. A low, guttural moan that seemed to emanate from the very walls themselves. Daniel stopped humming. We exchanged a nervous glance. Probably just the wind, I said, my voice lacking conviction. But the wind didn't moan, and the wind didn't have elongated, skeletal fingers reaching out from behind a decaying door. The fingers twitched. They beckoned. Daniel, ever the curious one, took a step closer. I grabbed his arm. Don't, I hissed, but it was too late. The door creaked open, revealing not wind but a figure. Gaunt, hunched, its skin a sickly yellow, it shuffled towards us, its hollow eyes fixed on Daniel. We ran. We ran through corridors lined with decaying beds, past rooms filled with rusty medical equipment, the moans growing louder, multiplying, pursuing us. We stumbled upon an operating theater. The centerpiece, a rusting steel table, stained a disturbing shade of brown. Surgical instruments lay scattered across the floor, glinting malevolently in the dim light. It wasn't hard to imagine the horrors that had unfolded within these walls. We rejoined Ethan and Darla in the main hall, their faces pale, their breaths ragged. They had seen them too, the patients, the ones who never left. The escape became a terrifying, disorienting maze. The asylum seemed to shift and change around us, corridors appearing and disappearing, doors slamming shut, trapping us, then opening to reveal new, more terrifying vistas of decay. The patients, now a grotesque horde, pursued us relentlessly, their moans morphing into guttural snarls, their movements unnervingly fluid, despite their skeletal frames. We found ourselves in what appeared to be a chapel, the air thick with the stench of incense and decay. A crude stone altar dominated the room, stained with a dark, viscous substance. And on the altar, a book, bound in human skin, its pages filled with the same unsettling symbols I had seen etched into the walls. Ethan, driven by a morbid curiosity, reached for the book. Don't, I pleaded, but he ignored me. As his fingers brushed the cover, the symbols began to glow, pulsating with an unnatural light. The snarls intensified, the floor vibrated beneath our feet, and the patients surged forward, their eyes burning with an unholy fire. We fled again, our escape now a desperate scramble for survival. We clawed our way through a barred window, the glass shattering, slicing our skin, the cold night air a welcome relief against the oppressive atmosphere within. We didn't stop running until we reached the rusted gates, their creaking now a sound of liberation, not entrapment. We tumbled out onto the mountain road, gasping for breath, our bodies bruised, our minds reeling. We never looked back. We didn't speak of Blackwood again. But sometimes, in the quiet of the night, I still hear the moans. I still see the symbols. And I still wonder what horrors we unleashed that night, what ancient evil we awakened in that forgotten place. The thrill of the unknown had lost its allure. We had stared into the abyss, and the abyss had stared back, leaving an indelible mark on our souls, a constant, chilling reminder of the night we escaped Blackwood Asylum, but from which Blackwood never truly escaped us. Story 48. My fingers, slick with blood, not my own, clutched Ethan's arm, a desperate anchor in the swirling chaos. The fire, once a cheerful beacon against the encroaching night, now cast grotesque dancing shadows, painting the trees around us with the image of the dogman, the beast of Appalachian legend, now horrifyingly real. Its guttural snarl vibrated through the ground, through me. The air, thick with the coppery tang of blood and something else, something feral, almost sweet, filled my lungs. This wasn't how our camping trip was supposed to end. Not like this. It had started innocently enough. 4 teenagers, a crackling campfire, and stories whispered in the growing darkness. We'd ventured deep into the woods, further than we'd ever gone before, lured by the promise of untouched wilderness and the thrill of being truly alone. Darla, ever the thrill seeker, had insisted we tell stories of the dogman, a local legend whispered around campfires for generations. A creature half man, half canine, said to stalk these very woods. I'd scoffed, of course. Ethan, ever the pragmatist, had pointed out the lack of any concrete evidence. But the stories, Darla's hushed voice weaving tales of shadowy figures and chilling howls, had planted a seed of unease. The first story was about a group of hikers, much like us, who disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a shredded tent and a lingering scent of wet dog. The second told of a lone hunter, mauled in the dead of night by something with teeth too large, too sharp for any normal animal. With each story, the shadows seemed to deepen, the crackling fire taking on an almost sinister quality. I remember laughing it off, trying to maintain a sense of bravado I didn't feel. But a prickle of unease, a growing awareness of the vast, unforgiving wilderness around us had begun to settle in. The change, when it came, was subtle. A rustling in the undergrowth, too heavy for a deer, too deliberate for a squirrel. A low growl, a rumble that seemed to emanate from the earth itself. We dismissed it, attributing it to the wind, to our overactive imaginations. But the feeling of being watched, of being hunted, intensified. Then, the shadows began to move, shifting, coalescing into something that resembled the descriptions from Darla's stories. A large, bipedal form, silhouetted against the flickering flames. The head, unmistakably canine, held high, sniffing the air. Panic, raw and immediate, flooded through me. Ethan, finally acknowledging the danger, scrambled for the flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness, momentarily illuminating the creature. It was bigger than we'd imagined, its fur matted and dark, its eyes glowing with a predatory intelligence. It snarled again, a deep, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. We scattered, our carefully planned campsite dissolving into chaos. The next few hours were a blur of terror. We ran blindly through the woods, the creature's howls echoing behind us, a constant reminder of its relentless pursuit. Branches lashed at our faces, the uneven ground a treacherous obstacle course in the darkness. We lost each other in the chaos, our cries for help swallowed by the vastness of the woods. I remember stumbling, falling, the taste of dirt and leaves in my mouth. The fear, the sheer animal terror, was overwhelming. I was alone, lost, hunted. I found Ethan again near the riverbank, his face pale, his breath ragged. Darla was nowhere to be seen. We huddled together, listening to the sounds of the creature moving through the underbrush, its heavy footfalls shaking the ground. The hunt was not over. Then the climax. The dogman, its silhouette stark against the rising moon, emerged from the trees. It moved with an unnerving grace, its eyes fixed on us, twin embers of malice in the darkness. Ethan, in a desperate act of bravery, stepped forward, wielding a branch as a weapon. It was a futile gesture. The dogman lunged, its jaws snapping shut. The sickening crunch of bone, the gurgling scream that was cut short, still echoes in my nightmares. Now, here I am, clinging to Ethan's lifeless arm, waiting. The dogman stands over us, its muzzle stained crimson, its eyes gleaming in the moonlight. The stories were true. The legend was real. And now I am the final chapter. The fire crackles, the shadows dance, and the dogman's low growl fills the night. Story 49. The drone buzzed, a mechanical insect against the vast, indifferent sky. Below, the Appalachian mountains unfolded, ridge after ridge, cloaked in a perpetual twilight of dense foliage. We were searching for the lost hikers, a group of college kids who'd vanished without a trace weeks ago. My hand tightened on the joystick, guiding the drone deeper into a ravine, a place where the sun seemed reluctant to touch. I, Marcus, director and self-proclaimed leader of this ill-fated documentary expedition, felt a prickle of unease. This place, it radiated an ancient, almost forgotten silence. Darla, our sound technician, fiddled with her equipment, her brow furrowed. "Picking up something weird, Marcus," she said, her voice barely a whisper. A rhythmic, almost pulsing sound deep within the ravine. Ethan, our cameraman, zoomed in, the image on the monitor pixelating as the drone reached its limit. Then we saw it. A clearing, unnatural in its perfect circular shape, nestled amidst the tangled vegetation. Crude structures, built from branches and mud, stood within the clearing, and moving among them, figures. Not animals, not quite human. We lowered the drone further, risking a crash, needing to see. The figures were humanoid, gaunt, their limbs abnormally long, their movements jerky and unsettling. They wore tattered animal hides, their faces obscured by matted hair. The pulsing sound Darla had heard intensified, and we realized it emanated from the center of the clearing. There, a fire burned, and around it the figures danced, a grotesque silent ballet. They're chanting," Darla whispered, her eyes wide with horror. The sound, though faint, carried an unsettling resonance, as if vibrating from the earth itself. It wasn't a language we recognized, more a series of guttural clicks and whistles, punctuated by rhythmic stomps. "We need to get closer," Ethan said, his voice strangely calm, his gaze fixed on the monitor. He was a seasoned adventurer, drawn to the unknown, and I knew this discovery, as disturbing as it was, had ignited a fire in him. Against my better judgment, I agreed. We packed our gear, leaving the safety of our rented Jeep behind, and descended into the ravine. The air grew heavy, the silence broken only by the crunch of leaves beneath our boots and the distant, unsettling chant. The scent of decay hung heavy, mingling with something faintly metallic, something acrid that made my nostrils burn. As we approached the clearing, the chanting grew louder, more insistent. The figures, now clearly visible, were more disturbing up close. Their skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched taut over their bony frames. Their eyes, deep-set and black, seemed to absorb the surrounding light. They moved with an unnerving fluidity, their long limbs bending at unnatural angles. Then they stopped. As one, they turned towards us, their heads cocked, their black eyes fixated on our position. The chanting ceased, replaced by a heavy, suffocating silence. We froze. I felt a primal fear grip me, a terror unlike anything I'd ever experienced. We were intruders in their domain, a domain that felt ancient, untouched by the outside world. One of the figures, larger than the others, stepped forward. It was adorned with the bones of small animals, its matted hair woven with feathers. It raised a hand, its long, skeletal fingers pointing directly at us. A low growl emanated from its throat, a sound that vibrated through the very ground we stood on. The others followed suit, their growls joining the first, creating a cacophony of guttural sounds that echoed through the ravine. They began to advance, slowly at first, then with increasing speed, their movements no longer jerky but fluid, predatory. We ran. We scrambled back up the ravine, our equipment banging against our backs, the guttural snarls of the mountain men echoing behind us. Branches tore at our clothes, rocks slid beneath our feet, but we didn't stop. Adrenaline coursed through our veins, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. We reached the Jeep, fumbled with the keys, the engine roaring to life. As we sped away, I glanced back, one last look at the clearing. The figures stood at the edge of the ravine, their silhouettes stark against the fading light. They made no attempt to follow, content it seemed, to remain within their sacred hunting ground. But their eyes, those black, empty eyes, followed us. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that they would never truly leave us. We had stumbled upon their secret, their existence, and we would carry that knowledge, that terror, with us forever. The mountains had whispered their secret, and we had heard. And the echoes of those mountain men, their guttural chants, their predatory gaze, would forever haunt the deepest recesses of our minds. The mountains held their secrets close, and we had paid the price for glimpsing what lay hidden within their shadowed depths. The documentary was over before it had truly begun. Our search for answers had become a desperate flight for survival, a flight from something ancient, something inhuman, something that had claimed these mountains as its own. Story 50. The sun beat down, warm on my face, a typical summer afternoon in the Blue Ridge Mountains. My phone showed spotty service, my GPS blinking in and out, a minor inconvenience in the grand scheme of things, certainly not enough to dampen my solo road trip enthusiasm. Then I saw him. A lone figure, thumb outstretched by the side of the winding road. He wore a simple, faded denim shirt and jeans, his dark hair pulled back in a neat ponytail. His face was striking, sharp features, and eyes that held an unnervingly calm gaze. I slowed, hesitant at first, but something about his quiet demeanor convinced me. He didn't look like trouble. He climbed in, a small, almost apologetic smile on his face. "Thank you kindly," he said, his voice soft with a slight drawl. "Name's Henry." I told him mine, and we drove on, the silence punctuated only by the gentle hum of the tires on the asphalt. Henry seemed content to observe the passing scenery, the rolling hills and dense foliage. "Beautiful country," he finally murmured, his eyes fixed on the distant peaks. "Lot of history here. Lot of pain." He paused and then added, "Lot of spirits." I laughed a little nervously. "Spirits?" His smile didn't reach his eyes. "These mountains," he continued, "they hold onto things. Old grudges, forgotten rituals, ancient curses." He told me stories then, strange tales of travelers who vanished without a trace, of whispers heard on the wind, of rituals performed under the watchful gaze of the mountain gods. He spoke of sacrifices, of offerings made to appease these powerful entities. His tone was matter-of-fact, almost academic, as if he were discussing the weather. At first, I dismissed them as local folklore, the kind of stories that thrive in isolated communities. But as the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, a creeping unease settled in. Henry's stories became darker, more detailed, his calm demeanor taking on an almost sinister edge. The road narrowed, the asphalt giving way to gravel. The trees seemed to press closer, their branches intertwining overhead, blocking out the last vestiges of sunlight. We were deep in the wilderness now, miles from any sign of civilization. "You know," Henry said, his voice barely a whisper, "there's a legend around here. A legend about a particular spirit." A guardian of these mountains, they say. Demanding, powerful. It requires tribute. He turned to me, his eyes glinting in the fading light. A sacrifice. My heart pounded in my chest. This was no longer a harmless conversation. This was something else. Henry, I said, my voice trembling, I think I'd like to turn back now. He chuckled, a low, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. Turn back, he repeated. There's no turning back now. We're too deep. The mountains have claimed you. He directed me down a narrow, overgrown path, barely discernible in the gathering darkness. The car bumped and swayed precariously, the undercarriage scraping against rocks and branches. We came to a stop in a small clearing, the air thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. In the center of the clearing stood a large, flat rock, almost like an altar. Henry stepped out of the car, his movements fluid and graceful, unnervingly so. He gestured for me to follow. Come, he said, his voice soft but firm. It's time. I stayed put, my hands gripping the steering wheel, my knuckles white. Henry, I'm not doing this, I whispered, my voice barely audible. He smiled, a slow, predatory smile that revealed teeth that seemed too sharp, too long. No, but you are, he purred. The mountains have chosen you. You are the offering. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small silver knife, the blade glinting in the moonlight. He approached the rock, his steps measured and deliberate. He placed the knife on the surface, the blade pointing towards the sky. A gift for the guardian, he murmured. Then he turned to me, his eyes burning with an unnatural light. Now, it's your turn. Fear gave way to a surge of adrenaline. I had to get out of there. I fumbled for the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip them. I turned the ignition, the engine sputtering to life. Henry lunged, his hand reaching for the door handle. I slammed the car into reverse, tires spinning in the loose gravel, and sped away, leaving him standing there, his silhouette stark against the moonlight. I didn't look back. I drove through the night, the terrifying image of Henry and his silver knife burned into my mind. The mountains seemed to watch me, their silent peaks looming in the darkness. I finally reached a main road, the sight of other cars a welcome relief. But even now, miles away from that clearing, I can still feel the presence of the mountains, their cold, watchful gaze following me. I know, deep down, that I will never truly escape their grasp. The mountains hold onto things, and they have not forgotten me. Story 51. The battered map, brittle with age, crackled in my trembling hands. A gift from my eccentric Uncle Edgar, it promised a shortcut through the Smokies, a route untouched by modernity, a path whispering legends of Cherokee magic and forgotten settlements. He'd warned me against using it, of course, his eyes twinkling with a strange amusement. I, naturally, being young and foolish, ignored him. My destination was a small town nestled deep in the mountains, a place called Whisper Ridge. A friend, an anthropologist named Sarah, was conducting research there, and I, eager for adventure, had volunteered to deliver some equipment. My sensible compact car looked out of place on the narrow dirt track the map had led me to. Pine trees clawed at the sky, their needles a somber green against the twilight. The air grew heavy, dense with an earthy, almost metallic scent I couldn't place. The further I drove, the more the forest seemed to press in, branches like skeletal fingers scraping against the car's roof. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in bruised hues of purple and orange. As darkness solidified, I felt a prickle of unease. The silence, broken only by the crunch of gravel beneath my tires, felt oppressive, watchful. Then I saw them. Flickering lights in the distance, like fireflies dancing in the trees. Relief washed over me. Civilization. Whisper Ridge, I assumed. I pressed the accelerator, eager to reach the warmth and light. As I drew closer, however, the relief curdled into a chilling dread. These were no ordinary lights. They pulsed with an unnatural rhythm, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe and twist. The trees themselves seemed to sway in time with the pulsating glow, their branches beckoning, grasping. A clearing opened up, revealing the source of the light. A circle of crude wooden structures, more like huts than houses, stood bathed in the eerie glow. Figures moved within the circle, their forms obscured by flickering shadows. A low, rhythmic chanting echoed through the trees, a sound that resonated deep in my bones. Frozen in fear, I watched as one of the figures detached itself from the group. It moved with a strange, jerky gait, its head lolling unnaturally. As it drew closer, I could make out its features, or lack thereof. Its face was smooth, blank, like a porcelain mask. Its eyes, however, burned with an unnerving intensity, 2 points of fire in the surrounding darkness. My foot slammed on the brake. The car skidded to a halt. I fumbled for the reverse gear, my hands slick with sweat. The chanting intensified, the pulsing lights grew brighter, and the figure continued its relentless approach. I managed to get the car moving, tires spinning in the loose gravel. I sped away, my heart pounding against my ribs, the chanting echoing in my ears. I glanced back just once. The figure stood at the edge of the clearing, its blank face turned towards me, its fiery eyes burning holes in the darkness. The rest of the drive was a blur of terror. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps. I drove until the first rays of dawn pierced the darkness, until I reached a paved road, until I saw the welcome sight of a gas station. I stumbled out of the car, shaking and exhausted. The attendant, a kindly old woman with a weathered face, looked at me with concern. "You all right, dear?" she asked. I tried to speak, but my voice caught in my throat. I pointed back towards the mountains, towards the path I had taken. Whisper Ridge, I finally managed to croak. I saw something. The woman's smile faded. Her eyes, previously filled with warmth, turned cold. Whisper Ridge, she repeated, her voice low and hushed. That place ain't been inhabited for over 100 years. Folks say it's cursed. They say the spirits of the ancients still roam there, looking for sacrifices. She leaned closer, her voice barely a whisper. "You're lucky, dear. Very lucky to have escaped." I drove away from the gas station, away from the mountains, away from the memory of those flickering lights and that blank, terrifying face. But the chanting still echoed in my ears, a constant reminder of the night I ventured into the heart of the Smokies and the horror I found there. Uncle Edgar's map now sits locked away in a drawer, a testament to my folly, and a chilling souvenir of a journey I pray I never repeat. The memory of the smooth, featureless face, with eyes like burning coals, haunts my dreams. The unsettling silence of the mountains, punctuated by the low, rhythmic chanting, plays over and over in my mind. I know, with a certainty that chills me to the bone, that something followed me from Whisper Ridge. Something ancient, something malevolent, something that is still out there, waiting. Story 52. The stench of sulfur clung to my tongue, thick and acrid, like burnt pennies in despair. My hands, slick with a greasy residue I couldn't quite place, trembled as I gripped the chipped porcelain sink. I stared at my reflection, a hollow, haunted version of myself staring back from the grimy mirror. My eyes were wide, pupils dilated, rimmed with an unnatural crimson. Where was Emily? Where was Ben? Where was Lisa? They were just here. Just moments ago, we were laughing, sharing a plate of impossibly fluffy biscuits at that godforsaken diner. Now, the echoing silence of the restroom was broken only by the frantic thump, thump, thumping of my own heart. How had we ended up here, at the Devil's Diner? We'd planned a simple hiking trip, a weekend escape from the pressures of college finals. The Appalachian Trail beckoned, promising crisp mountain air and the solace of ancient forests. But we took a wrong turn, a detour down a winding, unmarked road that seemed to descend into the very heart of the mountains. As dusk painted the sky in unsettling shades of purple and blood orange, we stumbled upon it, a beacon of warmth and light nestled in the deepening gloom. The Devil's Diner. It seemed innocuous enough at first, a classic roadside diner, complete with a neon sign flickering with the promise of hot coffee and good food. The smell, oh the smell, drew us in like moths to a flickering flame. It wasn't the aroma of fried food or coffee brewing. It was something richer, something deeper, something almost overwhelmingly enticing. Inside, the diner was dimly lit, with booths lining the walls and a long counter stretching across the room. A handful of other patrons sat scattered throughout, eerily silent, their faces obscured by shadows. A woman, her face etched with an unsettlingly serene smile, emerged from the kitchen. She wore a pristine white uniform, stark against the gloom, and her movements were strangely fluid, almost robotic. She led us to a booth by the window, her silence unnerving. The menus were simple, offering an array of comfort food classics, all at unbelievably low prices. We ordered, drawn in by the promise of a warm meal after a long day of hiking. And the food, when it arrived, was extraordinary. The burgers were juicy, the fries crispy, the biscuits light and fluffy, as if baked by angels. We devoured everything, our hunger insatiable. As we ate, the silence of the other patrons became more and more unsettling. They barely touched their food, their gazes fixed on some unseen point in the distance. Their eyes, when they occasionally flickered towards us, held a strange, vacant quality. A creeping unease began to settle in my stomach, a cold dread that had nothing to do with the food we'd consumed. It was Ben who first noticed the music. A low, rhythmic chanting emanated from somewhere deep within the diner, almost imperceptible at first, but steadily growing in intensity. It pulsed beneath the surface of the silence, a primal, unsettling rhythm that seemed to vibrate within our very bones. Lisa became agitated, her laughter strained, her eyes darting nervously around the room. Emily, always the pragmatic one, tried to rationalize the growing sense of dread. She suggested we pay and leave, but when she reached for her wallet, it was gone. Mine was missing too, and so was Ben's. Panic began to set in. We searched frantically, our voices rising in pitch, the veneer of normalcy shattering. The other patrons remained impassive, their vacant gazes unwavering. The chanting intensified, the rhythmic pulsing growing louder, more insistent. It was then that I noticed the woman in white, standing by the counter, her serene smile now twisted into something grotesque, something almost predatory. Her eyes glowed with an unnatural light, a cold, malevolent fire that burned through the dimness of the diner. She began to speak, her voice a low, guttural rasp that seemed to scrape against the very fabric of reality. She spoke of contracts and bargains, of souls offered and debts paid. She spoke of the Devil's Diner, a crossroads for lost souls, a place where desires were granted at a terrible price. The food, she explained, wasn't just food. It was a conduit, a binding agent, a way to trap unsuspecting travelers, to ensnare their souls. We tried to run, to escape the suffocating dread that permeated the diner. But the doors were locked, the windows sealed shut. We were trapped, caught in the web of the Devil's Diner. Ben, fueled by adrenaline and fear, charged towards the woman in white, but she merely raised a hand and he crumpled to the floor, his eyes glazed over, his body still. Lisa screamed, a high, keening wail that echoed through the diner. Emily and I huddled together, paralyzed by terror. The chanting reached a crescendo, the rhythmic pulsing now a deafening roar. The floor beneath our feet began to vibrate, the walls to tremble. The air crackled with an unseen energy. I remember Emily's hand clutching mine, her grip tight, her eyes wide with fear. Then darkness. And now I stand here, alone in the grimy restroom of the Devil's Diner, the stench of sulfur clinging to my tongue, the memory of that unearthly feast a bitter taste in my mouth. I don't know where Emily and Lisa are. I fear the worst. The chanting continues, a low, rhythmic hum that permeates the silence. I know with a chilling certainty that I am not alone, that the other patrons, the silent, shadowy figures are still here, trapped like me, their souls forfeit. I look at my reflection in the grimy mirror, at the crimson-rimmed eyes staring back at me, and I know with a sickening despair that I am no longer myself, that I am becoming one of them, a permanent resident of the Devil's Diner. The food, it wasn't free. And the price, oh, the price, was far more than we could ever afford. Story 53. The sun dipped below the Appalachian peaks, staining the sky a bruised lavender. I was already later than intended, cursing my impulsive decision to take the scenic route. A figure appeared in my headlights, thumb outstretched. Against my better judgment, I pulled over. He clambered into the passenger seat, reeking faintly of pine needles and something else, something wilder. He introduced himself as Dale, and his voice was a low rumble, like distant thunder. He didn't ask where I was going, just launched into tales of the mountains, stories woven from folklore and whispered rumors. He spoke of witches who brewed potions from mountain laurel and ghosts that haunted abandoned mine shafts. But it was the dogman that held his attention, a creature he described with unnerving detail, a hulking beast with the head of a canine and the body of a man, said to roam these very hills. Dale spoke of a strange hum that preceded its arrival, a vibration felt deep in your bones, a sound that drove men mad. He claimed those who heard the hum were never quite the same, their minds fractured, their perception of reality forever altered. He spoke of symbols carved into trees, markers left by the dogman's followers, a cult dedicated to its worship. I tried to dismiss it as local color, the ramblings of a mountain man. But his words, spoken with such conviction, began to burrow under my skin. As he talked, the temperature in the car seemed to drop. A persistent hum, barely audible at first, started to throb in my ears. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. The world outside the windows took on a strange, hypereal quality. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches skeletal fingers reaching towards us. Dale pointed to a cluster of trees just off the road. Carved into the bark, I saw a symbol he had described earlier, a circle bisected by a jagged line. My heart hammered against my ribs. The hum intensified, vibrating in my teeth. They say, Dale continued, his voice a low growl, that the dogman chooses its victims based on their fear. The more terrified you are, the more delicious you become. He smiled, a slow, unsettling stretch of his lips. His teeth seemed longer, sharper than I remembered. I wanted to stop the car, to throw him out, to run, but a strange paralysis gripped me. I could only drive on, further into the deepening darkness, the hum resonating within me. I felt a strange detachment from myself, as if I were watching this unfold from a great distance. He produced a small, leather-bound book from his worn coat. Its pages were filled with strange symbols, similar to the one carved on the tree. He began to chant in a language I didn't understand, a guttural, rhythmic intonation. The humming intensified, growing into a pulsating wave of sound that pressed against my skull. My vision blurred. I saw fleeting images, flashes of movement in the periphery. A shape in the woods, large and dark, moving with unnatural speed. A pair of glowing eyes fixed on me, burning holes in the darkness. The car swerved. I gripped the steering wheel, trying to regain control, but my body felt heavy, unresponsive. The chanting continued, weaving its way into my thoughts, replacing them with a primal terror. I glanced at Dale. His eyes glowed with an unearthly light. His features shifted, contorted. His jaw elongated, his teeth lengthening into sharp fangs. The hum reached a deafening crescendo. I slammed on the brakes, the car skidding to a halt. The chanting stopped. The hum faded. Silence descended, heavy and oppressive. I looked at Dale. He was gone. I stumbled out of the car, gasping for breath. The woods were silent still. The only sound was the frantic pounding of my own heart. I looked back at the car. On the passenger seat, where Dale had been sitting, lay the leather-bound book. I cautiously picked it up. The symbols on the pages seemed to writhe and shift. I threw the book into the woods and ran. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs ached. I didn't look back. I didn't stop running until I reached the first sign of civilization, a gas station bathed in the harsh fluorescent glow of modernity. Even now, years later, I can still hear the hum, a faint echo in the quiet moments. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I catch a glimpse of movement in the periphery, a fleeting shadow that reminds me of the creature in the woods. I know with a chilling certainty that the dogman is still out there, waiting, listening for the sound of fear. And I pray I never hear its hum again. Story 54. The cabin smelled of pine and mildew, and something faintly metallic I couldn't quite place. It clung to the back of my throat, a phantom taste. We, my wife Clara, our 2 children, Lily and Sam, and I, had rented it for a week, a desperate attempt to reconnect after a particularly brutal year in the city. The Appalachian Mountains, with their promise of quiet and solitude, seemed the perfect antidote. Little did I know they held a different kind of quiet, a silence thick with something unsettling. The first night was peaceful enough. The wind sighed through the pines, a gentle lullaby. But the second night, the whispers started. Low at first, almost imperceptible, then growing steadily louder, weaving themselves into the fabric of the night. I dismissed them as the wind playing tricks, the house settling. Clara, however, was less convinced. She'd found an old newspaper clipping tucked away in a drawer, a faded, yellowed story about an unsolved murder, a family butchered in this very cabin decades ago. The whispers intensified. They seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, weaving themselves into the children's dreams, their laughter taking on a strange, high-pitched quality. Sam started drawing disturbing pictures, stick figures with elongated limbs and empty eyes. Lily claimed she saw a woman standing at the foot of her bed, her face obscured by shadow. I tried to rationalize it all stress, an overactive imagination. But a creeping unease had taken root, burrowing deep within me. One afternoon, while exploring the woods behind the cabin, I stumbled upon a clearing. A ring of stones, blackened by fire, lay in the center. A single, rusted laptop sat in the middle, its screen flickering with a strange, pulsating light. I cautiously approached, a morbid curiosity pulling me forward. The screen displayed a dark web forum, a thread titled "The Cabin Game." Messages scrolled across the screen, cryptic and chilling, discussing our family, our arrival, our growing fear. They spoke of us as players, pawns in their twisted game. The realization hit me like a physical blow. We weren't simply experiencing a haunting, we were being hunted. A hidden online community was orchestrating our descent into madness, watching our every move, feeding our paranoia. The metallic smell I had noticed upon arrival now seemed to permeate everything, clinging to the furniture, the walls, even our clothes. It tasted of copper and fear. The game escalated. Strange packages began appearing on the porch, containing unsettling gifts. A child's doll with its eyes gouged out. A lock of hair dark and coarse. A small wooden box filled with dirt and bone fragments. The whispers became voices, clear and distinct, taunting us, reciting our deepest fears, our darkest secrets. The children's drawings became more grotesque, depicting scenes of violence and sacrifice. Lily's night terrors intensified. She would wake screaming, her eyes wide with unseeing terror. Clara, her face pale and drawn, began to unravel. She saw faces in the trees, heard footsteps in the empty halls. I tried to maintain some semblance of control, but the isolation, the constant surveillance, the relentless psychological torture were wearing me down. I started seeing things too. Shadowy figures flitting through the woods. The trees themselves seemed to watch us, their branches twisted into accusing fingers. The line between reality and hallucination blurred. Then, on the seventh night, the voices reached a fever pitch, a cacophony of whispers and screams. The cabin shook, as if something large was moving beneath it. The metallic smell became overpowering, choking us. Then, the floor beneath us gave way. We plunged into darkness, landing in a cold, damp space. The air was thick with the smell of decay and earth. A single, flickering light revealed our surroundings. We were in a cavern, the walls lined with crude drawings, similar to Sam's, depicting grotesque figures with elongated limbs and empty eyes. In the center of the cavern, bathed in the flickering light, was an altar. On it lay a rusted hunting knife and a single white rose. The voices stopped. A chilling silence descended, broken only by our ragged breathing. Then, a figure emerged from the shadows. Tall and gaunt, its face obscured by a hooded cloak. It raised its hand, and in its grasp I saw a small silver locket. It was Clara's, the one she always wore, a gift from her grandmother. The figure moved towards us, its movements slow and deliberate. A single word echoed through the cavern, whispered, but amplified by the strange acoustics of the space. Playtime. The screen went black. I was no longer in the cavern. I was back in my city apartment, sitting at my computer, the dark web forum still open on the screen. The thread titled "The Cabin Game" had been updated. A new post, accompanied by a grainy image of our family, huddled together in the cavern, our faces contorted in terror. The caption read, "Game over." Below it, a new game was already starting, new players selected, a new cabin chosen, somewhere deep in the whispering pines. The metallic taste returned, and I realized with chilling certainty, the game never truly ends. It simply moves on to its next unsuspecting victims. Story 55. The blood moon hung heavy, a malevolent eye in the pitch-black sky. Its crimson light painted the dense foliage a sickly, unsettling hue. I, Elias, adjusted the camera, its lens catching the eerie glow. We, the intrepid Equinox paranormal team, were deep in the Appalachians, chasing legends of Bigfoot, hoping for a glimpse, a sound, anything to validate the whispers. This expedition felt different, though. Heavier. The air, thick with the scent of pine and something faintly metallic, vibrated with a disquiet I couldn't explain. Marcus, our sound guy, kept glancing nervously over his shoulder. Even Chloe, our resident skeptic, seemed subdued, her usual boisterous energy replaced by a quiet apprehension. We'd found the clearing by chance, a break in the relentless trees that revealed a circle of charred earth. Stones, blackened and strangely smooth, formed a crude perimeter. In the center stood a gnarled oak, its branches reaching like skeletal fingers towards the bloody moon. A sense of dread, cold and sharp, pierced me. This wasn't a natural formation. This was a place of ritual. Then we found the artifacts. Crudely fashioned masks made of bark and bone. A tattered robe stained with something dark and viscous. And the drawings. Etched into pieces of wood, they depicted a hulking figure, vaguely humanoid but with elongated limbs and antlers sprouting from its head. Not Bigfoot. Something else. Something far more sinister. The drawings weren't just depictions. They were instructions. Sacrificial instructions. Stick figures, bound and kneeling before the antlered entity, their bodies marked with chilling precision. The metallic scent in the air intensified, making my stomach churn. This wasn't a Bigfoot hunt anymore. This was a crime scene. Night fell fully, the blood moon casting long, distorted shadows. We huddled around our meager fire, the crackling flames offering little comfort. The woods around us seemed to press in, the rustling leaves taking on the cadence of whispered voices. Then the chanting started. Low and guttural, it emanated from the darkness beyond our firelight, a rhythmic drone that resonated deep within my bones. Fear, cold and paralyzing, gripped me. Marcus whimpered, clutching his crucifix. Chloe, her face pale and drawn, gripped my arm, her fingers digging into my flesh. We were not alone. The chanting grew louder, closer. Shadowy figures emerged from the trees, their faces obscured by the grotesque masks we'd found earlier. They moved with an unsettling grace, their bodies swaying in time with the chanting. They carried torches, their flickering flames illuminating the crude altar, the blackened stones, the terrifying oak. One of the figures stepped forward. He held a hunting knife, its blade glinting in the crimson light. He gestured towards us, his voice a guttural rasp. The offering, he croaked. The blood moon demands its due. Terror, raw and primal, surged through me. We were the offering. We scrambled to our feet, scattering in different directions. I ran blindly through the trees, the chanting echoing behind me, the figures hot on my heels. Branches whipped at my face, thorns tearing at my clothes. I stumbled and fell, my camera clattering to the ground. I looked back. The figures were closing in. But beyond them, something else moved. Larger, darker, antlers, vast and branching, silhouetted against the blood moon. The entity from the drawings. Their god. Their Bigfoot. The chanting reached a fever pitch. The figures stopped, prostrating themselves before the monstrous entity. It turned its head towards me, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. A guttural growl, deep and resonant, ripped through the night. I knew then. We'd come looking for a myth, for a legend. We'd found something far worse. We'd found something ancient, something hungry. And we were on the menu. The last thing I saw, before darkness consumed me, was the glint of the hunting knife, raised high in the blood moon's light, ready to deliver me to the entity in the woods. The creature that was not Bigfoot. The creature that demanded its harvest. Story 56. The peeling paint of the rest stop bathroom sign seemed to mock me, a garish orange against the encroaching twilight. My bladder, however, offered little choice. I pulled my beat-up Corolla, Betsy, into the desolate lot. Only one other vehicle, a dark, windowless van, sat hunched in the corner, adding to the ominous atmosphere. My unease grew as I stepped inside the grimy restroom. The air hung heavy, thick with the cloying scent of stale disinfectant and something faintly metallic. It wasn't the smell, though, that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. It was the writing. Scrawled across the cracked tiles in what looked like lipstick were frantic messages. "He's watching," one read. Another, simply, "Don't be alone." A third, more chilling still, depicted a stick figure with an X through its heart. My heart hammered in my chest. This was no ordinary vandalism. As I rushed back to Betsy, a new terror gripped me. My key turned in the ignition, but the engine refused to catch. Betsy, my faithful companion on this cross-country pottery tour, had chosen the worst possible moment to fail. Panic tightened its icy grip around my throat. I tried the key again. Nothing. Then I noticed movement. A figure, tall and shrouded in shadows, emerged from the van. He moved with a slow, deliberate gait, his face obscured by the fading light. He didn't seem to acknowledge me, instead focusing on the ground as if searching for something. My breath hitched. He was wearing thick gloves, even in this late summer heat. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers clumsy with fear. No signal. Of course, the Appalachian Mountains were notorious for their spotty reception. I was trapped. With trembling hands, I locked the car doors. The figure had stopped his search and was now standing still, facing my car. The distance was too great to make out any features, but I could feel his gaze, heavy and intense. My eyes darted back to the bathroom walls, to the frantic scrawls. Suddenly, the cryptic messages seemed less like warnings and more like a twisted game. The stick figure with the X, the words, "Don't be alone," they weren't meant to scare people away. They were a boast, a chilling testament to the killer's perverse pleasure. He wanted his victims to know they were being watched, to feel the slow, agonizing creep of fear before the inevitable end. The figure began to walk again, this time directly towards my car. My breath came in ragged gasps. I had to get out of here. I considered running, but where could I go? The woods, dark and dense, pressed in on all sides. Besides, I had a lifetime of avoiding scary movies reminding me that splitting up is never a good idea. I scanned the interior of Betsy. My eyes landed on my pottery tools, the clay knives and wire cutters I used to sculpt my whimsical gnome figurines. They wouldn't be much use against a determined attacker, but they were all I had. I grabbed the largest knife, its handle cool and smooth against my clammy palm. The figure was closer now. I could see the glint of something metallic in his hand. A knife, or maybe something worse. He stopped a few feet from Betsy, his face still hidden in shadow. Then he spoke. His voice was low and gravelly, barely a whisper. "I admire your gnomes," he said. "They have such personality." I froze. How did he know about my gnomes? I hadn't displayed any at this rest stop. Then, I remembered the boxes in my trunk, filled with my latest creations, ready for the next craft fair. He must have seen them when I was unloading my bag. Thank you," I stammered, my voice barely audible. He chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. "Don't mention it. I'm a collector of unique things." He took a step closer and the shadows shifted, revealing his face. It was a blank canvas, devoid of any discernible emotion. His eyes, however, burned with a cold, unsettling intensity. He raised his hand, and I saw the glint of metal again. It wasn't a knife. It was a pair of pliers, their jaws gaping open like a predatory maw. He leaned in, his voice now a chilling whisper. "I think your gnomes need a little adjustment." With a scream, I lunged forward, the clay knife clutched in my hand. The pliers grazed my arm, tearing through my shirt. I slashed wildly, connecting with his shoulder. He roared in pain and stumbled back. I didn't hesitate. I threw open the car door and scrambled out, running blindly into the darkness. I could hear him behind me, his enraged cries echoing through the trees. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs felt like lead. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I had to get away. I tripped and fell, tumbling down a small embankment. I lay there, gasping for breath, the pottery knife still clutched in my hand. The sounds of pursuit faded, replaced by the ominous silence of the woods. Then I saw it. A small, flickering light in the distance. A house. Hope surged through me. I staggered to my feet and began to run again, towards the light, towards the possibility of safety. As I drew closer, I could make out the shape of the house. It was small and dilapidated, with a single, dimly lit window. I hesitated. Something felt wrong. The silence was too complete, the darkness too oppressive. Then I saw them. Arranged on the porch in a neat little row were a dozen gnome figurines, each one bearing a chillingly familiar smile. And in the center, standing motionless in the doorway, was the figure from the rest stop, his pliers glinting in the faint light, his face still a blank, emotionless mask. He simply smiled, a slow, unnervingly serene smile. My pottery gnomes now lined his porch. They no longer seemed whimsical. Their eyes followed my every move. They were waiting. Story 57. The air hung thick and heavy, saturated with the scent of pine and damp earth. Crooked Creek Campground, nestled deep in the Appalachian Mountains, wasn't exactly bustling, even for a Tuesday night. Just our group, 4 college kids looking for a cheap, thrill-seeking adventure before finals swallowed us whole. Sarah chattered excitedly about local legends, her voice a bright counterpoint to the growing gloom of the forest. Marcus, armed with a hefty camera, documented every cobweb and gnarled tree root, while Emily, quiet and observant, sketched in her worn, leather-bound journal. I, Liam, preferred to stick close to the crackling fire, a knot of unease tightening in my gut. Crooked Creek had a reputation. A place whispered about around campfires, a place where the veil between worlds was thin. Sarah had stumbled upon a thread titled, "The Whispering Pines of Crooked Creek," on a fringe online forum dedicated to local folklore. The stories spoke of a vengeful spirit guarding an ancient Native American burial ground. We, naturally, dismissed them as creepy campfire tales, the perfect antidote to our pre-exam stress. Now, surrounded by the deepening shadows of the ancient trees, I wasn't so sure. We pitched our tents near a small, almost perfectly circular clearing, the ground strangely bare of undergrowth. It felt oddly ceremonial. Dinner consisted of lukewarm canned beans and burnt hot dogs, our laughter forced and hollow. As night crept in, the wind picked up, whispering through the pines, a chilling symphony that seemed to mimic human voices. The first unsettling event occurred just after midnight. A low, rhythmic chanting began, faint at first like a distant drumbeat. It grew steadily, resonating deep within my chest, a physical vibration that made my teeth ache. I sat bolt upright in my tent, heart hammering, straining to identify the source. The others stirred in their tents, their murmured voices laced with fear. The chanting stopped abruptly. A blood-curdling scream ripped through the silence. It was Sarah. We scrambled out of our tents, flashlights dancing in the dark, adrenaline coursing through our veins. Sarah's tent was empty, the zipper torn open. A single, crimson feather lay on the forest floor just outside. Panic seized us. We called out Sarah's name, our voices swallowed by the immense darkness. Marcus, His face pale and drawn, pointed towards a cluster of trees at the edge of the clearing. A figure stood there, silhouetted against the faint moonlight. Tall and slender, it seemed to sway rhythmically, its arms outstretched as if in supplication. We watched in horrified fascination as the figure slowly dissolved into the shadows. Days blurred into a nightmarish haze. The spirit, we realized, was toying with us, preying on our fears. Marcus, obsessed with capturing evidence of the supernatural, became increasingly detached, muttering about energies and frequencies. He disappeared the next night, his camera found abandoned near the creek, the lens shattered. Emily, always the artist, started drawing disturbing images. Charcoal sketches of twisted figures, their faces contorted in agony, filled her journal. She spoke less and less, her eyes wide and vacant. She vanished on the third night, leaving behind a drawing of a skeletal hand reaching out from beneath the earth. Now it was just me, alone in the oppressive darkness, the chanting a constant, throbbing presence. The spirit seemed to be saving me for last, its unseen eyes boring into me, feeding off my terror. I found myself drawn to the center of the clearing, the strangely bare ground now pulsing with an unnatural warmth. I understood then. This wasn't just a burial ground. It was an altar, and I was the final offering. A cold wind whipped through the clearing, scattering the remnants of our campsite. The chanting intensified, becoming a deafening roar. The ground beneath my feet began to tremble. A fissure opened in the earth, glowing with an infernal light. Skeletal hands reached out, their bony fingers grasping at my ankles. I stumbled, falling to my knees. I saw her then, standing at the edge of the chasm, bathed in the unholy light. The spirit. She was not the grotesque monster I had imagined. She was beautiful, almost ethereal, her face a mask of serene sorrow. Her eyes, however, were filled with an ancient, unyielding rage. She raised her hand, a single crimson feather clutched in her palm. The chanting reached a fever pitch, the ground shaking violently. The chasm widened, revealing a bottomless abyss. I closed my eyes, accepting my fate. This was the end. Consumed by the earth, a sacrifice to the vengeful spirit of Crooked Creek. The last thing I heard was the whisper of the pines, a mournful lullaby for the dead. Story 58. The USB drive, gunmetal gray and unassuming, lay half buried in the damp earth beneath the fire tower. Liam spotted it, its metallic gleam catching the weak sunlight filtering through the canopy. A joke about buried pirate treasure died on his lips as he picked it up, a sudden, inexplicable unease settling in my gut. Back at our campsite, the setting sun painting the sky in bruised purples and oranges, curiosity overrode caution. Liam, ever the tech whiz, had his laptop. He plugged the drive in, the familiar whir of the hard drive a stark contrast to the growing quiet of the woods. The contents were a collection of video files. The first few were mundane, home videos of a family, barbecues, birthdays. Then the shift. Grainy footage of a ritual, masked figures in a clearing, chanting in a language that sounded both ancient and unsettling. The clearing. It looked eerily familiar. A knot tightened in my chest. The clearing in the videos, the massive oak at its center split by lightning, was less than a mile from where we were sitting. The ritual, the narrator explained in a low, distorted voice, was a summoning. An Appalachian legend. The wyvern, a winged serpent, guardian of hidden springs and forgotten knowledge. The ritual demanded a sacrifice. A human sacrifice. To bind the wyvern, to siphon its power. Liam slammed the laptop shut, his face pale. The casual atmosphere of our camping trip evaporated, replaced by a palpable dread. The woods around us felt different, no longer peaceful but watchful, predatory. The rustling leaves sounded like whispers, the snapping twigs like approaching footsteps. Night fell, and with it came the certainty that we were not alone. The first sign was the chanting. Low, rhythmic, the same guttural sounds from the videos. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, weaving through the trees, burrowing into our minds. Then the movement. Shadows flitting at the edge of our firelight, too quick to be dismissed as animals. We huddled closer to the flames, our faces illuminated by the flickering orange light, fear etched into every feature. "We need to leave," I whispered, my voice trembling. Liam nodded, his eyes darting nervously to the surrounding darkness. We packed frantically, our movements jerky and clumsy with panic. As we scrambled to our feet, a guttural roar split the night, close, impossibly close. Something was coming. We ran. Blindly, through the dense undergrowth, branches whipping at our faces, our lungs burning. The chanting intensified, pursuing us, mocking us. Liam tripped, falling heavily to the ground. I turned back, the beam of my flashlight catching his terrified face. Before I could reach him, a shadow detached itself from the trees, a hulking silhouette against the moonlit sky. A scream died in my throat. I ran. I don't know how long I ran. The woods blurred into a chaotic mess of shadows and sound. The chanting was relentless, a constant reminder of the horror pursuing me. I stumbled upon a narrow dirt road, a sliver of hope in the overwhelming darkness. I followed it, desperate for any sign of civilization. The road led me to a small, isolated cabin, light spilling from its windows. A haven. I pounded on the door, my heart hammering against my ribs. An old woman opened it, her face etched with deep wrinkles, her eyes unnervingly calm. She invited me in, her voice soothing, reassuring. The warmth of the cabin was a welcome contrast to the chilling night. But even in the relative safety of the cabin, the unease remained. The old woman's gaze was too intense, her smile too knowing. She offered me tea, a steaming mug that warmed my trembling hands. As I drank, the room began to spin. My vision blurred. The old woman's face seemed to shift, her features becoming reptilian, her eyes glinting with a malevolent light. The tea. It was drugged. I awoke bound to a rough wooden altar, the familiar clearing bathed in the pale moonlight. The masked figures surrounded me, their chanting reaching a fever pitch. The old woman stood before me, her face now fully transformed, scales shimmering on her skin, wings folded behind her back. The wyvern. She raised a ceremonial dagger, its blade glinting in the moonlight. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was it. The sacrifice. Suddenly, the chanting stopped. The figures froze, their heads turning towards the edge of the clearing. A figure emerged from the trees, tall, imposing, their face obscured by a dark hood. Their voice, deep and resonant, echoed through the clearing. They spoke in the same ancient tongue as the cultists, their words laced with power. The wyvern hissed, her eyes burning with rage. A struggle ensued, a clash of ancient powers, the very air crackling with energy. The hooded figure overpowered the wyvern, forcing her to the ground. They turned to me, their hand outstretched. I hesitated, my mind reeling. They removed their hood, revealing a face that was both familiar and alien, a face I had seen in the videos, the face of the narrator, the one who had documented the ritual. They smiled, a chilling, knowing smile. "You were never meant to be the sacrifice," they said, their voice now clear, devoid of distortion. "You were the bait." The world dissolved into blinding white light. I woke up back at the campsite, the USB drive still clutched in my hand. The sun was rising, painting the sky in soft pinks and golds. Liam was asleep in his tent, oblivious. Had it all been a dream? A hallucination? I looked down at the USB drive, its metallic surface gleaming in the morning light. A single video file remained, unwatched. I hesitated, my finger hovering over the play button. The woods were silent, peaceful. But something had shifted, something had changed. I knew with a chilling certainty that the nightmare was far from over. Story 59. The GPS blinked, a malevolent little red eye on the dashboard. Lost, hopelessly lost, somewhere deep in the wrinkled folds of the Appalachians. We were supposed to be at the trailhead hours ago, but the marked route had vanished, replaced by a snaking ribbon of cracked asphalt leading ever deeper into the mountains. My stomach growled, a counterpoint to the rumbling anxieties brewing in my gut. Then, like a beacon in the gathering dusk, we saw it. A neon sign flickering erratically proclaimed the Devil's Path Diner. "Well, looks like dinner," Liam said, his voice strained with false cheer. The rest of us, Maya, Ben, and myself, Sarah, exchanged uneasy glances. The diner stood alone, a squat brick building hunched against the encroaching darkness. No other signs of civilization, just endless trees, their skeletal branches clawing at the bruised sky. We parked, the crunch of gravel beneath the tires loud in the sudden silence. The diner's door chimed a disconcerting melody as we stepped inside. It was warm, almost stifling, the air thick with the aroma of cinnamon and something else, something metallic, faintly unpleasant. A woman with an unsettlingly wide smile, her teeth too perfect, too white, greeted us. "Welcome, darlings, to the Devil's Path," she chirped, her voice a sugary drawl. Come in, make yourselves comfortable." The diner was eerily empty. Red vinyl booths lined the walls, bathed in the sickly yellow glow of overhead lamps. A jukebox in the corner hummed a mournful tune, a twangy country song about lost souls and lonesome pines. We slid into a booth, and the woman, who introduced herself as Darla, slapped menus down in front of us. The menu was, to put it mildly, peculiar. Locally sourced meats, it proclaimed with a disturbing emphasis on the word local. Bear stew, venison chili, squirrel pot pie. Items listed simply as Mountain Delight and Hunter's Special made my skin crawl. Ben, ever the brave one, ordered the Hunter's Special. The rest of us, feeling increasingly queasy, opted for the venison chili. Darla glided away, her smile never faltering. We tried to make conversation, to break the unsettling quiet, but our words felt hollow, swallowed by the oppressive atmosphere. The jukebox switched to a different song, this one even more unsettling, a slow, mournful ballad about a mountain god demanding sacrifice. Darla returned with our food. The chili smelled surprisingly good, but a thin layer of grease shimmered on the surface, reflecting the unsettling light. We ate hesitantly, our appetites waning with every bite. Ben, however, seemed to relish his Hunter's Special, a plate piled high with what looked suspiciously like a human rib cage. He gnawed on the bones with gusto, his eyes glazed over, a strange, vacant smile spreading across his face. Then the screaming started. It came from the kitchen, a high, keening wail that cut through the suffocating silence. Darla, still smiling, her eyes gleaming with an unnerving light, stood by the swinging kitchen door. "Just the hogs, darlings," she said, her voice now devoid of its previous sweetness, replaced by a chillingly flat monotone. "They get a little restless sometimes." The screams continued, interspersed with the sound of something heavy being dragged across the floor. Maya started to cry, her face pale. Liam reached for his phone, but there was no signal. We were trapped. I looked at Ben. He was still eating, his eyes now completely black, pupils dilated to the size of saucers. He looked up, a smear of something red on his chin, and grinned. "Delicious," he mumbled, his voice thick and slurred. Suddenly, the jukebox went silent. Darla clapped her hands together, her smile widening into a grotesque parody of joy. "Showtime," she announced, her voice now a guttural growl. The kitchen door swung open, revealing a scene of unimaginable horror. Two figures, their faces hidden behind grotesque animal masks, emerged, dragging a body wrapped in a blood-stained sheet. It was Liam. His eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling. The masked figures dragged Liam's body toward a back room, the door of which was adorned with a crudely painted symbol, a circle with a triangle inside, the symbol of the mountain god we'd heard about in the song. Panic finally overwhelmed us. Maya screamed and bolted for the front door, but Darla moved with inhuman speed, intercepting her. She grabbed Maya by the hair, yanking her back, her perfect smile now twisted into a snarl. "Where do you think you're going, darling?" she hissed. "The feast is about to begin." I scrambled out of the booth, knocking over my chair, adrenaline surging through my veins. I grabbed a heavy ceramic plate from a nearby table and hurled it at Darla. It hit her in the head, shattering on impact. She staggered back, momentarily stunned. I grabbed Maya's hand and pulled her towards the front door. We burst out into the night, running blindly into the darkness, the screams from inside the diner echoing in our ears. We ran until our lungs burned, until we collapsed, gasping for breath at the side of the road. The diner was gone, vanished as if it had never been there. We were alone, lost in the heart of the Appalachians, the horrifying images of the Devil's Path diner seared into our minds. The next morning, a park ranger found us, huddled together by the side of the road. We told him our story, but he didn't believe us. He said there was no diner, no road, nothing where we claimed to have been. He chalked it up to dehydration, exhaustion, and overactive imaginations. But I know what I saw. I know what we experienced. And I know, deep down, that somewhere, hidden in the dark recesses of those ancient mountains, the Devil's Path diner still waits, its neon sign flickering, its cheerful staff ready to welcome unsuspecting travelers to their demonic feast. And the mountain god is still hungry. Story 60. The rusted sign read, Harmon's Hollow, population dwindling. Fitting. The hollow itself seemed to sigh beneath the weight of the impending twilight. The crooked houses slumped like weary old men. I, Miles Corbin of the podcast, Whispers in the Static, had come to this forgotten pocket of Appalachia chasing the digital ghost of a symbol, a spiral bisected by a jagged line. It had appeared on the social media of several missing hikers, days, sometimes hours, before their disappearance. Local law enforcement dismissed it as coincidence, the ramblings of overzealous internet sleuths. But I smelled a story, something rotten festering beneath the idyllic veneer of mountain laurel and babbling brooks. My research pointed me toward an abandoned fire tower on Black Ridge. Hikers sometimes used it as an illicit campsite, despite the warning signs posted at the base. I parked my beat-up Corolla at the trailhead. The air was thick with the smell of pine and something else, something feral, almost metallic. My recorder, clipped to my belt, captured the rustling of unseen things in the undergrowth. The climb was steep, the path choked with weeds and fallen branches. As dusk deepened, the woods grew quiet, save for the crunch of my boots on the dry leaves. The trees seemed to lean in, their skeletal fingers brushing against my face. Unease coiled in my gut. The fire tower, silhouetted against the bruised purple sky, looked like a skeletal finger pointing accusingly at the heavens. As I neared, I heard a low, rhythmic chanting, punctuated by a series of high-pitched whistles. My pulse quickened. This was no ordinary campsite. I crept closer, peering through the gaps in the rusted metal. A bonfire blazed in the center of the clearing. Around it, 4 figures danced in a frenetic circle. They wore animal pelts and crude masks carved from wood. Their movements were jerky, unnatural. In the center of the circle lay a bound figure, their face obscured by a burlap sack. The spiral symbol was daubed on the sack in what looked like blood. The chanting intensified. The whistles grew shriller, almost painful to my ears. My hand instinctively went to my recorder, capturing the chilling soundscape. Then, one of the figures stepped forward, raising a wickedly curved blade. My stomach churned. I had stumbled onto something truly horrific. Suddenly, one of the figures stopped dancing. It turned its head. Its mask seemed to stare directly at me. The chanting faltered. A wave of icy dread washed over me. I knew with a sickening certainty that I had been spotted. The figure broke away from the circle, moving with an unsettling speed. I turned and ran, adrenaline flooding my veins. The chanting resumed, louder now, more frenzied, morphing into a series of guttural howls that seemed to echo through the very mountains themselves. I scrambled down the trail, branches whipping at my face, my lungs burning. The howls pursued me, growing closer with each panicked breath. I could hear the pounding of their feet, the crashing of undergrowth, the clicking of something hard against the rocks. I stumbled, rolling down a steep embankment. My recorder flew from my belt, landing with a sickening thud. I lay there, winded, disoriented, the howls now right above me. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable. Then the howls stopped. Silence. A silence so profound, it was almost deafening. I opened my eyes cautiously. The woods were still. The only sound was the distant chirping of crickets. I slowly got to my feet, my body aching, my mind reeling. I retrieved my recorder. The screen was cracked, but the recording light was still on. I climbed back up the embankment, cautiously approaching the clearing. The bonfire had died down to embers. The circle was empty. The bound figure, the masked dancers, all gone. Vanished without a trace. The only evidence of their presence was the faint smell of blood and the spiral symbol, now etched into the trunk of a nearby oak tree. It seemed to pulse with a faint, internal light. I raised my recorder, capturing the image. As I made my way back down the mountain, the silence of the woods was more unsettling than any howl. I knew, deep down, that I had only scratched the surface of something ancient, something malevolent. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that the woods held its secrets close. I had barely escaped with my life, but a part of me, a morbid curiosity, wondered what dark web frequencies they used, and what other secrets those ancient mountains held. The spiral symbol, now seared into my memory, served as a stark reminder of the horrors lurking just beneath the surface of our perceived reality. The whispers in the static had become screams, and I, Miles Corbin, had become their unwilling witness. Story 61. The cabin, perched precariously on the edge of a sheer drop, greeted us with peeling paint and broken windows. A testament, I thought then, to years of neglect, not a chilling prologue to the horrors within. Clara, my ever-optimistic sister, saw only potential, a rustic retreat tucked away in the heart of the Appalachians. I, however, felt an immediate prickle of unease, a sense of being watched, even as the nearest neighbor was miles away. Inherited from a distant aunt we'd never met, the cabin came with its secrets. One of those secrets, discovered in a locked trunk in the attic, was a collection of journals. Leather-bound, brittle with age, They chronicled the cabin's previous life, not as a family home, but as an annex of the Whispering Pines Asylum. The asylum, infamous for its experimental treatments and high number of patient escapes, had been demolished decades ago. Its main building reduced to rubble, and its history erased from the public consciousness. But the annex, hidden deep in the woods, remained. The journals, written by a former doctor at the asylum, detailed barbaric procedures performed on patients, procedures meant to cure their madness. But the doctor's notes hinted at something else, a growing fascination with the mountains themselves, a belief that they held a strange power, a dark energy that influenced the patients, amplifying their delusions. Some of the entries recounted escape attempts, patients fleeing into the unforgiving wilderness, never to be seen again. The first few days passed in a blur of cleaning and unpacking. Clara, unfazed by the journals, dismissed them as morbid curiosities. I, however, couldn't shake the feeling that we were not alone. Strange noises echoed through the woods at night, twigs snapping, and guttural whispers carried on the wind. I attributed it to wildlife at first, but the intensity, the frequency, grew each night, becoming almost unbearable. Then came the sightings. Fleeting glimpses of movement in the periphery, shadows darting between the trees. Clara still refused to acknowledge anything unusual. She chalked it up to my overactive imagination, fueled by the journals. But I knew with a growing certainty that the escaped patients, warped by their confinement and the mountain's strange influence, were still out there. One evening, while Clara was out foraging for berries, I found another chilling discovery. Hidden beneath a loose floorboard in the kitchen, I found a small wooden box. Inside, nestled amongst dried herbs and strange symbols, was a crude map. The map depicted the surrounding area, with a series of interconnected caves marked in charcoal. One cave, larger than the others, was circled. Beneath it, a single word was scrawled: Sanctuary. When Clara returned, her basket overflowing with wild berries, I showed her the map. Her usual cheer faltered. She finally admitted that she, too, had been experiencing unsettling occurrences. Whispers in the dead of night, the feeling of being watched, and the distinct impression that we were intruding on something sacred, something ancient. That night, the whispers became louder, more insistent. They seemed to be coming from just outside the cabin, weaving themselves into our dreams, our waking thoughts. We barricaded the doors, windows boarded shut, but the sounds persisted, slithering through the cracks, wrapping around us like icy fingers. Suddenly, a rhythmic pounding began on the front door. Heavy, deliberate blows that shook the entire cabin. We huddled together, terrified, as the pounding grew more frantic, accompanied by guttural growls and high-pitched shrieks. Then, as abruptly as it started, the pounding stopped. A chilling silence descended. We waited, breaths held tight for what felt like an eternity. Then, a single floorboard in the living room creaked. We exchanged terrified glances. The creaking continued, growing louder, closer. Something was inside the cabin. Slowly, cautiously, we made our way to the living room. The moonlight filtering through the boarded windows illuminated a figure standing in the center of the room. Tall, gaunt, with matted hair and wild eyes. He wore tattered clothing, remnants of a patient's uniform. In his hand, he clutched a sharp, jagged rock. He turned towards us, a grotesque smile twisting his lips. Then he spoke, his voice a raspy whisper, barely audible. "Sanctuary," he hissed. "Join us in the sanctuary." He lunged. Clara screamed, a high, piercing sound that echoed through the silent woods. I grabbed a heavy iron poker from beside the fireplace and swung, connecting with the figure's head. He stumbled back, momentarily stunned. Then, with surprising speed, he scrambled out the broken window, disappearing into the night. We didn't hesitate. Grabbing the map and a few essential supplies, we fled the cabin, running blindly into the darkness, the whispers pursuing us, urging us toward the sanctuary. The chilling realization washed over me. We weren't escaping. We were being led, deeper into the mountains, deeper into the madness. The mountains, with their dark energy and twisted inhabitants, had claimed us. We were going to the sanctuary, whether we wanted to or not. Story 62. The crumpled map, procured from a shadowy corner of the dark web, promised an encounter with the Mothman, a creature of Appalachian myth. It was supposed to be the pinnacle of our amateur cryptozoology group's investigations. My friends, Liam and Maya, buzzed with an almost manic energy, their skepticism replaced with a fervent belief in the map's authenticity. Me, I was less convinced, a persistent knot of unease tightening in my gut. Something about the map felt wrong, its faded ink and strange symbols radiating an aura of malice. We pitched our tent near Point Pleasant, West Virginia, the epicenter of Mothman sightings. The forest pressed in around us, thick and claustrophobic, the air heavy with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. As dusk settled, casting long skeletal shadows, we unfolded the map. Its parchment was rough beneath my fingertips, the ink seeming to shift and writhe under the beam of my flashlight. Marked in crimson were areas forbidden to locals, places whispered about in hushed tones around crackling campfires, places where the veil between worlds was thin. Liam, ever the pragmatist, dismissed these warnings as folklore. Maya, perpetually drawn to the esoteric, saw them as invitations. I, caught between the two, felt the knot in my stomach clench tighter. The map indicated a path leading deep into the heart of the mountains, a winding trail that seemed to beckon us toward an unknown darkness. The further we ventured, the more the forest twisted into something unnatural. Twisted trees clawed at the sky, their branches intertwined like skeletal arms. The usual nighttime sounds of the forest were replaced by a suffocating silence, broken only by the crunch of leaves beneath our boots. Then we began to hear it. A low, guttural chanting, emanating from the depths of the woods, growing steadily louder with each step. Liam, his earlier enthusiasm waning, suggested we turn back. Maya, her eyes wide with a strange mix of fear and fascination, pressed on. The chanting reached a fever pitch as we stumbled upon a clearing. In the center stood a stone altar, etched with the same symbols that adorned the cursed map. Surrounding the altar, masked figures danced in a frenetic rhythm, their movements unsettling and inhuman. Their chanting intensified, and the air crackled with an unseen energy. It was then that we saw it. Soaring above the clearing, its enormous wings casting a shadow over the scene, was the Mothman. Its eyes, glowing red embers in the darkness, fixed on us. But it was not alone. Other creatures, nightmares pulled from the depths of folklore, emerged from the shadows, drawn by the dark power the map had unleashed. A Wendigo, its skeletal frame draped in decaying flesh, stalked through the trees. A towering, shadowy figure, possibly a Sasquatch, lurked at the edge of the clearing. The air grew thick with a primal fear, a terror that sunk its teeth into our very souls. The map, we realized with chilling clarity, was not a guide to finding cryptids. It was a beacon, a summoning ritual, awakening a dormant evil that had slumbered for centuries within these mountains. We had not found the Mothman. We had unleashed a nightmare. Our flight was frantic, a desperate scramble through the twisting, labyrinthine forest. The chanting pursued us, the eyes of unseen creatures glinting from the shadows. We were trapped in a waking nightmare, hunted by the very things we had sought to find. Liam tripped and fell, twisting his ankle, The creatures were closing in. We had a choice, a terrible ethical dilemma. Leave Liam to the mercy of these horrors, or stay and face certain death together. Meyer and I hauled Liam to his feet, the sounds of pursuit growing closer. We knew we couldn't outrun them, not in this twisted, otherworldly landscape. We had to find a way to stop them, to silence the cursed map's call. We stumbled upon a small, dilapidated cabin, its windows boarded shut. Inside, we found more of the strange symbols, painted on the walls in what looked like blood. In the center of the room lay a book, bound in human skin. It was a ritual, a counterspell to the summoning we had unwittingly performed. As Maya began to chant the words from the book, the creatures outside howled in rage, their forms pressing against the boarded windows. The air crackled with energy, the cabin shaking violently. The symbols on the walls began to glow, the chanting of the masked figures outside growing fainter. Then, with a blinding flash of light, silence. The creatures were gone, the chanting ceased. The only sound was our ragged breathing and the frantic thumping of our hearts. We emerged from the cabin into the pre-dawn light, the forest eerily silent, almost peaceful. The nightmare was over, but the experience had left an indelible mark on our souls, a chilling reminder of the horrors that lurk beneath the surface of the world, waiting to be awakened. We limped back towards civilization, forever changed, bound by the shared trauma of the night, and haunted by the chilling realization that some mysteries are best left undisturbed. The Mothman and the other creatures of the dark had retreated back into the shadows. But the map and the evil it unleashed remained, a grim testament to our folly, and a chilling warning to those who would seek to delve too deeply into the unknown. Story 63. The hitchhiker, wiry and sun-beaten, called himself Jack. He smelled of wood smoke and something faintly sweet, like wild berries fermenting. He'd appeared on the side of the winding mountain road, thumb outstretched, just as the last sliver of sun dipped behind the ridgeline. My family, bless their optimistic hearts, never hesitated. Mom saw a friendly face. Dad, a fellow adventurer. My younger sister, Lily, just saw someone new to talk to on our seemingly endless RV trip. Jack, with his earnest talk of Bigfoot research and a hidden valley teeming with undiscovered flora and fauna, had us hooked. He spoke of a blood trail, not of violence, but of a rare orchid, so crimson it looked like splattered blood. He promised photographic evidence, a chance to witness something truly extraordinary. Dad, always eager for the unusual, diverted our route deeper into the mountains, following Jack's hand-drawn map. The paved road soon gave way to gravel, then dirt, the RV shuddering with each bump and jostle. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. The usual daytime chorus of birdsong faded, replaced by an unsettling hush. Jack's initial chatter dwindled too, replaced by a vacant stare directed out the window. I felt a prickle of unease, a growing certainty that we'd made a terrible mistake. That night, we camped beside a rushing stream, the water a swirling black ink in the fading light. Jack built a fire, the flames painting his face in flickering orange and shadow. He told stories of the mountain folk, their strange customs, their fierce protectiveness of their land. He mentioned, almost casually, disappearances, hikers who ventured too far, never seen again. Mom and Dad exchanged concerned glances, but Lily, captivated, leaned closer to the firelight, eager for more. The following morning, I awoke to a chilling discovery. Jack was gone. So was Dad's hunting knife. And scrawled on the side of the RV, in what looked like dried blood, was a crude spiral symbol. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through me. I woke Mom and Lily, my voice trembling as I explained. Mom, ever practical, insisted it was a prank, a misguided attempt at humor. Lily, though pale, agreed. But I knew with a sickening certainty that something was terribly wrong. We decided to return to the main road, but the path back seemed to have vanished. Every turn led to another dead end, another overgrown trail. We were lost, trapped in a labyrinth of trees and shadows. That afternoon, we found another campsite. Abandoned. A half-eaten meal lay rotting on a picnic table. Clothes scattered on the ground. And there, etched into the bark of a nearby tree, the same spiral symbol. This time it was larger, more defined, as if carved with deliberate, meticulous strokes. The sun began to set, casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to writhe and twist like living things. The air grew frigid, a bone-chilling cold that seeped into our clothes, into our skin. We huddled together in the RV, the doors locked, the windows sealed. We felt exposed, vulnerable, like prey caught in a snare. Then the chanting started. Low, guttural, coming from the darkness beyond the trees. It rose and fell, a disturbing rhythm that vibrated through the very ground beneath us. Lily began to cry, her small body trembling uncontrollably. Mom, her face ashen, pulled her close, whispering reassurances she clearly didn't believe. I peered out the window. In the flickering moonlight, I could make out figures moving between the trees. They were cloaked in shadows, their faces obscured, but I saw the glint of something metallic in their hands. Dad's hunting knife. My blood ran cold. The chanting intensified, drawing closer. The figures emerged from the trees, their forms illuminated by the rising moon. They wore crude masks, animalistic and grotesque. They moved with an unsettling grace, their steps silent, their eyes fixed on the RV. The chanting reached a fever pitch. The figures surrounded the RV, their shadows merging with ours, their presence suffocating. One of them, taller than the rest, stepped forward. He raised his hand, and in the moonlight I saw it. Dad's hunting knife, dripping with a viscous, dark liquid. Not the crimson sap of a rare orchid. Blood. I knew then, with chilling clarity, that Jack wasn't a Bigfoot researcher. He was a hunter, and we were his prey. The Bigfoot legend, the blood trail, it was all a lure, a twisted game to draw us deep into the mountains where he could hunt us, unseen, undisturbed. The masked figure lunged, the knife plunging towards the window. The glass shattered, spraying shards everywhere. A scream tore through the night. Lily's. My mom shrieked, pulling Lily behind her. The chanting became a frenzied roar as the figures swarmed the RV. I grabbed a heavy cast iron skillet from the counter, my only weapon. This was it. The climax of our ill-fated road trip. No escape. No rescue. Only the chilling certainty that we were about to become another whispered legend of the Appalachian Mountains, another cautionary tale told around crackling campfires. And Jack, the hunter in the shadows, would continue his bloody trail, luring others to their doom, his secret forever hidden beneath the ancient, watchful gaze of the mountains. Story 64. The rusted sign read, Black Ridge. Population, 0. Clara squeezed my hand, her excitement palpable. This is it, Maya. Dogman's domain. I swallowed my apprehension. Black Ridge was a ghost town swallowed by the Appalachians, a place whispered about in online forums, a magnet for our little group of urban explorers. There was Darla, the thrill-seeker whose camera was permanently glued to her hand, and Liam, our resident skeptic, armed with a hefty dose of common sense. We were here to chase a legend, the Dogman, a creature said to haunt these woods. A demonic entity, half man, half canine, a guardian of something ancient and sinister. The town itself was a chilling tableau. Crooked houses slumped against each other, windows like empty sockets staring into the encroaching dusk. A strange symbol, a spiral bisected by a triangle, was crudely painted on almost every surface. It hummed with an unseen energy, a low thrum that resonated deep in my bones. Liam scoffed, attributing it to overactive imaginations. I wasn't so sure. There was a weight here, a palpable sense of dread that settled over us like a shroud. We found the town hall first, its double doors hanging open, inviting us into its maw. Inside, dust motes danced in the slivers of moonlight filtering through the grimy windows. The air was thick with the scent of decay and something faintly sweet, almost metallic. A large, leather-bound book lay open on a podium. Its pages, yellowed and brittle, were filled with a chilling narrative, a chronicle of the town's descent into madness. The entries detailed rituals, sacrifices, a growing fascination with the dogman, not as a monster to be feared, but as a deity to be worshipped. "This is insane," Liam muttered, his usual skepticism wavering. He pointed to a passage describing a summoning ritual, the spiral symbol taking center stage. The last entry, scrawled in a frantic hand, simply read, "He has answered." Darla, eyes gleaming, was already setting up her camera. "This is gold, guys. Pure gold." Clara, though, seemed subdued. Her usual cheer had faltered, replaced by a growing unease. She tugged at my sleeve. "Maya, I don't like this. Let's just go." I hesitated. We had come so far. But Clara's fear was contagious, a cold finger tracing its way down my spine. Then, a low, guttural growl echoed from the back of the hall. We froze. Liam grabbed a rusty pipe from the floor, his knuckles white. "Show yourself," he called out, his voice shaking slightly. Silence. Then the chanting started. It was low, rhythmic, coming from somewhere deep within the building. It was a disturbing melody, a disconcerting blend of human voices and something else, something feral. The chanting intensified. The spiral symbols on the walls began to glow with a sickly yellow light, pulsating in time with the unsettling rhythm. The temperature in the room plummeted. We huddled together, our combined breaths fogging in the frigid air. Then we saw them. Figures emerged from the shadows, their forms illuminated by the pulsating symbols. They wore crude masks carved from wood, depicting grotesque animal faces. Their movements were jerky, unsettling. They carried no weapons, but their presence radiated a palpable menace. They were the remnants of Black Ridge, its twisted inhabitants, still performing their demonic rituals, still worshipping their dark god. The chanting reached a fever pitch. The figures stepped forward, their movements becoming more frenetic. Liam swung the pipe, connecting with one of the masked figures. But the figure didn't flinch. It didn't even react. It simply continued its advance, its vacant eyes fixed on us. Terror, pure and primal, flooded my senses. We were trapped. We had stumbled into something ancient and malevolent, something far beyond our comprehension. We had awakened the dogman. Clara screamed. One of the figures lunged, its skeletal fingers brushing against her arm. She stumbled back, knocking over a table. The figures swarmed, their chanting now a guttural roar. Liam fought back, desperately trying to protect us. But they were too many. They dragged him down, their masked faces inches from his, their chanting a horrifying lullaby. Darla, her camera still rolling, captured the gruesome scene, her own terror reflected in the lens. I grabbed Clara's hand and pulled her towards a back exit. We stumbled out into the night, the chanting pursuing us, the guttural growls echoing through the empty streets. We ran blindly, our lungs burning, the spiral symbols now glowing fiercely, lighting our escape. We didn't stop running until we reached the edge of town, the forest a dark, menacing wall before us. We looked back. The figures were silhouetted against the sickly yellow glow, their demonic feast just beginning. Liam's camera lay abandoned in the street, its red recording light still blinking. We plunged into the woods, the chanting fading behind us, replaced by the rustling of leaves and the snapping of twigs. We didn't know where we were going, only that we had to get away, far away from Black Ridge, from the Dogman's domain. We never spoke of that night again. But sometimes, in the quiet hours, I can still hear the chanting, a chilling reminder of the horrors we witnessed, a chilling testament to the secrets hidden within those ancient mountains. And I know with a chilling certainty that the Dogman still waits, his hunger never sated, forever lurking in the shadows, ready to claim his next victims. Story 65. The chipped paint of the picnic table snagged my sweater as I sat down, the flimsy plastic fork snapping in two as I tried to spear a limp pickle from my gas station sandwich. Miles stretched behind me, miles still ahead. The rest stop was deserted. Not a single car in sight. Just the hum of unseen insects and the distant, mournful cry of some night bird. I glanced at the time on my phone. Almost midnight. I should keep moving, I thought. But the thought of another hour on these winding mountain roads, alone, made my stomach tighten. The first flicker of unease came as a faint, rhythmic thumping, almost like a heartbeat, vibrating from the ground beneath my feet. I dismissed it. Probably just a generator somewhere, or maybe heavy machinery from a distant quarry. But then the air grew colder, a sudden chill that had nothing to do with the mountain air. The hum of the insects vanished. The bird's cry cut off mid-note. An unsettling quiet descended, broken only by that persistent thumping, which now seemed to be echoing from inside the concrete walls of the restroom building behind me. Hesitantly, I stood. The sandwich, half-eaten, lay forgotten on the table. My eyes scanned the empty parking lot, the dark woods pressing close on all sides. Something felt wrong. Deeply, unsettlingly wrong. I told myself it was just nerves, but a prickle of fear crawled up my spine. The thumping grew louder, and now a low, guttural chanting joined it, emanating from the restroom. A chanting that sounded less than human. My heart hammered against my ribs. I should get back in my car. Drive away. But a morbid curiosity, a compulsion I couldn't explain, held me rooted to the spot. Slowly, I approached the restroom building. The chanting intensified, punctuated by the rhythmic thumping. The metal door, slightly ajar, creaked open with a groan. The sickly sweet smell of something decaying wafted out, making my stomach churn. I held my breath and peered inside. The fluorescent lights flickered erratically, casting grotesque shadows that danced across the grimy tiled walls. And then I saw them. Humanoid figures, their forms indistinct in the flickering light, swaying and jerking in a frenetic circle around a drain in the center of the floor. They wore crude burlap masks, their faces hidden, but I could feel their vacant stares fixed on me. The chanting grew louder, the thumping now a violent pounding that seemed to shake the very foundations of the building. Terror, pure and primal, flooded through me. I stumbled back, my breath catching in my throat. I turned to run, but the door slammed shut, the sound echoing like a gunshot in the sudden silence that followed. The chanting stopped. The pounding ceased. I was trapped. I rattled the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. Panic clawed at me. I pounded on the metal, screaming for help, but my voice was swallowed by the oppressive silence. I pressed my ear against the cold metal, listening. Nothing. Then, slowly, the chanting resumed, soft at first, then growing louder, closer. And the thumping began again, now accompanied by the scraping sound of something heavy being dragged across the floor. I backed away from the door, my eyes darting around the small, confined space. The single, grimy window offered no escape. The walls seemed to close in on me. I felt a presence behind me, a cold, unnatural breath on the back of my neck. I spun around, but there was nothing there. Just the flickering lights and the deepening shadows. The chanting reached a fever pitch, and the scraping sound grew louder, closer. Then, with a sickening crunch, the metal door began to buckle inward. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing myself for the horror I knew was about to be unleashed. When I opened my eyes again, the restroom was gone. Vanished. I stood in a vast, desolate landscape, the ground beneath my feet cracked and barren. The sky above was a swirling vortex of black and purple. The air was thick with the smell of decay and burning sulfur. The chanting continued, echoing from all directions, and the grotesque figures, now dozens of them, emerged from the swirling mists, their masked faces leering, their arms outstretched. I tried to run, but the ground seemed to shift and buckle beneath my feet. I stumbled and fell, the cracked earth scraping my skin. The figures closed in, their chanting growing louder, their movements becoming more frenzied. I knew with a chilling certainty that there was no escape. This rest stop wasn't just a place. It was a gateway, a portal to some otherworldly realm, a place of nightmares from which there was no return. And I, a weary traveler seeking only a moment's respite, had become its latest victim. Trapped in this nightmarish loop, forever lost in the rest stop of the damned. Story 66. We, Thomas and I, newly married and giddy with love, drove deep into the Appalachian mountains, seeking solace, and a honeymoon detached from the ordinary. The cabin, nestled deep within a holler, promised rustic charm. It delivered at first. Pine-scented air, a crackling fireplace, and a view that stretched across miles of undulating green. But the tranquility was a thin veneer, easily peeled back. It started subtly, a persistent chill in the air, even by the roaring fire. The strange, almost metallic tang in the well water. Then the dreams. Vivid, unsettling dreams of shadowy figures dancing in a clearing, bathed in an unnerving yellow light. I dismissed it as wedding stress, the product of an overactive mind. Thomas, ever the pragmatist, agreed. Our undoing, our descent into the cabin's chilling reality, began with a loose floorboard in the bedroom. Curiosity overriding caution, I pried it up. Beneath lay not the expected dirt and insulation, but a narrow opening, a crawlspace barely wide enough to squeeze through. A musty, earthy smell wafted up, tinged with something faintly sweet, almost sickening. Thomas, initially reluctant, eventually succumbed to my pleas to investigate. Armed with a flashlight, we descended into the suffocating darkness. The crawlspace was low, forcing us to crawl on our stomachs. The air grew thick with the smell of decay and dried herbs. The beam of the flashlight danced across the dirt floor, revealing strange symbols etched into the earth, a spiral motif recurring again and again. Further in, we found a small wooden box tucked into a recess in the wall. Inside, nestled amongst dried herbs and strangely shaped stones, was a child's porcelain doll. Its face was cracked, one eye missing, the other staring blankly ahead. Clutched in its porcelain hand was a small, intricately carved wooden whistle. Its surface was smooth, worn by time, and etched with the same spiral pattern we had seen in the dirt. That night, the dreams returned, more vivid, more terrifying. The figures were clearer now, their faces obscured by grotesque animal masks. They danced around a bonfire, their movements unsettlingly graceful, and the porcelain doll sat atop a crude altar, its single eye seeming to follow me. The chilling sound of the wooden whistle echoed through my dream. The next day, driven by a morbid curiosity I couldn't explain, I took the whistle from the box. I held it in my hand, tracing the smooth, worn spirals with my finger. It felt strangely warm, almost alive. I brought it to my lips, half expecting something to happen. Nothing. I put it back in the box, dismissing my unease. That evening, as twilight deepened, the first whispers started. Faint at first, barely audible, like the rustling of leaves in the wind. Then, louder, more insistent, weaving themselves into a disturbing melody. They seemed to emanate from the walls, from the very foundations of the cabin. Thomas, pale and shaken, swore he heard them too. We searched the cabin, checking every nook and cranny, finding nothing. But the whispers persisted, growing louder, more menacing. They were joined by a low, guttural chanting, a rhythmic pulse that vibrated through the floorboards, through our very bones. Driven by a primal fear, we retreated to the bedroom, barricading the door with a heavy chest of drawers. We huddled together on the bed, the whispers and chanting pressing against us, a palpable force. The room grew colder, the air thick with a sickly sweet smell, like berries fermenting. Then the pounding started. A rhythmic thumping against the walls, against the door, growing steadily louder, more insistent. The cabin seemed to groan and shift around us. Terror, raw and suffocating, enveloped us. Suddenly, the pounding stopped. The whispers ceased. A chilling silence descended, broken only by our ragged breathing. We waited, holding our breath, every muscle tense. Then, slowly, the floorboards beneath the bed began to creak. Story 67. The glare, it was what caught my eye first. Miles of twisting, mountain roads behind us, and suddenly this beacon. A diner, bathed in fluorescent light, shining like a perverse jewel against the blackness. Look, Bethany nudged Mark, my husband. Coffee. We'd been driving for hours, pushing through the last leg of our journey to Helen's family cabin. The four of us, cramped in Mark's beat-up sedan, were ready for a break. The prospect of hot coffee and a greasy burger was too tempting to resist. We pulled into the mostly empty lot, the gravel crunching beneath the tires. The diner's sign, a faded image of a steaming coffee cup, buzzed erratically. Inside, the air was thick with the aroma of frying food and something else, something sweet and cloying I couldn't quite place. Booths lined the walls, each occupied by solitary figures, their faces obscured by shadow. An unnerving silence hung in the air, broken only by the sizzle of the grill and the low hum of a refrigerator. A woman with a painted smile and eyes that seemed too large for her face emerged from the kitchen. "Welcome," she drawled, her voice like honeyed molasses. "Sit anywhere you like." We slid into a booth near the window, the plastic sticking to our thighs. The menus were simple, plastic-coated sheets. The prices were ridiculously low. "Almost too good to be true," Helen whispered, glancing at the almost empty diner. The waitress returned, her smile never wavering. "What can I get for you folks?" We ordered burgers, fries, and coffee. The waitress lingered, asking about our trip, where we were headed, how long we planned to stay. Her questions were innocuous enough, but her unwavering gaze made me uncomfortable. Mark, ever the charmer, answered her every question, oblivious to the subtle tension in the air. The food arrived quickly. The burgers were juicy and flavorful, the fries perfectly crisp. It was inexplicably delicious. Bethany and Helen devoured their meals, while Mark and I picked at ours, our appetites waning with each passing moment. Something felt wrong, deeply wrong. The other patrons remained motionless, their eyes never leaving us. I excused myself to use the restroom. The hallway leading to it was dimly lit, the air colder than in the main dining area. Family photos lined the walls, generations of smiling faces, all with the same unnervingly large eyes. The photos were ancient, dating back to the early 1900s, their edges yellowed and cracked. A wave of nausea washed over me. I quickly used the restroom and hurried back to the booth. "We need to leave," I hissed, leaning in close to Mark. He frowned, taking a bite of his burger. "What's wrong?" "The food's great. Something isn't right here," I insisted. "Those people, they haven't moved. And the waitress, she's creepy." Mark sighed, clearly annoyed. "You're being paranoid. Let's just pay and go," I pleaded. We flagged down the waitress, and she presented us with the check, the total shockingly low. Mark paid in cash, and we made our way to the exit. As we reached the door, the waitress called out, "Safe travels, y'all. Come back soon." Her voice held a chilling undertone that sent a shiver down my spine. Outside, the night felt colder, the darkness deeper. As we pulled away from the diner, its light shrinking in the rearview mirror, I noticed something in the back of the building. A flickering light, emanating from a small, windowless structure. A wave of dread washed over me. "Did you see that?" I asked, my voice trembling. Mark glanced back. "See what?" "That light back there," I said, pointing. He shook his head. "There's nothing there." I knew what I saw. And the gnawing feeling in my gut told me we weren't safe. We drove in silence for a while, the miles stretching out before us. Then Bethany gasped. "My phone," she exclaimed. "It's gone." Helen checked her purse. "Mine too. And my wallet," Mark said, patting his pockets. "It's missing. We'd been robbed." "But how?" "We hadn't left our belongings unattended." Then it hit me. The waitress, her incessant questions, the too cheap food, the unsettling patrons, the flickering light in the back. It all clicked into place. We turned the car around, a shared sense of dread uniting us. As we approached the diner, the lights were off, the parking lot empty. The building stood in silent darkness, as if it had never existed. I scanned the area around the diner, something metallic gleaming beneath a tree in the side lot. I recognized it instantly. Bethany's phone. Beside it lay Helen's, and then Mark's wallet. And something else. Something that made my blood run cold. A small, plastic-coated menu from the diner. And scrawled across it in red ink, a single chilling word. Soon, Story 68. The chipped, porcelain doll stared blankly from the dusty shelf of the rest-stop bathroom. Its painted eyes followed me, even as I splashed cool water on my face, a futile attempt to wash away the clinging humidity of the Appalachian summer. I was tracing the folklore surrounding Whisper Ridge Sanatorium, a place infamous in these mountains. Locals whispered of gruesome experiments, inhumane treatments and patients who vanished into the dense woods, never to be seen again. The sanatorium itself was now just skeletal ruins, barely visible through the thick foliage, but the rest stop, inexplicably, remained. Back outside, the air hung heavy and still. The porcelain doll's vacant gaze lingered in my mind. A rusted swing set creaked rhythmically in the phantom breeze, a lonely sound against the backdrop of the cicadas' drone. I pulled my research notebook from my backpack, flipping through handwritten notes and grainy photocopies of old newspaper articles. A shiver ran down my spine. It wasn't just the oppressive heat. A faint whispering seemed to emanate from the woods bordering the rest stop, a sound too disorganized to be the wind, too human to be anything else. Then movement. A flicker of white near the tree line. I squinted, thinking I'd imagined it. But there it was again. Something pale, humanoid, slipping between the trees. My heart began to beat faster. Escaped patients, the stories said. Driven mad by their confinement, by the mountain's isolation. As dusk settled, the whispers intensified, becoming more distinct, though still unintelligible. The fleeting glimpses of white became more frequent, the figures bolder, emerging further from the trees. They moved with an unsettling grace, their limbs contorted at unnatural angles. I could see now, it wasn't just their minds that were broken. Their bodies, too, were warped, twisted into something not quite human. I retreated into the rest stop, locking the flimsy door. The single overhead bulb cast long, distorted shadows, transforming familiar objects into menacing shapes. I huddled in a corner, clutching my notebook. The whispers now pressed against the thin walls of the rest stop, like unseen hands trying to pry their way in. I noticed for the first time a peculiar scent in the air, sweet and metallic, like overripe fruit mixed with blood. Suddenly, a high-pitched giggle pierced the whispers. It was close, too close. I pressed myself tighter against the wall, holding my breath. The laughter stopped abruptly, replaced by a soft scratching at the door. My blood ran cold. I fumbled for my phone, no signal. Trapped. The scratching turned into a rhythmic thumping. Then a voice, thin and reedy, sang a children's rhyme, the words distorted, almost guttural. Ring around the rosy, a pocket full of posies, the porcelain doll. The unsettling familiarity of its painted eyes struck me. I remembered a detail from my research, a bizarre practice at Whisper Ridge. Doctors, convinced that transferring a patient's madness into an inanimate object could alleviate their suffering, would have patients create dolls, imbuing them with their fears, their delusions. The dolls were then kept in a locked ward, a repository of stolen sanity. The thumping stopped. The singing ceased. A chilling silence descended, broken only by the frantic pounding of my own heart. Then, the door handle began to turn slowly, deliberately. I knew, with a terrible certainty, that whatever waited on the other side wasn't just a former patient. It was something more, something infused with the collective madness of Whisper Ridge, amplified by some unknown force within these mountains. The madness was not just contagious, it was a parasite seeking a new host. The door creaked open, revealing a figure bathed in the pale moonlight. It held a porcelain doll, identical to the one in the bathroom. Its face, obscured by shadows, was tilted in a grotesque parody of a smile. It raised the doll, its painted eyes gleaming in the dim light. The doll's mouth moved, and in a voice that mimicked the reedy singing, it whispered, "Ashes, ashes, we all fall down." The figure lunged. I screamed, a primal sound born of pure terror, as I felt a sharp pain in my arm. The metallic scent intensified, filling my nostrils. My vision blurred. The last thing I saw before the darkness consumed me was the porcelain doll's vacant smile, now stained crimson. And then I felt it, a chilling echo of madness whispering within my own mind. The doll, I realized with dawning horror. It wasn't just a vessel. It was a vector. Story 69. The camera's red light blinked, recording. "All right, Appalachian trailblazers," I announced, my voice echoing slightly in the hollow quiet. "We're officially off the grid, venturing into territory where maps fear to tread." Bethany, our resident cryptozoologist, grinned, adjusting her headlamp. Liam, our tech guy, fiddled with his thermal imaging camera. The air held a heavy, earthy scent, the kind that clings to the deep woods. We were searching for the Skinwalker, a creature of Cherokee legend, a shape-shifting being said to haunt these ancient mountains. Locals in the nearby town had warned us. their faces creased with genuine worry. They spoke of a trail, marked with symbols they couldn't decipher, a path leading to the heart of the Skinwalkers' hunting grounds. We, of course, ignored them. The trail was real. Narrow, winding, overgrown with a tenacity that spoke of a place seldom disturbed. The symbols were there too, crudely carved into the bark of trees, disturbingly fresh. They resembled nothing I'd ever seen. Days blurred into a disorienting cycle of hiking, filming, and reviewing footage. Liam became obsessed with the thermal camera, convinced he was catching fleeting heat signatures just beyond the range of our headlamps. Bethany grew increasingly withdrawn, spending hours poring over her worn copy of Cherokee folklore. Her cheerful demeanor was replaced by a quiet intensity that bordered on unnerving. Then came the nightmares. Vivid, unsettling dreams that clung to us even after waking. We each described the same horrifying figure. Tall, gaunt, with eyes that burned with an unnatural light. One evening, huddled around our meager campfire, Bethany revealed something she'd unearthed in her research. The Skinwalker, she said, her voice low, doesn't just wear the skins of animals. It can also inhabit human form. Liam scoffed, but I noticed a tremor in his hand as he reached for another log. The air around us felt colder, the shadows deeper. The next morning, Liam was gone. His backpack lay discarded by the fire, his thermal camera still inside. Panic clenched at my throat. We called out his name, our voices swallowed by the dense foliage. The silence that followed was deafening, punctuated only by the distant screech of a hawk. Bethany insisted we continue, claiming Liam had probably just wandered off. But I felt a growing unease, a chilling premonition that something was terribly wrong. The symbols on the trees seemed to multiply, growing more intricate, more menacing. That night, the nightmares returned, but with a terrifying twist. This time, the figure in my dream had Liam's eyes. I awoke with a gasp, my heart pounding against my ribs. Bethany sat across from me, her face pale in the flickering firelight. "He's one of them," she whispered, her eyes wide with terror. "Liam is the Skinwalker." I wanted to dismiss her words as the ramblings of a sleep-deprived mind, but the fear in her voice, the conviction in her eyes, made me doubt my own sanity. We packed our gear frantically, a desperate plan forming in my mind. We needed to backtrack, to find our way back to the town, to safety. As we hiked, the forest seemed to close in around us, the trees looming like skeletal fingers reaching out to grasp us. The symbols on the trees pulsed with an eerie inner light, guiding us, mocking us. Then we found him. Liam, standing silently in a small clearing, his back to us. He wasn't wearing his usual hiking clothes. He was draped in something that looked like animal hide, its texture coarse and unsettling. Bethany screamed. Liam turned, and in that instant I saw it. His eyes, burning with an unholy light, devoid of any trace of humanity. The transformation was complete. He was no longer Liam. He was something else, something monstrous. He lunged at us, and the camera tumbled from my grasp. The last thing I saw before the screen went black was Bethany's horrified face, illuminated by the predatory gleam in the Skinwalker's eyes. Story 70. The trail narrowed, ferns brushing against my jeans as Bethany forged ahead, her enthusiasm a stark contrast to the growing unease twisting in my gut. This section of the Appalachian Trail was less traveled, marked by an unnerving quiet that pressed in on us. The sunlight, already muted by the thick canopy, vanished completely as storm clouds gathered overhead. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a low growl that mirrored the disquiet I felt. Then the rain started, a relentless downpour that quickly soaked us to the bone, obliterating the trail. We were lost. It wasn't long before we were separated. A fallen tree, slick with rain, became my downfall. I tumbled down a steep embankment, the wind knocked out of me. When I finally regained my breath, Bethany was gone. I called out her name, my voice snatched away by the wind and the drumming rain, swallowed by the oppressive woods. Panic clawed at me. I pushed myself to my feet, ignoring the throbbing pain in my ankle. The forest seemed to close in around me, each towering tree a silent sentinel. I stumbled forward, driven by a primal fear that had nothing to do with the storm. It was a deeper, more visceral terror, a feeling of being watched, of being hunted. Then I heard it. A guttural growl, low and menacing, unlike any animal I'd ever encountered. It echoed through the trees, closer than I wanted to believe. I broke into a run, adrenaline coursing through me, branches whipping against my face. The undergrowth tore at my clothes, but I didn't dare slow down. The growling grew louder, closer. I glimpsed it then, a fleeting image through the dense foliage. Huge, bipedal, with a canine head and glowing eyes. The dogman. Legends whispered of such a creature, a predator that stalked these mountains, but I had always dismissed them as folklore. Now I knew the truth. It was real, and it was hunting me. The chase was a blur of terror. I scrambled over fallen logs, waded through muddy streams, my lungs burning, the creature's guttural snarls always close behind. Finally, in a moment of desperate hope, I saw it. A small, dilapidated cabin, nestled amidst the trees. Sanctuary. I lunged towards it, throwing open the rotting door and stumbling inside. I slammed the door shut, the flimsy latch a meager defense against the beast that raged outside. I leaned against the rough wood, gasping for breath, the pounding of my heart echoing in the sudden silence. The cabin was dark and musty, the air thick with the scent of decay. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, a new kind of fear began to creep into my heart. This wasn't a refuge. It was a shrine. The walls were covered in crude drawings, depictions of the dogman in various poses, some hunting, some feasting. Animal bones littered the floor, arranged in unsettling patterns. A rough, wooden altar dominated one corner, stained dark with what I desperately hoped was animal blood. Hanging above it was a single, yellowed photograph of a smiling couple, their faces eerily familiar. Then I recognized them. The couple from the missing persons flyer I'd seen tacked to the bulletin board at the ranger station. My blood ran cold. The snarling outside intensified, the creature's frustration palpable. It clawed at the door, the flimsy wood groaning under the assault. I knew it wouldn't hold for long. I had to find another way out. A small, boarded-up window caught my attention. Frantically, I began to tear away the rotting wood, splinters digging into my fingers. Just as the last board gave way, a deafening crash echoed through the cabin. The door splintered, the dogman lunging inside, its eyes burning with predatory hunger. I squeezed through the window, ignoring the fresh wave of pain from my ankle as I tumbled back into the storm. The creature's roar of fury followed me, a promise of continued pursuit. I ran blindly through the downpour, driven by pure, unadulterated terror. I had to find Bethany. I had to escape the dogman's domain. I stumbled upon a narrow game trail, barely discernible in the fading light. Following it, I came across a dirt road, a blessed sight. A pickup truck, its headlights cutting through the gloom, appeared in the distance. I waved frantically, my voice hoarse from screaming, and the truck screeched to a halt beside me. A grizzled old man, his face etched with concern, leaned out the window. "You all right, son?" he asked, his voice gruff. I climbed into the truck, my body trembling, The image of the dogman burned into my mind. I tried to speak, to explain, but the words caught in my throat. The old man just nodded, his eyes filled with a knowing sadness. "Dogman got you spooked, huh?" he said, putting the truck in gear. "Happens to folks around here sometimes." He drove me back towards civilization, the rain continuing to fall, washing away the mud and blood, but not the terror. I looked back at the dark, imposing mountains, the dogman's domain, a place I vowed never to return to. As we pulled onto the main road, I saw something in the rearview mirror, a fleeting glimpse of a large, dark shape moving through the trees, its eyes glowing in the darkness. The dogman, still watching, waiting. Story 71. The winding mountain roads of Appalachia beckoned me deeper into their isolated embrace. I, Thomas Croft, a journalist known for debunking the outlandish, was chasing a story, a string of disappearances plaguing the small town of Havenwood. Locals whispered of strange creatures, of ancient evils. I, of course, suspected something far more mundane. Perhaps a rogue bear, a reclusive cult, anything but the local legend of Bigfoot. Havenwood was a collection of weathered houses clinging to the mountainside. The air was thick with the scent of pine and an underlying current of distrust. The sheriff, a man named Brody with eyes that held the weight of generations of mountain secrets, was unhelpful. He spoke of outsiders stirring up trouble, of old ways best left undisturbed. My investigation led me to a secluded hollow, a place unmarked on any map. There I found them, a community calling themselves the Kin. They were surprisingly welcoming. Their leader, a woman named Ilara with eyes as green as the moss-covered rocks, claimed they were descendants of Sasquatch, the legendary Bigfoot. I, initially amused, listened politely. Their stories, woven with threads of folklore and genuine belief, were captivating. They spoke of a sacred lineage, of a bond with the mountains that ran deeper than any human connection. Ilara showed me their village, a cluster of crudely built cabins nestled amongst the trees. The children, wild and untamed, watched me with curious gazes. The adults, weathered and strong, carried an air of quiet intensity. For a moment, I almost believed their fantastical tale. Almost, but beneath the veneer of rustic charm, there was something else, a disquieting undercurrent. I noticed the way they avoided certain areas of the hollow, the hushed tones when they spoke of the old ones, the unsettling artwork adorning their cabins, depicting monstrous figures receiving offerings, ignited a spark of unease within me. My suspicions were confirmed during a communal feast. The food, though strangely delicious, had a metallic tang. The celebratory atmosphere shifted when Ilara began chanting in a language I didn't understand. The others joined, their voices rising in a dissonant chorus. Their eyes, once warm and inviting, now gleamed with a primal hunger. The children, no longer curious, watched with a disturbingly adult understanding. They brought forth a young hiker, bound and gagged, clearly one of the missing. The hiker's eyes, wide with terror, met mine. In that moment, the Kin's true nature was revealed. They were not merely descendants of Bigfoot, they were its servants, and the hiker was the next offering. The ritual began. Ilara, holding a crudely fashioned bone knife, approached the hiker. The chanting intensified. My journalistic curiosity was replaced by primal fear. I had to escape. I rose slowly, trying to blend into the frenzied movements of the Kin. I slipped into the shadows, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. As I crept through the trees, the chanting followed me, a haunting melody weaving through the rustling leaves. I knew I had to reach my car, parked miles down the winding mountain road. I ran, branches tearing at my clothes, the fear of becoming the next sacrifice fueling my flight. The forest floor was uneven, treacherous. I stumbled, falling heavily, my hands sinking into something cold and viscous. I recoiled, my fingers coated in a thick, dark liquid. The metallic scent from the feast filled my nostrils. It was blood, undoubtedly human. The chanting grew louder, closer. They were coming for me. I pushed myself to my feet, adrenaline overriding the throbbing pain in my leg. I could hear them crashing through the undergrowth, their guttural cries echoing through the trees. They were hunting me, not as humans but as something else. Something primal. Something monstrous. I burst from the woods. The dim glow of Havenwoods lights a beacon of hope in the distance. My car, a small silver sedan, was parked at the edge of town, a promise of escape. I fumbled with the keys, my hands trembling. The engine roared to life, and I sped away, leaving the chanting, the metallic scent, the horrifying truth of the kin behind me. As I drove down the winding mountain road, away from Havenwood, away from the kin, I glanced in the rearview mirror. For a fleeting moment, I saw a figure silhouetted against the rising moon. It was tall, impossibly large, covered in dark hair. It stood motionless, watching me. Then, it vanished into the shadows, leaving me with a chilling certainty. The kin were real. Bigfoot was real. And they wanted me back. The mountains, once a place of quiet beauty, were now forever tainted with the horror I had witnessed. I knew, with a sinking dread, that I would never look at the Appalachian Mountains the same way again. The secrets they held were too dark, too monstrous to ever truly forget. And the kin, the descendants of Bigfoot, were still out there, waiting for their next offering. Story 72. The twisting mountain roads of Appalachia held a certain desolate charm, a quiet beauty I found myself drawn to. That day, the sun hung low, casting long skeletal shadows that danced with the swaying trees. I was heading back from a photography expedition, my camera bag heavy on the passenger seat, when I saw him. A lone figure, thumb outstretched, standing by the side of the road near a crumbling stone wall, overgrown with ivy. He looked harmless enough, young, maybe early 20s, with kind eyes and a worn backpack slung over his shoulder. I slowed, debating internally before pulling over. He climbed in, a rush of cool mountain air accompanying him. He thanked me profusely, his voice soft, tinged with a slight southern drawl. He introduced himself as Zach and explained he was searching for his sister, Lee. She disappeared a few weeks prior, hiking along this very stretch of highway, a place infamous locally for strange occurrences. He showed me a faded photograph, a smiling young woman with bright eyes, her arm around a scruffy dog. Something in those eyes, a quiet desperation, tugged at me. I couldn't just leave him there. Zach told me Lee had been fascinated by local legends, particularly one about a hitchhiker's curse. A vengeful spirit, he said, roamed these roads, preying on those who offered kindness to strangers. He spoke of whispers in the wind, phantom vehicles appearing and disappearing, a growing unease that settled over this particular area. I listened politely, chalking it up to folklore and overactive imaginations. As we drove deeper into the mountains, the light began to fade. The trees grew denser, their branches interwoven like grasping fingers. Zach grew quieter, staring intently out the window. I noticed he kept glancing at the backseat, a nervous tick. Then I heard it. A faint whisper, like someone sighing right behind me. I shivered, dismissing it as the wind. Minutes later, a figure darted across the road ahead. A fleeting shadow, just at the edge of my vision. I slammed on the brakes, my heart leaping into my throat. There was nothing there. Zach looked at me, his eyes wide with a strange mixture of fear and excitement. "Did you see that?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, circling around us like hungry insects. Faces seemed to flicker in the periphery, gone before I could focus. The car felt colder, the air heavy with a cloying sweetness, like overripe peaches. A chilling certainty gripped me. This wasn't just folklore. I pulled over, my hands shaking. "Zach," I said, my voice trembling, "I think we should turn back." He turned to me then, his kind eyes replaced by something dark, something ancient. A slow smile spread across his face. "It's too late for that," he whispered, his voice now a rasping growl, deep and resonant. "She's been waiting for you." The whispers intensified, coalescing into a low, rhythmic chant. The faces in the trees solidified, their eyes burning with an eerie light. They were closing in. Zach's features began to shift, his skin becoming pale and translucent, his eyes glowing with the same unsettling light as the figures outside. He reached out, his hand cold and clammy, and placed it on my arm. I understood then. Zach wasn't searching for his sister. He was luring me, another sacrifice to the very curse he warned me about. Lee, the photograph, the story. It was all a carefully constructed trap. He was part of it, a willing participant, maybe even the source. He pulled me from the car, the chanting growing louder, the figures now surrounding us. Their hands, skeletal and gnarled, reached for me. Zach, or whatever he had become, smiled, a grotesque parody of human expression. "She welcomes you," he hissed, his voice now almost reptilian. I fought back, adrenaline surging through me. I kicked and screamed, a futile attempt against the overwhelming force. They dragged me towards a clearing in the woods, a crude stone altar at its center. A ceremonial dagger lay on the stone, its surface gleaming in the unnatural light. I looked at Zach, his face now fully transformed, reptilian eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. He raised the dagger. I closed my eyes, the chanting reaching a fever pitch. I had become another victim of the hitchhiker's curse, a willing participant in my own demise. My final thought, as the cold steel touched my skin, was a bitter regret for my misplaced kindness. A chilling testament to the darkness that lurks beneath the surface of these ancient mountains. A darkness I had foolishly underestimated. The chanting became a scream, then silence. The curse had claimed another victim. Story 73. My sister Ilara screams. Not a sudden, startled yelp, but a long, drawn-out primal wail that rips through the quiet of the rest-stop bathroom. Her face, reflected in the grimy mirror, is a mask of stark terror. Her eyes, wide and unblinking, are locked on something behind me. Something I can't see. Something I don't want to see. My stomach lurches. Bile rises in my throat. I know, without turning around, that whatever has her so petrified is the reason we're in this mess. The reason we'll probably never leave. This God-forsaken rest stop, nestled deep in the oppressive folds of the Appalachian Mountains. It had seemed like a sanctuary just a few hours ago, when our ancient Ford finally sputtered and died a few miles back. No cell service, no sign of civilization. Just the looming shadows of the mountains and the whispering pines. This rest stop, dilapidated and overgrown, was the only refuge we could find. Ilara had been optimistic, her usual sunny disposition unshaken. "See, Cassie," she'd said, her voice bright but strained, "everything happens for a reason. We'll just wait here, someone will come along eventually." I had been less convinced, a knot of unease tightening in my gut. Something about the place felt wrong, off. The oppressive quiet, broken only by the rustling of unseen things in the undergrowth, pressed down on me like a physical weight. The interior of the rest stop was worse than the exterior. Dusty, cobweb-laden, and smelling faintly of mildew and something else. Something metallic, something akin to old pennies and dried blood. We'd found a stack of yellowed newspapers in a corner booth, their pages brittle and crumbling. Ilara, ever the curious one, had started flipping through them. It was then that the true horror of our situation began to unfold. The newspapers, all local publications, were filled with stories about the Crestwood Sanatorium, an abandoned mental institution located just a few miles from where our car had broken down. The articles detailed the escape of several patients, all deemed criminally insane, all rumored to be practitioners of some sort of dark, mountain magic. The articles spoke of ritualistic killings, of sacrifices made to appease ancient mountain deities, of a looming darkness gathering in these hills, fueled by the twisted desires of the escaped patients. Ilara read aloud, her voice trembling, each word painting a more gruesome picture than the last. One article in particular caught our attention. It described the patient's belief in a powerful demon, a being of immense power that could be summoned through a specific ritual. A ritual that required a sacrifice. A specific kind of sacrifice. 2 young women. My blood ran cold. We were alone, miles from help, in the very heart of the territory where these deranged individuals roamed free. The rest stop, once a potential haven, now felt like a trap. We'd barricaded the front door with a rusty old vending machine, a flimsy defense against whatever lurked outside. We'd huddled together in the dim light of the bathroom, whispering prayers we hadn't uttered since childhood. Praying for a miracle, for someone, anyone to find us. But our prayers went unanswered. The silence outside was broken only by the occasional snap of a twig, each sound sending a fresh wave of terror through us. And then the scratching started. A faint, insidious sound at first, like rats in the walls. It grew steadily louder, more insistent, until it sounded like something large, something with claws, was trying to tear its way through the walls. The lights flickered and died. We were plunged into absolute darkness, the only illumination coming from the sliver of moonlight filtering through the grimy window. Then Ilara screamed. I turned now, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. And I see them. 3 figures, silhouetted against the moonlight streaming through the broken window. Their faces are obscured by shadows, but I can see the glint of something sharp in their hands. Something metallic. Something that looks disturbingly like a knife. They advance slowly, deliberately, their movements unnervingly fluid. They chant in low, guttural voices, words I don't understand but that resonate with a chilling familiarity. Words I've read in those newspaper clippings. Words that speak of sacrifice, of summoning, of darkness. I know what they want. I know what they intend to do. They believe that by sacrificing us, they can unleash their demon. They believe we are the key. I look at Ilara, her eyes still locked on the figures, tears streaming down her face. I reach for her hand, squeezing it tightly. This is it. This is the end. We're trapped. There's nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. The figures close in, their chanting growing louder, more fervent. The metallic glint of the knives gets closer, closer. And in that moment, as the darkness descends and the chanting reaches a fever pitch, I understand. We were never meant to leave this place. We were drawn here, like moths to a flame, to fulfill a dark prophecy written long ago in the blood-soaked history of these ancient hills. We are the sacrifice. We are the key. And the demon is waiting. Story 74. The air hung thick and still, heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. A symphony of cicadas thrummed through the trees, a constant, droning backdrop to our ill-fated expedition. We, a group of self-proclaimed cryptozoologists, had ventured deep into the heart of the Appalachian Mountains, lured by the legend of the Dogman. Our goal, to document, to prove its existence. My goal, specifically, to rewrite my academic career, to trade dusty anthropological tomes for the thrill of discovery. Now, days into our trek, the initial excitement had curdled into a knot of unease in my gut. The forest, once a realm of possibility, felt oppressive, watchful. We set up camp near a crumbling stone foundation, the remnants of some long-forgotten homestead. The air grew colder as dusk settled, shadows lengthening into grotesque shapes. Around the crackling campfire, the others traded stories, their voices tight with a nervous energy they tried to mask with forced laughter. Liam, our tech guru, fiddled with his thermal camera, the green glow reflecting in his wide eyes. Maya sketched in her journal, her hand remarkably steady. David, ex-military, stoic as ever, sharpened his hunting knife, the rasping sound grating on my already frayed nerves. That night, the first scream ripped through the silence. It was Maya, a high, piercing sound that abruptly cut off. We scrambled to our feet, grabbing flashlights, hearts hammering against our ribs. Liam's thermal camera picked up a fleeting image. Something large, bipedal, moving with unnatural speed through the trees. Something that radiated an intense heat signature, unlike anything I'd ever seen. David, his face grim, muttered, "Dogman." The following days dissolved into a blur of fear and adrenaline. We were no longer hunting. We were being hunted. The Dogman, a creature of nightmare, stalked us through the dense undergrowth, its presence a palpable weight in the air. The forest, once our playground, became a labyrinth of terror. Liam was the next to go. We found his camera, smashed, the lens staring blankly up at the canopy. A single, muddy paw print pressed into the soft earth beside it, larger than any wolf, any bear. David, ever the pragmatist, took charge. He rationed our dwindling supplies, set traps, organized watches. But the Dogman was too clever, too elusive. It toyed with us, whispering through the trees, its guttural growls echoing in the darkness. The whispers were the worst. Not words exactly, but sounds that burrowed into your mind, unsettling, disorienting. Sounds that spoke of hunger, of malice, of ancient, unknowable things. Then David vanished. One moment he was there, beside me, the next, swallowed by the trees. Only his knife remained, lying on the forest floor, gleaming dully in the filtered sunlight. I was alone. Terror, raw and primal, gripped me. I abandoned the camp, the meaningless trinkets of our expedition, and fled. I ran blindly, crashing through the undergrowth, thorns tearing at my clothes, my lungs burning. The whispers followed me, growing louder, closer. I could feel its presence behind me, a chilling breath on my neck. I stumbled upon the old stone foundation again, the place where our nightmare had begun. In the center, a crude well, choked with vines and shadowed by overhanging branches. A last desperate hope flickered within me. I lowered myself into the well, the damp stone cold against my skin. The darkness below was absolute, the silence broken only by the frantic beating of my heart. The whispers stopped. For a moment I thought I'd escaped. Then a new sound reached me. A low, guttural growl directly above me. I looked up. Silhouetted against the faint moonlight filtering through the trees, I saw it. The Dogman. Its eyes, burning embers in the darkness, fixed on me. Its massive form filled the opening of the well, blocking out the sky, the last vestiges of hope. The stench of wet fur and something else, something ancient and foul, filled the air. It began to lower itself into the well, its movements deliberate, unhurried. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that this was the end. The dogman, no longer a legend, a myth, but a terrifying reality, had claimed me as its prey. Trapped in this earthen tomb with the creature descending, I closed my eyes, the whispers returning, no longer external but inside my head, weaving through my thoughts, my final moments consumed by the chilling presence of the dogman. Story 75. The camera's red light blinked, reassuringly in the oppressive gloom. "We're live, people," I announced, my voice a little too high, a little too shaky. Ilara Hayes here, venturing into the forbidden zone, the Bigfoot sanctuary, with my intrepid crew. I panned the lens across Liam, fidgeting with his thermal camera, and Maya, sketching furiously in her notebook. We were deep in a government-protected area of the Appalachian Mountains, an area shrouded in myth and legend, an area locals whispered was sacred. Sacred to Bigfoot. My academic curiosity had morphed into an obsession. I wanted to prove Bigfoot existed. I wanted to show the world the truth. I wanted the clicks, the views, the validation. Foolishly, I hadn't considered the consequences of disturbing something ancient, something powerful. We hiked for hours, deeper into the primeval forest, the towering trees blotting out the sun. The air grew heavy, thick with an earthy smell, like overturned soil and decaying leaves. A strange quiet settled over the woods, broken only by the crunching of our boots on the uneven ground. Liam's thermal camera remained stubbornly blank. Maya's usually vibrant sketches were muted, depicting gnarled, twisted trees that seemed to watch us with silent disapproval. Then we found it. A clearing, bathed in an unnatural green light. In the center stood a circle of stones, covered in a thick layer of moss. Within the circle, the earth was freshly turned, as if something large had recently dug there. This was it. Bigfoot's sanctuary. My initial exhilaration quickly curdled into unease. The air felt charged, electric. The silence was now absolute, not peaceful but expectant. Liam's thermal camera suddenly flickered to life, displaying a large heat signature moving just beyond the trees, a heat signature far too big to be human. "Something's out there," Liam whispered, his voice barely audible. Suddenly, a guttural roar ripped through the silence, a sound that vibrated deep within my chest. The ground trembled. The trees swayed. The green light pulsed. Then it appeared. A massive, bipedal creature emerged from the trees, its eyes burning with an incandescent rage. It was Bigfoot, but unlike any depiction I'd ever seen. This wasn't a gentle giant. This was a furious guardian, its territory violated, its sanctuary defiled. The creature bellowed again, a sound filled with pure, unadulterated fury. It slammed a massive fist into the ground, sending tremors through the earth. My carefully constructed confidence shattered. Terror, raw and primal, flooded my veins. "Run!" I screamed, fumbling with the camera, desperate to capture the unfolding horror. We scrambled away, our carefully laid plans forgotten, our scientific curiosity replaced by blind panic. The creature pursued us, its heavy footsteps shaking the ground, its roars echoing through the trees. We stumbled through the dense undergrowth, branches whipping at our faces, thorns tearing at our clothes. Liam tripped, dropping his thermal camera. Maya's sketchbook fluttered to the forest floor, its pages filled with images that now seemed like a chilling prophecy. I glanced back and my blood ran cold. The creature was gaining on us, its massive form a terrifying silhouette against the unnatural green light. It was no longer hunting us. It was hurting us, driving us deeper into its domain. We reached a steep cliff, the ground crumbling beneath our feet. Below, a churning river roared. We were trapped. I turned to face the creature, the camera still clutched in my hand, its red light a pathetic beacon against the encroaching darkness. The Bigfoot stopped, its massive chest heaving, its eyes fixed on us with a chilling intensity. It raised a massive hand, pointing towards the cliff edge. Then it spoke. Not a roar, but a voice, deep, resonant, filled with ancient power. "Leave," it commanded, the single word echoing through the trees. "This is sacred ground." We didn't hesitate. We scrambled down the treacherous cliff face, our descent fueled by pure terror. We plunged into the icy water, the current sweeping us away. I lost the camera, lost my backpack, lost everything but my life. We eventually stumbled out of the river, miles downstream, bruised, battered, and broken. We never spoke of what we saw that day. We never mentioned the Bigfoot, the sanctuary, the terror. But the memory remains, etched into our minds, a chilling reminder of the day we trespassed on sacred ground, the day we angered a god. The footage on the lost camera, should anyone ever find it, will reveal the truth, a truth far more terrifying than any legend. A truth that will hopefully serve as a warning to others, a warning to respect the sacred, a warning to leave the unknown undisturbed. Because some places, some creatures, are best left alone. Story 76. My blood, thick and sluggish with terror, stained the ancient moss-covered stones. The chanting, a guttural symphony of vengeance, resonated through the mountain, a promise of my imminent demise. Above me, the twisted branches of the trees clawed at the pitch-black sky, their silhouettes mimicking the skeletal figures that encircled me. Their eyes, burning with the cold fire of centuries of suffering, were fixed on me. I, their next sacrifice. Hours earlier, I had been so proud, so confident, conquering the Appalachian Trail alone. Just me, my pack, and the boundless wilderness. I deviated from the marked path, lured by the promise of an undisturbed view. That's when I found them. Small, unmarked mounds, clustered beneath a towering oak. Initially, I dismissed them as natural formations. But then I saw the bone fragments, bleached white by the sun, protruding from the disturbed earth. Back at the nearest town, tucked away in the local library, dusty archives whispered a forgotten tale. A cult. The children of the hollow. They believed the mountains demanded sacrifice, a blood price for prosperity. The articles, yellowed and brittle, detailed their horrifying rituals, their twisted faith. They vanished without a trace decades ago. Forgotten. Until now. The sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of purple and blood orange. A chilling beauty that belied the encroaching darkness. I decided to press on, foolishly believing I could put enough distance between myself and the unsettling discovery. As twilight deepened, the whispers began. Faint at first, like the rustling of leaves. Then louder. Accusatory. They spoke of broken promises, of stolen lives, of a thirst for vengeance. The first tangible sign of their presence was the chilling drop in temperature. My breath formed icy clouds in the air. The trees, once swaying gently in the breeze, now stood eerily still, their branches reaching towards me like skeletal fingers. I quickened my pace, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Then I saw them, emerging from the shadows. Silhouettes at first, then solidifying into horrifyingly real forms. Gaunt figures, their skin stretched taut over bone. Their eyes glowed with an unnatural light. They were the victims, the sacrifices, and they had come for me. They moved with an unsettling grace, gliding over the uneven terrain. Their whispers intensified, becoming distinct voices. They recounted their final moments. The terror, the pain, the betrayal. Each word a poisoned dart aimed directly at my soul. I stumbled, my legs trembling beneath me. I knew I couldn't outrun them. They were everywhere, encircling me, closing in. One of the figures, a young woman with hollow eyes and matted hair, stepped forward. Her voice, thin and reedy, pierced the night. "You walk on sacred ground," she hissed. "You disturb our rest. Now you will pay the price." Desperate, I remembered the articles, the cult's rituals, their offerings. I fumbled through my pack, pulling out a small, polished stone I had found earlier that day. I held it out towards them, my hand shaking. In offering, I choked out. A token of respect. The figures paused, their glowing eyes fixed on the stone. The chanting subsided, replaced by a low, guttural murmur. The young woman reached out a skeletal hand and took the stone. She examined it, her expression unreadable. "It is not enough," she whispered. "But it will buy you time." The figures parted, creating a narrow path leading down the mountain. I didn't hesitate. I stumbled down the path, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. I didn't look back. I could still hear their whispers. A chilling reminder of my close encounter with death. A chilling reminder of the darkness that dwells in these ancient hills. I reached the bottom of the mountain, just as the first rays of dawn pierced the darkness. I collapsed onto the damp earth, my body racked with sobs. I was alive. For now. But the memory of the hollow-eyed victims, their chilling whispers, would forever be etched into my mind. A terrifying testament to the horrors that lurk in the shadows of the Appalachian Mountains. That marks the end of this last story. If you enjoyed the video, subscribing to this channel would help me out a lot. I appreciate you, and I'll see you in the next one.